Alright, hello. And friend request on Discord. Neutral anything. How are you sending me a friend request? Anyway, welcome everyone. We got Rage Forest, the quarterfinals continuing today. Starting with Valas versus Sitaux. Update my title. Page 46. Hello, Only Cats. Double check we're live on YouTube too. Everything's going all right there. And get ready for the first game. I think we should be getting started in just a moment. Where are they? Right, grab the draft. The league logo. I gotta sort my logos out. Hold on. There you go. Right logo on the screen. I could have sworn I adjusted this draft to show the random bands properly. This is a weird one, like the crop. Let's see. Oh, this is probably because of the power outage. The crop of this draft didn't save. There we are. What's that? There. You'll be doing is watching AoE 2. It's a good way to spend the morning. And welcome everyone. This will be our Rage Forest quarterfinals. We had one already. Charles and Andy. Hopefully my internet holds up better today than it did for that one. But we'll have 3 today. All of the quarterfinals. We'll have Sitaux, Valas, Somero, TeMo, and ACCM Tato. I think ACCM Tato I'm particularly looking forward to. This is your Saturday morning cartoons. Nice. So looking at the drafts, Britons and Mongols is the first picks. Then Georgians and Celts. Mongols are OP on Black Forest, as we all know. And G'day are pretty darn insane. The last clip got 1.2k views. Yeah, I need to maybe think about clipping stuff more. Hello, Spaz the Adventurer. Welcome in, welcome in. I should post on Discord that we're live. So it's Valas versus Sitaux, Somero versus TeMo, and Tato versus ACCM. Drill also insane? Drill is insane. I think the Celts probably still have the best siege onager, though. Even better than Drill. Because they have so many bonuses. Stacked on top of each other. Just me talking about loving turtle ships. We all love turtle ships. That must be why. Wait, I gotta check my Twitch, my clip views then. I don't always check this like I should. Content clips. So, okay, everyone's getting in the lobby. All right, so we have Monos, GG out, Pinjita, Sitaux, and Valas all getting ready to go. Turs joining. Oh, lovely Turs. And we're waiting on... Still waiting on... Oh, there's Sitaux. I guess we need Margugu to join. And then one more player. So, very last picks. Catan's at the very end. That's interesting. It's weird how all of the new civs they've added are really bad at Rage Forest. Armenians all the way towards the end. The Way, Muisca, Catan's. The only real good one has been Georgians. I haven't seen that. No, I haven't. But if it features a turtle ship, that's gotta be good. Hello, John. It's Rage Forest hype. Go check out the age category, see who's streaming this. Alright. Glad that Memb is also casting. Wait, we were turtle ship sea battles? Oh, that sounds awesome. We might need to do like a... If it's a good movie, I'll need to like check it out and then maybe do a watch party. I did not see Ornu's Civ tier list, no. We'll need to examine some stats, see what the tier lists are. It's hard to make a tier list though, because Civs play different roles, pocket versus flank. And sometimes you might prioritize one or the other. Maybe we need two tier lists. One is a pocket and one is a flank Civ tier list. So there you go. Cool Cat and Margugu joining. Everyone is in said lobby. We're just about ready to go with our first quarterfinal set of the day. They will overlap each other a bit, so we'll figure out how to do recorded games as we go. But for now, we're getting started with Valas, who won his group, although he did lose to Andy at one point in the group stage. I think Valas and Barl's probably the two favorite teams through all of this. But I think Tato and ACCM also have really scary teams. That's a set I'm really looking forward to later today. Hello, Ad Blue Turnip. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. And we're just about ready. Cool Cat picking his purple color. So for Sitaux, the lineup will be Sitaux, Turs, Cool Cat, and Margugu. For Valas, we'll have Valas, Gigiat, Monos, and Fangita. I'm honestly surprised to see Aztecs so far down in the draft for both these teams. I mean, Sitaux got them with the second to last pick. Khmer too. I mean, Jaguar Warriors have been really strong so far, as have Khmer Elephants. It's like we are launching. Hello, Drex. A reminder, we do have our sub goal. Every 100 subs, we will have another $100 added to the prize pool. The match is played in a non-standard game version. Continue. Okay. Thanks, DE. That's a weird message. But here we go. Game number 1. Let's get the scoreboard. This will be Team Valas against Team Sitaux. For Rage Forest. Wrong scene. There we go. Alright, so, this is a weird passage. Our captain's in the north, Valas versus Sitaux. Change one OBS setting and we'll be good. My scene changing hotkeys. There. So, forward walls from Sitaux. Turs coming to back him up. There is going to be a setup of 2 pawns per team, 4 total. And Valas and Sitaux both have a pawn on their flank. Now, Sitaux is the melee, so he might be tempted to take the pawn, even though it is forward and even though he is the flank. Pockets on for Turs and for Monos each have a pond. Turs will be the Slavs, so maybe he'll let Cool Cat take it as the Huns. While Turs will just fish, or just go for, not a fish boom, but a farm boom. Use their farming bonus. I think that would make sense, because the Huns, with not needing houses, have a very smooth fish boom. So Margugu, as the Aztecs on the flank, did not get a forward wall. It'll be both Fingita and Monos going to wall. Monos is the pocket. He will have a nice fish boom himself as the Magyars. GG out also the Ethiopians over here. He can chop through and grab the relic from the woodline. So there'll be boars, cows, and deer on the map. And the Civ lineups will be Poles, Armenians, Ethiopians, and Magyars. Thank you, Shulk, for the raid. So Poles, Armenians, Ethiopians, Magyars for Valas. No big wall-off fight so far. No big Vil fights. That'll be against Malays, Slavs, Aztecs, and Huns for Sitaux. Now, this wall is extremely forward, and I don't think Margugu's going to settle for that. I'd imagine he goes Men-at-Arms Trush from the flank, tries to get more passageway on his side, if he can fight for that one little... Actually, for both of these. Monos, I think that Margugu would be content simply to wall behind this. Monos could have been greedier and gone for a more forward wall, grabbed those 3 boar. It looks like he's going to get a second layer of walls behind this, started with his house. Eventually may need to stonewall that. Yeah, so Valas is a player. I've seen him play the flank and ignore pawns in favor of being aggressive on the flank. So this could also be a situation where the pocket player here, GG out, might go to dock the pond. And Turs could dock the pond from Sitaux, but considering Sitaux is Malay and the pond is forward, and Turs has a farming bonus, he might opt simply to farm. And indeed, Cool Cat as the Huns will come over and dock the pond. We could also have a fish booming tier list. That'd be a good Rage Forest tier list. And speaking about pocket and flank, we'll talk about fish boom. So there we go. We will have the Ethiopian fish boom here. Valas letting his pocket take the pond. And then Sitaux as the Malay will end up taking it. So the Malay, if they get a fish boom into elephants, will be insanely strong. Malay elephants are so cheap, it's hard to stop them. Yep, that's true also. Valas' Poles most likely prefers to do the Folvark farms rather than fish boom too. And Margugu going forward and walling. I think those will be his permanent walls, though. I think he's going to look to try to be more forward with Men-at-Arms. Especially his Aztecs, too. So in terms of idle time, not much idle time for anyone. Valas and Sitaux are the most idle time in their teams. GG, yeah, a tiny bit of idle time. Even as the pocket. Sometimes you just got to make sure you get your houses properly. You might get housed if you're fish booming, and you gotta go for a weird distance to get to the pond. He'll get his boar and deer in very successfully under the TC. We'll be managing the Vils there. And an X from Monos. So behind this, Monos has tons of room to wall. I don't know if this is actually where Margugu wants to push, even though it would give a better access towards this pond. I think here, yeah, Fingita can wall, but his gold is super far forward. And you can put pressure on him down this passage. Maybe here is just a better spot if Margugu wants to go Men-at-Arms Trush because you're disrupting the pocket instead of the flank. Yeah, Captain setting the idle time limit for their team. Oh, we have, a triple Borlore assist here. With Cool Cat bringing the boars to Turs. He says, I'll take the pond, but I'll give you the boars. Make that Dockville do something. The Hunville won't be around here building houses. And little zoo made for that wolf. As GG out. Oh, realizes the wolf is caught back there. Will he still go for the lure? Turs' scout is waiting, ready to pounce. But only has 3 HP left. You can see the boars in the fog of war. And that Vil, pretty weak. The scout also has only 6 HP. I don't think Turs can really do anything to stop it, though. And they'll see Turs' scout, and with all the Vils and stuff there, I don't think that Turs can disrupt this. Yeah, and the scout will turn and chase Turs away. Turs, even if he finds a hill, I don't think he wins. He would need to get feudal first. And there is a chance, how well will this be timed? If he gets feudal and gets a hill, he can get 1 hit. And if he times it perfectly, he can kill the scout. But he's feudal, he's just going to run away because he's faster now. He's going for the hill. And nope, doesn't get the hit. Doesn't get the hit. Feudal came in, or 1 hit came in first. You need to get the first hit. So that was a 50-50 there. Maybe he would have survived a Dark Age scout, maybe being feudal was the difference, but perfect feudal timing there to catch the scout and kill it. So Margugu's still walled, he's up to feudal, and we'll see what he does once he's up. I don't see a barracks yet, and he's not on stone. But I can't imagine this being pure stone walls. I think this has to be some type of aggression. We'll have stone walls from Fengita. Gonna bother stone walling up his pockets passage. And now we'll get fishing lines on the way for Sitaux, as Turs clicks up straight to the Castle Age. So does GG out. So Slavs versus Ethiopians, a matchup where I think I do prefer the Ethiopian pocket. Especially if you get a fish. Boom! Valas, the captain, losing a Vil to the boar. Most idle time. Okay, no longer than most idle time. But lost a Vil to the boar. Valas, well, he is trying to do a tower rush. He's repairing the tower. He's doing a range and a blacksmith. And he is trying to push here on this pond. So Sitaux did get some stone walls up. But his goal is going to be to protect his Malay fish boom. Valas is the pole's not really a castle dropping civ with the Obuki as their unique unit. But they could do it just to open up the passage. Now, the Magyars could go scouts or knights while booming. Like 1 stable knights. That does kind of put you a bit behind, though, but you could put pressure up. I don't think the Ethiopians want to do the pressure when they're fish booming. Although maybe just a workshop and a mangonel could work out. Team Sitaux only has 1/3 of the map. Maybe, but I mean, it's kind of just these 2 bases jut forward a bit, and it makes it a bit easier for teams, for Team Valas to wall. Well, I think Sitau's team has more of the map than Valas does, with pocket spawned, or the like extra little bits extending from the flanks rather. So as Castle Ages start to come in, yeah, we will see the workshop from GG out. Turs, I think, will have to do the same. Yeah, they can't just boom without taking the pond. Or keeping the pond safe.
TeMo.
A cool cat, he can micro that fill forever if he garrisons Turs' TC to drop off wood. And keep it useful. So a couple more TCs. But Cool Cat will want the Vil over here for doing more docks in the pond. Maybe not right now, but eventually. And he doesn't want to walk back and run into a wolf. Oh, that would be horrible if he ran into that wolf with the Loomless Vil on 6 HP. But yep, he'll hop in the TC to drop off wood. And the push will be on this pond. So 2 extra TCs for Fengita, 2 extra TCs for Margugu. Margugu is not actually pushing. Not going to go for an Aztec's Monk Rush. I have a TC up for Fengita. Oh, and I realize my scoreboard is wrong in Capture Age. As, oh, Vils go down to the mangonel shot. So they have the league scoreboard. This is a best of 5 quarterfinals. There you go. That watchtower very weak. 13 HP left, 12, and down to the mangonel. Do the Malay get guard tower? They do. Honestly, could be an option. Especially if you're able to get a more forward tower. I'm still afraid of a castle drop eventually. Valas still feudal, not going to happen yet. And Sitaux is the Malay. He can take an extended feudal and still click up to the castle age. Needs to repair Turs' mangonel. And feudal watchtowers should go down to double mangonels. Feels like Tur is a bit more effective than GG out so far with the mangonel micro. Doesn't basically every civ get guard tower? Almost every civ. Not all of them. Like the Goths, I think, don't get it. The Cumans, I think, don't get it. Maybe the Huns. Wait, the Huns are in the game. Do they get guard tower? They do not. They do not. Oh, how did that Mangonel died to the tower right at the end? I got one more shot off, that tower would have gone down, but the repair is just in time for Valas. He'll keep it up. There's Mangonel down from GG out. So we'll repair that Mangonel. Nice repair from a distance. And Margugu's stone walling. Okay, I thought this wouldn't be the pure stone walls that he's doing, but he is just gonna stone wall. Not gonna tower or push. He could try to do a faster imp push, but I think Cruel Cat ready in case Margugu is pushed, already walling that off. So Sitaux will keep repairing his tower. GG out, starting to get a good number of Mangonels. And Valas is committed to archers inside of the towers. Nice shot on Turs. And Dodo, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to some Rage Forest. As this tower will crumble for Sitaux. And now his defense of the pond will resort to her castle as he is up to the castle age. And not putting the castle too far forward. We'll be able to take out one of the towers at least. Maybe he doesn't care much about the other. I'll also be a lot slower up as the pulls against the melee, and won't be able to put the castle immediately in a position to pressure this passage. So Sitaux will be safe. Also, we'll have options for Karambit warriors. If he deletes his walls, it's open right now, but probably not going to rush under 2 towers. And Fish Booms, 33 fish traps for Monos. 18 for GG out, who is invested into the Mangonel War. We have 32 fish traps for Cool Cat, and now 20 here for Sitaux. So the player going for the Mangonel fight is a bit behind in fish booming. D-Longer, you're up early today. Hello, hello. I'm used to seeing you like 12 hours from now. How are you doing? So another TC up there for Sitaux. So 3 TCs, he's gonna boom it out. And he's up to Imp. He's up to Imp already as the melee. And soon the Trebs will be popping. That fish boom powering him straight to Imp. And how well coordinated will this be with Turs, who's on 4 TCs right now. And looks like it'll actually be Cool Cat with Gold Shaft Mining on the way, who might be thinking of Imp himself fairly soon, and then should be able to add in Paladins as the Huns. Gonna add a barracks on the way over. You're finally off overtime. How have I been? I'm doing pretty good. Waking up at a decently early time to cast some Rage Forest. Just watch Barles versus Andy on Twitch. It was broken in so many sections. I hope so. The YouTube VOD is probably less broken, but yeah, the Twitch is very broken. Unfortunately, the local infrastructure does not hold up to rain. The power for the entire apartment complex was down for a good 3 or 4 hours. So we have Turs, still does not have Loom, and will lose a Vill to a Wolf. That is not what he wanted if he was thinking of getting, I guess it's just an outpost Vill, but if he was thinking of doing workshops over here, that'd be horrible. So 4th TC from Margugu, he's still booming his Aztecs, he's walling everywhere. We'll have a forward castle from Fingita as the Armenians. Margugu's up to Imp at around the same time. Could engage in a Treb war. Fingita could do Masonry while up as an advantage there. Aztecs will have the least HP on their castles. And now we'll have multiple layers of fortified wall from Valas, anticipating the Hunnic player coming over to triple this side. Turs will add in his workshop. And look at everyone on this team, on Sitaux's team, up to imp at around the same time. So Treb deployed now for Sitaux will be attacking the watchtower. Where do I live? A bit outside New York City. So Treb taking down the watchtower. And that tower will collapse. Down it goes. And Blacksmith hit now by the Trebs as more walls go up. Continuing to wall the passage is Valas, making sure it's completely walled. And that no cut will get in early on. Lots of secondary walls too. Could be a strat, honestly. Cut through the forest. Deploy Trebs here without cutting all the way through, and destroy the docks. Take out the fish boom. Now, if the Ethiopian player is only making siege, once they get their upgrades, they won't need as much fish. Or as much food. But if they're trying to go Halb or Shotel along with the siege, then they definitely still need the fish. Maybe not 50, but quite a few. So Vil here with Loom, he'll win against the Wolf. And Cool Cat can find a gold for a mining camp. And we'll have the Purple Pocket Paladin. Upgrade clicked just now for Cool Cat. Huns will research that just a bit faster. They're faster working stables. And here we're going to have Heavy Cav Archer from Monos as the Magyars against the Aztecs. Also has the option for Hussars or Paladins. A couple of Cav options there for the Magyars. Valas finding a passageway for a wolf to fight his Folvark farm villager. He'll be farming in there. As now more walls come up, the cut continues. And Cool Cat would love to get in with Paladins. Valas is doing everything he can to wall. Might even need to delete the TC so he can wall more. But he's putting a lot of Vils there. He's got 18, almost 20 Vils walling. Recurve bow, torsion engines coming in for his pockets, getting their powerful techs. And as long as the push goes around the side, it won't be 5 layers of fortified wall. There'll be only 1 layer of fortified wall. Hello, AoE Nick. You know, Turs don't make it El Cool Cat's Paladins. There they are, outside the walls, with some heavy Cav Archers, with Recurve Bow, ready to pick off Onagers. They'll tank a hit, but they have enough HP they can tank 1 hit. Chemistry, Armor, Conscription, all on the way from Monos. So Sitaux's team still ahead. I do feel like Sitaux is ahead of Valas here. 112 Vils to 91, Valas still Castle Age. As the cut continues, Valas is not walled right in the middle. The pocket is so far behind, he doesn't really have much to contribute with the walls. And now Sitaux is through. Sitaux is through. Siege Onager and Siege Engineers both on the way for Turs. He kind of needs them to fight the Magyars properly. The Heavy Cav Archers, actually, they're not Mangudai, but they're still decent at sniping off Onagers. They'll have Arbs from Sitaux. So, will Sitaux ever be able to make a swap to something stronger than Arbs? Maybe he'll just stay Arbs, but eventually he could go Elephants. Eventually, he could also just go Karambits. Malay can add him Bombard Cannon too. And maybe there's a... There he goes, right there. Speaking of Bombard Cannon behind the Arbs. This is a good fight for Sitaux. They're clearing out most of the Halbs. The siege upgrades are not there for GG out. Turs is definitely ahead in terms of his upgrades. He's on Siege Onager, while GG Out's still on Mangonel. Meanwhile, Margugu is walling everywhere. He's trebbed down the forward castle. He's forcing Fangita to wall. I'm still surprised no one pushed here earlier, but Margugu's ready to hold that side. There's a 3v3 on the other side. If the cannon could get that hill, they'd have a great spot to hit the castle. Fangita making interesting wall shapes. So's Margugu. You gotta wall however you can, our base. This castle will fall. Halb's still fighting the Paladins. And Magyar is probably still a bit of a stronger pocket than the Huns. As long as they can buy time, they'll be able to get GG out to have better siege eventually. Get the torsion engine siege onagers. A Slav siege, what is it? They're cheaper? Yeah, they cost minus 15%. They are a bit cheaper. Manos is going to have to micro like crazy with those cav archers to pick off the onagers. At least they're only outranged by 1 with siege engineers. So the Magirs still can dance a bit. Oh, and I wonder if we'll see any type of castle to try to hold this area. We're getting siege onager from Margugu, as he will add in more castles of his own, and he is trying to cut. Margugu is going to cut. I don't see Fingita walling. He invested so much into these stone walls. He left the mule cart open. Where is he going? He's trying to micro. He's sending halbs to the north. He wants to be walled against Margugu, but Margugu is going to run with Jaguar warriors right into this space. The siege onagers are there. They're hitting the walling vills. The wall doesn't quite go up. He manages not to onager his own Jaguar warriors until they get under the TC. But this TC will go down. The Jaguars need to keep this open, and Margugu is through. Margugu is through. Treb down. Jaguar warriors now fighting champions, Armenian champions. They will melt to the Jaguar warriors. And Fingita is dead. Fingita is almost dead down here. Margugu with the great push. This isn't going to be stopped anytime soon. And then if the other side has to come down there, they're going to lose some momentum up here. Onager shot almost hits the light cav. Valas pulls back just in time, but his team's starting to push a bit more. Nice hit on the light cav there, just before they become winged hussars. And Valas will be spamming winged hussars. More trees going down. We'll have a keep up. Hello, bunkers. 8 siege onagers. What type of shot will they get? A trade cart being microed along with the cav archers. And, ooh, okay. It's clear some trees. Fewer trees in the middle here. And now it is a few paladins coming down here too from Cool Cat. Cool Cat's going to shift this side too. Some monks from Margugu. And Manos is forced to bring his heavy cav archers down here to help deal with the Aztecs. No eagles, and eagles will probably die to the recurve bow. But the Jaguar warriors will die to the heavy cav archers. That's where the paladins and SO are needed. And the Magyars can probably deal with the Jaguars, but not as well with the siege onagers. They might need Magyar hussars down here. And there is a market for Manos. That castle is right in the trade. Margugu also gets another relic for his Aztecs team bonus. Cool Cat slinging Sitaux for some stone, ensuring he can repair the castle, maybe do more keeps, maybe more towers, maybe another castle. Quite a few torsion engine bombard cannon now for GG out. And I do have to still worry about this Ethiopian's pocket being stronger than Turs. Turs does not have bombard cannon as an option, has to rely on Sitaux for them. And Sitaux now just on skirms. Not even on arbalists anymore, still reduced to skirms. As much as I would love elephants, Halb, and recurve bow cav archers should deal with the Malay elephants. So if you were to make that swap, it might be tricky for him anyway. And siege onagers going down. As this castle will be hard for Sitaux to hold. They'll have a pond right behind it. Maybe they could do some cannon galleons in the pond. But this team now in the south responding to Margugu and Fingita, not dead yet. Manos was there in time. Manos is there. And as great as that Jaguar warrior push was against Fingita, maybe they needed Cool Cat there earlier at the same time to do more damage with the paladins, as Manos is here with the heavy cav archers. He'll split the cav archers. They'll take a couple of onager shots, but they're actually decent at taking down onagers. And now Valas' team, they've gotten to the siege. Earlier on, we saw the mangonels from GG out. Seems like he just did not invest at all into the mangonel line. Instead went full for the cannon. And since he's against the Slavs who have the siege onager and don't have cannon, and he'll have the better cannon than the Malay, he can go for that. And honestly, the siege onager isn't really going to be needed when there's no elephant archers from a civ, right? It's not like there's a super powerful unit where you need siege onagers to kill it. It's a lot of halbs, a lot of paladins, and the bombard cannon can deal with the archer units pretty well themselves. Well, there is a patrol stack for monos on the cav archers that backfired horribly right into the bombard cannon. Bullcat has 60 on wood playing paladins. He's kind of out of wood too. I think he's been slinging a bit. I saw him slinging stone to Sitaux earlier. Now, Margugu has the castle in the trade. One thing that is awkward about the map is because they kind of have this like diagonally cutting the map in half setup. The trade lines aren't going to be all that good. They're going to be short. At least it wasn't melee units. You'd be forced to delete them then. You're allowed to with the ranged units. So Margugu walling a monk in. Trying to be as annoying as he can. He wanted that relic, I think. But now with the cav archers here, there's a unit that can deal with the Jaguar warriors. And with all those siege onagers, maybe Margugu's in a better spot to defend than he is to push. He can deal with the cav archers better defensively. A forward castle from Fringita, Margugu might look to try to snipe that with trebs again. Doesn't have that many trebs with his own anymore, though. Oh, actually, he's going to try to cut again. He's did some damage to Fringita. He'll cut again. Where's he going to cut to? I don't know where he's cutting. He's got some ideas. Meanwhile, still kind of a stalemate in the middle. Toe's team maybe getting a bit more momentum now. Monos is honestly carrying with the Magyars so far this game. Hun cav archers are not nearly as strong. Cannon taking down some hussars. Arbs taking down halbs. Archers still hitting the heavy cav archers. They gotta split and go down. Bombard cannon hitting the arbs. All 10 of those cannon attack the keep. That keep will fall down. And I'll make a bit more room for the army to move forward. Tur is still, I think, struggling here against the bombard cannon. This is where both pockets together. They had a nice early push. They were a bit faster. But now the winged hussars have arrived for Valas. He'll push through, massacre the entire archer army. Sitaux now lost his military. He's depending on the pond and the towers. And Margugu himself is getting pushed in the south. And that looked so promising for the team when it felt like they were maybe winning in the north at the same time as Margugu was cutting. But Mono's too clutch with the cav archers playing both sides, saving Fangita. And now it feels like they're pushing again in the north. Bullcat very limited with the Huns. The one-trick pony can make the paladins. That's about it. We'll have the Obu edition from Valas along with the hussars. Valas asking for food. He's got 73 vills on Folvark farms, and he still needs more food for the hussars. I think that's a sign he needs to add in trade and go for Cavalier. As fancy as the Hussar is, the Cavalier still is better. Fangita has 2 paladins and 3 Jaguar warriors. And he's gonna use the Jaguar warriors in the fight too. So Margugu's getting pushed. Without monos, he could hold this easily, but with monos, this is a struggle. The champions will get absolutely wrecked by the Jaguar warriors. Halb's enough that Cool Cat can't simply send paladins. Why are Huns going paladins, not heavy cav archers? Hun heavy cav archers are pretty weak. They miss the final armor upgrade, and then the Magyars have recurve bow. So if you end up going heavy cav archer, you get a discount on them. But you're gonna die to the Magyars. You really can't fight the Magyar HCA. And you still are maybe worried about torsion engines in the fights. Okay, that's a lot of Trebs getting onagered. Now Margugu getting the onagers into play. And he's still holding here. He has such a good matchup against Vegeta that he can still get enough onagers to hold against monos. He's just onager and everything. His own units, Vegeta's units, it doesn't matter. Just buff that kill count. In the north, still more onagers for Turs. Maybe at some point we really do need to get Siege Onager from GG out too. Yeah, the cannon have been really effective, but still, there we go. There's a Siege Onager. Doing masonry for the castle. He might lose the front one. If you need to clear arbalests, Siege Onagers are still the way to go. Well, okay. Sitaux notices. He was patrolling. He was lining up for the shot. Yeah, that's true. Bombard Cannon versus Aztecs. That would be better against the SO, but then that does open up the possibility of monks with block printing getting conversions. Do all your monastery attacks get up to 100 HP, and then you're pretty good at converting the cannon. The Ethiopians have heresy. They do have heresy. Same with Celts. The super heavy siege civs do have heresy, which maybe they shouldn't. Slavs don't. And we get Turs swapping from Halb to Champion. Overall, probably a stronger unit. Still should be effective against the Polish Cavaliers. A bit tankier overall, and they will have Drazina. So they're still holding. The Marcus have gone back to the southern quarter for Valas' team. Margugu's still wanting to push. That barracks cannot be constructed because of the boar, and that villager will just fall back. A couple of gold mines up. We'll look at the trade counts. Healthy trade for everyone other than Sitaux. And a bit behind, slightly on trade, but at least they've started for Valas. Valas himself maybe not worried too much about trade if he just wants winged hussars. But I still do think Cavaliers are the better unit. That's where the Poles, we often see them go Cav Archers, but then you're asking, it's kind of redundant. What's the point of Pole Cav Archers when we already have a Magyar CA? So they will just be trying to add in Winged Hussars and Cavaliers. Winged Hussars at least do have the attack bonus against the cannon if they manage to jump on top of them. So cut in the middle. Yes, Margugu, the cut, that took a while. That took a while, but he's almost there. Oh, that actually cuts right into the trade. Oh, that is sick if it gets into the trade. Or Gugu can cut and then just wall this, hold the passage. And we have the Paladin swap. So Paladin against the Aztecs quite strong because they don't have Halbs. Garland War Pikemen and Monks do not kill huge numbers of Paladins. This is where the Huns then would fight equally with the Magyars. Perhaps even better because they have the faster working stables. Oh, okay, Margugu onagered his own Jaguar warriors. It'll be Paladins from Monos down here against the Aztecs now. Probably more effective against the Siege Onagers too if they can close the distance. Also, Sitaux's team now taking the score lead. The Paladins from Cool Cat still being used in this fight. And the awkward thing here is anything that Valas does. The Cav units are weaker than the Magyar Paladins. His Cav Archers will be weaker than the Magyar CA. His Siege would be weaker than the Ethiopian Siege. What does he do? I mean, it's almost a situation you might think he needs to go full sling mode and try to sling his teammates, so they need fewer vills, and Valas can just be supplying them. Vegeta could play Halb in the north to let Monos focus the south. That might be a good strat. And then just add a couple of monks here for Vegeta, because the champions are just going to be slaughtered by the Jaguar warriors. Siege Onagers move forward. Be trying to take out the fortified church. And that church will go down. Don't Malay have elephants? They should sling Sitaux. Problem with Malay elephants, they missed the final 2 armor upgrades, so they actually die pretty quickly to the recurve bow cav archers. Siege onagers also help against them. I mean, it could definitely be an option. Maybe it would be better than the Yarbs. But right now, you do kind of want a ranged unit. You got Turs doing the Halbs, as now that castle will go down. But it's also really hard to push here because of the pond, and cannon galleons help secure against some of the siege. But it feels like Cool Cat isn't quite here right now. And this cut through the middle hasn't quite gotten anywhere. But it looks like Margugu's pushing again. Can he get a good onager shot on the paladins? Monos pulls back. He splits. He dances. The paladins start to go down. Margugu might sacrifice some onagers just to get shots on the paladins. Champions on spread formation trying to dodge. Can Margugu get champions here? Can he get a shot on the champions? His Jaguar warrior numbers are going down. Yeah, it honestly wouldn't be the worst thing for Cool Cat just to make a few halbs down here to help clear the paladins. Margugu needs to be really on point with the monk micro. Heresy would be an option for Monos if he notices the Aztec monks getting conversions. With 64 or 67 trade cards, he should be able to afford Heresy. We're an hour in. There's no sign of this game slowing down. I think Monos' team is slowly pushing in the north, but the Margugu in the south is the wild card. He could find some way to push this. I mean, the problem is the pikemen will get slaughtered by the champions. So these Jaguar warriors, they have 19 plus 8. And then plus 6 against infantry. Didn't they used to have plus 10 against infantry? Well, I guess they were made stronger overall with a less attack bonus. So conversion battle here. 90 HP for Margugu. Twice the HP of those Armenian monks. Onagers hitting champions, but Margugu's gonna win this fight. And then he's able maybe to push a bit more. There'll be more castles for Fangita, trying to slow down Margugu and protect their trade. And Siege Onagers trading in the middle by that cut. Man, if a bunch of paladins ran in right here, they'd hit the trade. I think GG out Xing there is saying that it's open. They just need Cool Cat to run there. So I don't even know where Sitau's going with those vills. Cool Cat trying to get more stables forward as Sitau's team retakes the score lead. Paladins now coming forward again. Man, this fight's back and forth. But Cool Cat here with good numbers of paladins now. Tanking some of that cav archer fire. Their paladins 7 pierce armor, so they are quite tanky. But the 12 attack does help. That's a lot of bombard cannon now. 9 cannon. They can take down trebs and they can push the castles. They can push the castles now. Oh, they're so close. They got 1 castle and they got the trebs. But he'll pull back and try to keep them safe for now. And again, the Onagers get nice hits on the winged hussars. All about microing the Onagers now for Turs. Can he actually hit stuff? Can he keep the Onagers alive? There's cannons still surviving. And how many volleys does it take from 9 cannon to destroy a castle? They have to be pretty close to doing it in 2. And who asked for elephants? We do have Malay battle elephants now. I'll see if they die to the recurve bow. Sitaux finally getting the eco in the right spot. You can see the cav archers kind of do a good amount of damage to the elephants. And no bloodlines will have a bit less HP than normal, only 300. Say only 300. That's compared to the 180 of the paladins. You're not really gaining too much HP. And with less pierce armor, I'm not actually sure which is more fragile. I think the elephants might actually die faster to the cav archer than the paladins. Because they'll be doing 3 more damage per arrow. Oh Nice Onager shot on the Paladins. This castle very weak, but the cannon are all down. Paladins keep moving forward. More elephants onto the fray from Sitaux. Little cat asking for food. He's got 6 on wood, 43 on food. Guess it's just the fish traps. He's saying, I don't need wood. How long does it take until fish traps run out? What point of the game will we see that? Cool Cat has no wood. He needs to add trees. He's got 87 trade, 42 fish traps, and 12... Cool Cat has 12 vills. Cool Cat has 12 villagers. That's it. It's all trade carts and fishing ships. That's where you gotta be careful you don't suddenly, like, get cut and lose your TCs, and then you might end up with 0 vills. Let's see, yeah, Mono's only 22 vills. He's not making a food unit. Well, I guess he's making paladins now, but he was making mostly the cav archers earlier. He's got 44 fishing ships, and 22 vills. Got to be mostly on wood then. The rest is trade. So Sitaux has gotten to the elephants, with the elephant arb and cannon from him. Elephants will be great against the poles. Valas out of stone, needs to repair that. Maybe Finjita should sling, but he's got his own castles to repair too. It's a lot of Jaguar warriors. Margugu doesn't have Gambesons. I guess that doesn't affect... No, that doesn't affect the Jaguar warriors. He has his blacksmith upgrades, has Garland wars. Their castle attack at Lattle, he's not making skirms. How much attack do they have against buildings +4 compared to champions that would have +6? I mean, part of me wonders, he has 1 treb. Could he simply push with the Jaguar warriors? So 100 HP, full HP Aztec monks. I think he's in a spot where he could actually just rush the castle with Jaguar warriors and take it out when he has this many. It's 48 Jaguar warriors. You need to have production behind it. In the north, it does feel like this team is pushing now for Sitaux. The Poles may be a much weaker late-game civ than the Malay. And even though maybe their pockets are better, Monos is going to call the GG, and Team Sitaux will win game number 1. Sitaux will win game 1. Remember, Sitaux is a previous Rage Forest champion. He has 1,116 kills. Leading the kill charge with all those Arbalests is the Malay. Margugu, oh my gosh, Margugu with 666 kills. Look at that. What a number for him. That is scary. 165,000. How did Margugu have the most res collected? I guess because everyone else deleted their vills. Dang, that was a crazy back and forth game. It felt like Sitau's team won early when Margugu was in. Monos played beast mode to stop that. It felt like his paladins weren't as effective as the cav archers were. But dang. But Mono CA would be the MVP. The MVP? The VIP. Oh. Casting with my mouse so long that my keyboard turned off. Gotta wake it up from sleep mode. Win for Sitaux. And let's see those civs for Valas. There were Poles, Magyars, Armenians, and Ethiopians. So other than Ethiopians, fairly low tier. Slavs, Malay, Huns, and Aztecs. So a bit of a mixture of different civs too for both teams. So thank you all for tuning in. Hello over on YouTube, Lethal Audio, T-Cone. So eventually the Paladin numbers from Cool Cat paid off. And now Von Dutch will be coming on. He'll be on for GG out. Do I like wood? 200 vills on wood every game. As the Celts. So I hope you all are enjoying the Rage Forest. And I've had so much fun casting these games. It's such a great map. The games start 1 second in with the Vil fights, and then they last for 2 hours. Did I organize it? Yes, I am hosting it. Sensor did most of the organization and admin work. He's been a beast. And they're in the lobby now. So it'll be same lineup for Sitaux, but Von Dutch subbing in for GG out on Valas' team. Yeah, apparently Nacho apparently had his Discord account hacked. Yep. If someone messages you saying that their friend made a game and they need help testing it, do not test the game, do not click that link. That is one of the most common scams. And then the problem is when someone like Nacho gets their account hacked, because they have a big social media presence, that account then is extremely valuable for messaging other people. As people might implicitly trust that account. Like, oh boy, this streamer is messaging me, let's help them test their game. And they get more people. You have a Nigerian prince friend who made this game? Pay your time with diamonds. So I don't know how we're going to cast the next two sets. I think they have to be Rex. But they will overlap, because Somero and TeMo have started already. And ACCM and Tato will be starting... Oh wait, is that tomorrow? 15 GMP tomorrow? Is the dashboard just wrong? Wikipedia times have been very wrong for Rage Forest. Oh, that's tomorrow, actually. That's tomorrow. Okay, only 2 sets then. Okay, that makes it simple. This one and then Rex for the next one. Edit my post in my YouTube title. Thought it was 3 today. And we're still in the lobby. Alright, and here we go. Yeah, that is tomorrow. I misread the schedule. I thought it was in 30 minutes. But yeah, the other set's getting started right now, so we'll cover that as Rex after this one. And here we go. Let's get the colors set up. Sitaux against Valas. There, and now, once again, we have the captains. It is Sitaux against Valas. Von Dutch immediately gets the scout there to help Valas wall up. This will be a 6-pond map. Valas has 2, Sitaux has 1. Then on the other side, Margugu 1 in the back. Turris is a pond, and then Monos is a pond. But Monos is the Kumans has a pond. He'll do some Kuman boomin' with the pond. Sitaux, oh, that is a bad start then if those walls go up. And look, there's a hole there? Oh no, there's not a hole? There's definitely a hole. No, there's not. But, okay. His berries will be walled out. That was a very aggressive and forward wall from Valas. In the... so it'll be on the side, Hindustanis against Britons. Two good Vil fighting civs. Since the Britons gather from the sheep faster, they'll have less idle time. 0 seconds so far from Valas. Hindustanis with cheaper Vils gives them a nice bonus for the start too. On the other side, we'll have Fingita going for forward walls against Margugu. But Tur's walling from the pocket pretty far forward. There's an X on those rhinos there from Monos. And Monos is going to want to get a very strong boom as the Kumans with a pond. So, Rhino lured in. Rhinos have a bit of extra food on them. So this is probably the strongest you could possibly boom. Kumans with a Rhino map and a pond. All he needs now are some extra Rhinos. And Sitaux will just have to wall behind this. Valas with very forward walls, and we'll see if he tries to go men-at-arms or get aggressive. I don't see any sneak fills. Turs isn't sneaking, is he? No, okay. Like, I just gotta check the colors and see if anything flashes on the minimap. That's how we check for sneaks. Is there a Whirlbout relic trapped behind trees? That's okay. We added more relics to the map, so when some of them spawn in the bubbles, that's completely fine. That's part of Black Forest. Your resources are in the bubbles, and you gotta cut to them. It makes it more distinguished. The only real restarts would be for lakes. Social networking cooler than computer networking? They're kind of similar in many ways. Namaste. Thinking weird. Yeah, thinking that trapped relics is weird and not normal. This is completely normal. I'm a router. I guess that's similar to a streamer. I was confused about the position. Just look at the roads. Just look at the roads. Roads to tell you who's connected. So, a nice triple lure from Valas, and Valas will take that pond. And his pocket Von Dutch will take the perhaps safer pond over on the side, as Turs will take the pond from Sitaux, and Margugu will take his own pond. So Sitaux will not have a pond against Valas. Valas will have a pond, so opposite of the situation from last game. So feudal in for Sitaux and Margugu. So the flanks on Sitau's team going up fast. Margugu, maybe this game he'll go for the men-at-arms. Malians, another good man-at-arms civ. I like ants on your phone. I don't think I can swap to team colors in Capture Age. I know Bozzy said there was some feature to change stuff, but I think that messes it up. I don't think we can do much other than warm versus cool. Maybe I can, but I don't think I can. Generating roads to reach the ponds prevent trap spawns. Connection generation is very, very finicky and would potentially overwrite the ponds with roads. Here, there are maybe things that could be done, but you can't have that specific of a connection just to a pond. You would need to place the ponds as lands instead of terrains. And that has a whole bunch of other implications. So, oh wait, we do have a sneak. We do have a sneak. Okay. I was looking for a sneak on the other side. Wait. Sitaux was walled off there. And he has a sneak. Alright, so I'm sure he'd love to get a range and then find a way to dock that pond. I mean, good thing for Von Dutch. His pond is so far in the back that the sneak won't be able to get to it. There are some rhinos there that Valas still could lure. And maybe Von Dutch, with the triple rhino lure, will see the forward But Sitaux should also be able to block that with the spear. And yes, all that Vil is as good as dead. Well, he stopped the Rhino Lord, but the sneak is discovered. And now some palisades will come up for Von Dutch, trying to wall that off. Can he wall in time? He's going to pull his village to wall. He'll probably lose access to his berries. That'll disrupt his boom. And he does not want to let that rush somehow get to Monos' pond and disrupt the Kuman's fish boom. Spear coming through the walls. Can Von Dutch finish the walls in time? That's a large area to wall. And the archer is in. Loom on the way for Von Dutch. But he's stuck in the Dark Age and he can't fight this. Valas can do a barracks and then a range, but that's going to be a while for him. Oh, Sitaux with a deadly forward now. Blacksmith on the way for him to get fletching and add more archers. And right now, Von Dutch simply has to wall up everything, use the TC as a wall. Are there enough vills to wall this? I think there are. Won't have much HP, but there's not much army to push right now. And honestly, flank disrupting the pocket. Von Dutch is very disrupted here. He's lucky that he spotted it, even though he lost the Vil. And fletching on the way for him. So Valas will be fairly walled. He'll do a range. No attempt at a dock yet from Sitaux. His Vil low on HP, but just will do an outpost over there to scout Von Dutch. Von Dutch, who still has not managed to click up to feudal. And will still be trying to wall himself up. Over here, we do also have a tower from Sitaux preemptively in the passage. Could maybe delete his palisades and go for stone walls now. On the other side, tower and archers from Margugu. He is stone-walled out. And we'll still take a bit to push through Fangita with the lumber camp so we can wall more. Von Dutch finally up. Not able to finish his walls again. And that speedy Kuman scout coming to help as he loses another Vil. Hello, Monk. And oh my gosh. Yo, he noticed. He noticed the T90 farm. I was going to say, he's under so much pressure, he's misplacing the farms. At least he's not using auto farm. Give him props for not using auto farm. It's feudal age for Von Dutch. And once he's up, he will finally be able to maybe make skirmishers? At the very least, his team has stronger palisades because of the Kumans, but it doesn't help if you can't build them. So full skirm here from Valas, no surprise there. Skirm counter now from Sitaux. Sitaux with fletching on a hill can actually engage the skirms. And he's going to dive and try to take out one skirm, get another one very low. If he can grab, honestly, if he can push the skirms with the spear, oh, that was a great fight. Archer versus skirm, but fletching versus no armor, so the archers still can kill them. And he wants a dock. I think the dock might be better on that side, so it's farther from the range. That Vil is weak. He has to be careful where he places it. Now, Valas could try to use the fishing ships to block the dock foundation. Yeah, at least their range is on a neutral island.
Ready.
And yep, he's blocking. He is blocking. He does not want a dock to go up. He is to make sure there's no little sliver where the dock can fit. And you need 2 or 3 fishing ships. And then you have a good coverage. He needs to bring one over there. And he needs to pay attention and block. He's moving him over. Wonderful blocking from Valas. And he's not going to let Sitaux make it. Oh, finally! He stops microing. He's microing the skirms. And the dock is placed. Ooh, we needed to go over just a bit more. But that dock will go up. No more fishing here from Valas. Unless the galley denies the dock. The Vil's on only 20 HP. 73%. Sitaux will need to dance and dodge some galley fire to finish the dock. The galley's going to try to close the distance. 87%. 5 HP left and the Vil goes down and the dock is denied. Oh, Valas. That's honestly the best that could have happened. Sitaux spent as much wood as he could have. 87%, and he won't get much back from deleting it. But there is a battering ram here, and Cool Cat now will be coming forward with some knights as the Tatars. Sitaux can delete those walls. Tower hasn't been attacking a wall, unfortunately. He needed to right-click that earlier. But the ram will be able to get through. It'll just be feudal age walls. And now there needs to be enough of a delay from those archers to let Cool Cat through. Von Dutch is so delayed, he's still feudal. He's not going to be helping anytime soon. He's still walling out skirms. And Monos could go something in the Castle Age, but then that would disrupt his Kuman Boom. He's still feudal. Yeah, to contrast teal glow in the dark, we have gray nearly invisible.
Ready.
There's a wall being down. Now Knights and Light Cav and a Steppe. A full stable complement from the Tatars. I guess they need some camels too. But they will charge through. And forward stone walls from Sitaux, while he also will go again for the dock. Dock will go up. Oh, and it'll go up at the same time as fish traps are already added in from Valas. Behind the dock, at least. That's a big investment for them just to be killed by a dock. And now Hulks have to come out for Valas. Palisades going up for Valas. At the front, we'll have a mining camp on the stone for Valas too. And this ram push. Now the question is, whom do you push? Do you go for the pocket? Or do you go for the flank? The flank's still castle, so you could ram down the range easily. We'll have 4 TCs for Von Dutch, trying to make up for how late his uptime is. And then Margugu, just a lot of stone walls here. Nothing really going on this side, just booming. Got a good fish boom there from Turs. Good fish boom from Margugu. 1 TC from him, so 1 TC fish boom could maybe lead to a faster imp time if he doesn't do TCs. This on fast, the dock was on 87%. So it was almost finished. And now they're through. They can push the TC 75% to castle, and it's being mangonelled. The ram not going for it yet. The knights here will run in. Workshop from... Wait, how did Monos get a Vil here? Well, he did. Workshop from the Kumans. He's going to be going knights. And he's going to have triple stable Kuman knights now. And that might just be enough to save Valas if Valas can keep Vils alive. Might need to do some more walling around his mining camps. But he is up to the next stage. The ram stopped pushing for Cool Cat. And that TC will stay up as the knight destroys the mangonel. And the fish boom is denied from Valas. But Von Dutch, at least, still has his fish traps alive. However, comparing the fish booms, 8 fish traps to 28 fish traps, that is a huge difference. And then what do we have here for Cool Cat? He's got 15. And then Margugu still has, what does he have? 15 himself. So as the Kuman player, Mono's with a good boom, but it's more like 3 fish booms versus 1.5 fish booms. But Monos will want to be aggressive as the Kumans. His team has the score lead precisely because of his boom. And now Monos is in a position to try to carry and go for a quick Kuman ram push. And Cool Cat needs the mangonel out to deal with the rams. Capped ram, Castle Kuman capped rams. And that mangonel is dealing with an outpost, needs to stop the rams. And Cool Cat will be aware of that. He'll go for them. He'll have more walls in the back from Sitaux, ready to protect the passage. The Monos won't be able to push just yet. Up to Imp. First is Margugu. And Fish Boom without adding many TCs, just like we saw Sitaux in the previous game. Faster Imp. 5th TC for Von Dutch. And he is the Japanese. So the Japanese, at least they do have their Fish Boom still. If it is only 8 fish traps. I don't know what happened to his villager, but he needs a Vil here. Valas also doing a TC on stone, taking some rhinos. Interesting possibility to cut over here and get straight to the pond. Once they get Imp. Kumans will be a siege on interciv too, albeit without siege engineers. Yeah, Monos does have his own song, doesn't he? Mangonel there repaired by Sitaux as the Rams look to get through the gate. A bit of a traffic jam there. And the Ram push will continue. Good job walling and doing the fortified walls from Sitaux to keep the Rams out. He cannot let Monos in right now, and we'll have a third layer of walls behind this. As Monos is adding more Mangonels. There's Margugu Imp, forward castle, Malian's decent early Imp push, but they fall off in late Imp. They do a lot of things decently, but nothing that's really fully upgraded, which makes them awkward to use in the team game, late game situation. I have an X over here from all the knights as the Rams start to push a gate. How are Tatars and Imp? Interesting. Extra long-range Trebs can be great. Keshiks are a pretty good Cav unit. And then they also have the Cav Archer option. And also in matchups where you're against potentially like the Vietnamese, you can go Flaming Camels to counter Elephants, which actually is a good idea from everything I've seen. Very gold dependent, but for 4v4 team games when you have trade, that can be okay. So lots of walling from Fangita, seeing that Margugu wants the early push. Malians can go for SO if they want to cut. Mark it up in the corner for Turs already. And we'll have a castle coming up by the pond for Valas, as they still want Monos to be leading the charge with this Kuman's push. Kuman's able to have amazing paladins. It's so weird looking at Kuman's as a late game civ, because they have fully upgraded paladins with a bonus that they move faster, and they have Siege Onager. And yet they don't feel quite as strong as some other late game civs. I can never really describe why. It's something that always kind of confuses me, because I feel like they should be better than they are. Their main benefit is usually the fact that their boom also leads to earlier trade, and that they can sustain the paladin production. Yeah, they also have a nice Hussar flood. So now we'll have the towers added from Von Dutch, as Turs is trying to chop his way in. Oh, Sitaux had walled here. Good job, Sitaux. That's actually interesting, because they can chop through to here, and then have an option to chop through down here into the bottom bases. SO without Siege Engineers feels weaker than Onager with Siege Engineer? Honestly, maybe. That's generally a good question, which is more valuable. But of course, in AOC, the Siege Onager let you cut. You couldn't just cut with Onager. Here we go. Mangonels attacking the fortified gate. And yep, we do have a cut. We do have a cut from Monos. There we go. There's that Kuman Onager. We'll get right to the Fish Boomer Cool Cat. I was thinking of cutting in this area earlier. They did something similar. And they'll bring a tiger to start gobbling up whatever is over there. I don't even know what that tiger's chasing. Is there a Vil there? Oh, it's chasing the forward Vil. Cool Cat will try to get on the pond. Tatars, what do they have? They're cannon galleons, right? Yes, they have chemistry. They could do cannon galleons on the pond to try to clear the castle. But the cut is through, and Sitaux not quite walling it off. There's a hole in the wall. And now Monos is through. Those speedy Kuman Cavaliers getting into the eco. Mangonels only. Not even Onager yet for Cool Cat. On the left, though, same thing. Turs is in. Turs is in with his own Cavaliers. Cool Cat is down here too. And maybe we start rotating around the map with ecos getting raided. Sitaux doing everything he can to try to get this walled up, but there's still that one hole. And Cav Archer play from Cool Cat as the Tatars. I don't think that's as strong as the Magyar ones we saw late game with that recurve bow. Tatar Cav Archers still are nice because they can get extra armor. And yeah, +1 melee and pierce armor. But the armor is not as important for Cav Archers as the attack and ranges. And now Sitaux is looking fairly dead, but then so is Vegeta. What you're trading... That's the captain. Sitau's the captain. And he's managing to run Vils. He's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 town centers. He knows how to reboom. You get that 7 TC eco going at least. And then you're back in the game quickly. You're not going to be languishing at no TCs forever. That's true. At least Vegeta's imp. Sitaux is probably more dead still being in castle. And we'll really have to get imp before he can contribute. So that's 1, 2, 3, 6 TCs. So amazing seeing that. If he builds all of them before losing any, he'll have 10 total TCs. The Bombard Cannon going for the keep. Super early trade from Turs. It's going Halberd Cavaliers, which are harder to clean with the Halbs. And Monos will get his own Paladins over here. The Paladins should be great. Right now, there's nothing that stops Paladins other than numbers. So this is stabilized a bit, actually. And Sitaux is indeed going to have 10 town centers. Oh, let's go. He's going to reboom quickly. He's going to reboom very quickly. On the pond, there's a dock from Valas. And Monos' push may be running out of steam a bit. Cool Cat able to stabilize with these walls. And the fact that they didn't lose Sitau's base with all the walls he has is great. Looks like he did finally finish the walls, and somehow this is closed off. Lose the pond. Vegeta asking for food. He's going to start rebooming with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 TCs of his own in the back. But Sitau's team still needs to get Sitaux up to imp. Oh, nice shot on the halves from the cannon there from Argugu. And now it's Turs Halberd Cavaliers against Paladins. I think the Paladins still win that. But the halves are coming from Von Dutch. The Japanese halves. And that's a Sicilian castle from Turs. So that'll go up. He's got, what, 3 Vils? That's probably all he needs. Vegeta rebooming on the edge of Calamity if those cannons will further than they see his new TCs. He has a TC there. Still got 1 down there. That one will go down. But he'll still have 6 TCs total. And Sitaux still only on 66 Vils as the Hindustanis. Still adding that TC. His team needs to sling him some food, I think. Yeah, I guess Margugu's the only one with food. Yeah, I mean, his team is short on food. Margugu probably needs to think about slinging here. Especially Sitaux. You sling him a bit of food, and all of a sudden, he gets up to 100 Vils, and then he can support himself. So this push is slowing down. And Vegeta on 74 Vils, same as Sitaux. As the Vietnamese. Vietnamese versus Hindustanis. I think the Vietnamese can be contributing a bit more quickly. Yeah, they just need to go Imp Skirm, and then they have a useful unit. Sitaux actually needs to boom up and do... Honestly, maybe Shiitake hand cannoneers? Because he doesn't have halbs. He doesn't have Imp Skirm. And, I mean, he will be against Britons. Elite Longbowmen should be amazing against the Hindustanis. So the forward castle from Turs, I was wrong about the Sicilian castle. It did not go up. And now, with 3 players over here, Paladins, Imp Skirms, and a Halbs, Valas' team is pushing back. Cav Archer, Paladin, and Hand Cannoneer. A strong combo, but does not right now have the numbers. And eventually Vegeta could get into Elephants, or he could get into Rattan Archers. But the Imp Skirms give him a great unit when he's booming back. Shiitake Hand Cannoneer plus Gulam can clean the Skirms. Well, I think the problem is it's going to be Longbows over here pushing Sitaux now. And the Longbowmen should deal with the heavy Cav Archers from the Tatars. That's 11 range, so I guess he still needs Yeoman. Yeah, he needs Yeoman. Elite Longbowmen. In the gray color, so we don't really get to experience them to their fullest. But Elite Longbowmen here from Valas. Flaming Camels will do well. They need to reach them. How do the English longbows fare against 10 TCs? In the Castle Age, they actually destroy the TCs. Because they only have... what's their Pierce Armor? Yeah, 8 Pierce Armor? So the longbows will do 3 damage to them per arrow. They'll take the TCs down fairly quickly. Tony needs to get Imp for the last armor on the TC. That's one thing always to pay attention to with your Arbalests. When you're against Castle Age TCs, you can actually destroy them with Arbs. And same with longbows. If only they had French cannon. X over here from Monos as he's looking to push. Sitaux is on 100 bills, 111 for Fangita, and Sitaux finally losing his base to those longbowmen. And now it's going to be a lot of Cav Archers from Cool Cat, and it's going to be Cav Archer versus Paladin. Paladin Halb Longbow. And relying on these walls, but the longbows can hit the Wallingville. Sitau's going to lose a lot of bills to the longbowmen while he's still trying to wall. And I don't think Sitaux is going to get back into the game fast enough. He didn't really have the food he needed to reboom when he had all the TCs. And that's still Marguku. I still see him floating food. Maybe a missed opportunity for Marguku to have slung. Why is he always on the verge of being dead? Well, he's the flank. That's what the flank does. The other side's pushing back a bit, though. But they're pushing into Yasama Keeps. We need some sergeants to build donjons next to the Yasama Towers. Marguku going hand cannoneers as the Malians. Krebs will hit that farm under the Cav Archers. And some more walling from Sitaux. And, well, Sitaux, at the very least, he's done a good job of walling to slow this down. He is up to Imp. Which TC is it? That TC could be trebbed. That TC actually could be trebbed soon by Valas. Valas could snipe that TC. That would be insane. These are live, Templar. These are live. Want to see some juicy war... Oh, that's true. It's Werewolf Trebs. Werewolf Trebs. All's getting hit by the Trebs as Paladins push forward. Get the Treb, and they'll try to get into the Cav Archers. As the Halbs moving forward for Valas. And Trebs go for the castle. Paladin's still running through the trade now, and Sitaux nowhere near contributing. On the other side is still kind of stalematey. No one really able to push into the other player. I think things get better, though, for Valas' team if Sitaux can move off of the skirms and get into a more powerful unit. Or Fangita can move maybe into Rat Archers, or even just into Arbalest. I guess the Rat Archers would be ideal against the extra armor for the Halberd Cavaliers. Because right now the skirms still only do 1 damage to them. Not that many castles, though, and at this point in the game, stone's expensive, and you really want the stone to go to the Japanese player for the towers. So maybe just staying on skirm is okay. Maybe you end up thinking elephant. Because you will be against Malians who won't have halbs, so if you can ever make that elephant transition, they don't have a way of stopping you. And then you're forcing Turs to do something other than the Cavalier. Should go SO as well. Oh, I mean, it doesn't really matter if Sitaux's dead. He's on 70 Vils. Paladins are in the eco. And I don't think there's any coming back for the team if Sitaux is dead. And yeah, there's the GG. And Team Valas will tie it up 1-1. So, nice game. It felt like they had some momentum early on, but just couldn't overcome the Kuman Boom. 322 kills for Turs, 311 for Monos, who really carried that game, managing to get stables in the right position to help out against the early forward. Valas was close to being dead. Coolcat had a great push with Sitaux early on. That sneak did so much damage to Von Dutch. He's lucky to have spotted it. But at the end of the day, I think, just looking at the res, I think they had a missed opportunity for Margugu to sling Sitaux some food. But even if that happens, I think they're pretty far behind. So 138 bills for Valas. And Sitaux really had a tough time with that push. So let's see, what do we have here? That was Sicilians. Hindustanis. Or are they Hindustanis? The Ghulam. I always look for a camel whenever I think Hindustanis, but it's the Ghulam. Tatars. And Malians. That's against Britons. The very first pick, too, from Valas, so important to win with your first pick. Britons, Kumans. Kind of low for the Kumans for how strong their boom is. Japanese, a fairly high pick. And then Vietnamese. That'll tie us up 1-1. Why are Vietnamese picks so late? They are so good with the paper money, Imp Skirm, and Solid Ellie option? Well, I mean, they're behind civs that teams think are better, I guess. I mean, Mongols, Georgians, Britons, Celts, Teutons, Ethiopians, Slavs, Lithuanians all up there. There are lots of good Rage Forest civs. But yeah, that is maybe late for Vietnamese. But I mean, maybe behind Magyars is a bit late. Every civ has a different role, and you're kind of trying to fill out different roles in your draft. This looks like Von Dutch is staying on for Team Valas. And same lineup looks like for Team Sitaux. Or at least Coolcat and Margugu are there. Still waiting for Turs. Smiley! Hello, Smiley! Oh, don't worry, I already had my coffee. I might need a second one. Thanks for the reminder. Hope you're doing well, Smiley. Thanks for bringing some smiles to the chat. How many thousands on the line today? Yeah, it's that a while ago on YouTube. The prize pool is, I think we're around $6,000 right now, total. Reminder that also, every 100 subs, I'll add another $100 to the prize pool. So we've hit the first plus 100 there. We're well on our way to the next 100. You don't like Slavs? You think they're kind of meh? This is mythology music? Yes. If there's Turs joining, and same lineups as the previous game. Sitaux, Margugu, Turs, and Coolcat against Monos, Finjita, Von Dutch and Valas. And Leary, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're here at a tied set 1-1 between Valas and Sitaux, getting ready for Game 3. And welcome, everyone. Hello, Janchess. So, Team Valas here, I guess technically considered the favorite. Although Sitaux also is a previous Rage Forest champion. Their teams were drafted, so these are not set teams where everyone joins together like the league. They were captains and they drafted their team. Is this AOM music? Yes, it is. And it is still pretty scary that Sitaux still has the Mongols left as his first pick. But then also Celts and Teutons for Valas are great Rage Forest civs. And so, some of the new civs, really. Catan's Muisca Way, they're at the bottom of the draft. And H2 Evil, thank you for the sub. You hate Ghost Lake.
The bridge is out. The British must have destroyed it. We must find another way to Chinon.
Well, it's a good thing we're doing a 4v4 on Rage Forest, not on Ghost Lake. Alright, looks like we're just waiting for Sitaux to pick his color. And we'll be good to go. AOE1 music always gives me the vibes. They did a great job for the AOE1 DE soundtrack. Actually had a live orchestra record it. I wish they'd put the same effort for the AOE2 soundtrack. Gonna eat some brick lasagna in a minute. Sounds like a name of an AOE2 or an Age of Mythology soundtrack. They gave all the music weird names, if you ever look at their game files. Yeah, the Muisca, at the bottom of the draft, they do get Siege Onagers. They can go Temple Guard Siege Onager from the pocket. As I said, I was surprised to see Aztecs all the way at the end of the draft, too, compared to some of the other civs. Alright, everyone is in the lobby. And we're just waiting for them to start. They all have their colors. Monos needs to pick his team. Shame they don't have the dream comp of Liths and Muisca, faster producing temple guards. Oh, that's true. Faster working monasteries for the Lithuanians. Alright, they have launched. And just waiting to load in. Waiting for Von Dutch's PC to load. And here we go. So, it's Team Sitaux versus Team Valas. The captains are not against each other, and we're gonna have a restart because of a bugged lake. What a noob map scripter for Rage Forest, leaving bugged lakes occasionally. Making us get back into the lobby again. One day we'll have the technology to fix this. One day. Brick Lasagna is a Celts villager voice line. Still have Celts, not this game. But we can see the civs at least. It would be Turks, Lithuanians, Jurchens, and Shu against the Chinese, Saracens, Persians, and Italians. And, well, we won't have the same pawns next game, obviously. But you are hoping maybe for a fish boom for the Persians, which the team would have had there. Shu and Jurchens together, interesting. So Jurchens would be your Halb SO Civ, where SO becomes Heavy Rocket Cart, because they don't have SO. But Heavy Rocket Carts from them are pretty good. It could also be played as a Cab Civ if you want to go Iron Pagodas. But probably not with Lithuanians. Yeah, shame for the lake. The rest of it looked great. Well, it is mostly the lakes that matter. So we'll just get a nice restart there. Let me just, let's see. I'll just play an ad so that while we restart, we can not have ads during the game. Alright, everyone is in the lobby again. Yep, the Georgians are a DLC. They are a DLC civ. They are from the Mountain Royals, and they have not been folded into the base game like some of the other DLCs were. Right, and here we go. Second time's the charm. And oh, don't have the scoreboard colors right. Sitaux. There we go. All right, so no pawns. No pawns this time. No pawns, nothing's bugged. What are the Georgians? They have a really strong economy. And on a Rage Forest, they're usually a pocket that goes Halb Siege Onager. They also have mule carts that are like a mobile lumber camp, basically. So, on one flank, we will have Margugu versus Fangita. On the other flank, we will have Sitaux versus Valas. 4 boars in the middle of this flank. And big scout fight. 4 scouts converging over on the west. It's like both flanks. It'll again be the captains against each other. Sitaux versus Valas. So no pawns this game. No pawns. That means nothing's broken. No restarts. And now, since we do have a Lithuanian player, we want to see how can they get 4 relics. And there is 1, 2, 3... that should be easy, and 4 that are available for the team, and a 5th if they ever can chop through that passage. So it should be easy to get 4 relics for the Lithuanian player. That'll max out their bonus of extra attack. And now we have Valas going very far forward with 2 Vils. With Loom, didn't go forward at the start. Sitaux just going to come forward with 3 Vils now. And he actually has to be careful Valas doesn't wall him off from the rest of his team. But the bear will slow down the Vils a bit from Valas. He's got Von Dutch coming to help him out. Yeah, no pawns. I know. It's sad. We should maybe always have 8 pawns. That would make Rage Forest interesting. Yeah, but really, the randomness is, I think, a lot of the fun. The fact that you don't have the same setup over and over, and there's randomness to it, adds a lot to the fact that we can watch game after game of Rage Forest and see something different every time. So more Vils from Valas. He's pulling 5 Vils total now. So he is not going to want to lose that wall-off war. He wants to get the forward walls. He wants to get super forward. Have Fangita Wallen double palisades as forward as he can. Margugu, so far, really has not been committing to wall-off wars. He's been more comfortable just booming at home. Remember Pond Arena? That was like one little body of water in the middle. You won it and you won the game. It was the most aggressive galley rush map you'd ever have back on the Rubli days. Unless you mean Rage Arena when we had the pawns under the TCs to fish boom. That was fun too. Some weak Vils here for Sitaux. And he'll have to pull the weak ones back. As the scout from Turs now will come over, but also the scout from Manos. So the pockets from the other side sending their scouts now that Fangita is mostly walled. And Valas is pulling more Vils, Sitaux is pulling more Vils. These two might be Dark Age for a long time. Let's check the idle time. 21 seconds of idle time for Valas is the Chinese. That is an insanely good start. And now, oh, Cool Cat's gonna lure in the boars. Everyone else is build fight, and he's just like, oh, let me sneak in here. Let me grab the boars. Oh, he messed up the lure, though. Turs will have to block this now. The Vils slowed down quite a bit. Sitaux could shoot them. But no, he's just gonna leave them be. It's just a mistake from Cool Cat running too far away. Yeah, you meant Rage Arena. Yeah, that's what you meant. We'll have to do another Rage Arena sometime. I kind of want to do a 4v4 tournament where you don't have pick position. Maybe like random civ, random position. So, luring a bear and 2 boars to the TC is Fangita trying to help out Manos. And we'll give his pocket a nice little boost with the boars. What a nice flank that is. And the Vil fight continues. We have one forward wall there from Valas. Coolcat will be content with walling behind it. And Valas, still trading Vils with Sitaux, wants this passage open. Too bad you can't eat the bear. I could put food on the bear. You gather from it really quickly. Have to sub again so you can publicly hate Coastal Forest. That is one of my least favorite maps. Yeah, if I ever do an arena tournament, we're making the walls 1,800 HP. So there's a trapped Vil. Nice surround from Sitaux. Kills the Vil. And Vil KD 2-2 so far. Mono's got one kill on the other side. So that's 3 deaths then for Sitaux, 2 deaths for Valas. And as the Chinese, Valas has consistently had now a 4-Vil lead over Sitaux. And he's going to be luring in 2 boars too. Sitaux adding in the barracks, so he's going to maybe start drushing now to try to win this fight. But as the pockets are up to feudal, that's going to make maybe some scouts come into play. We'll have a deer push from Von Dutch, helping out his teammate here. Both pockets keeping their scouts alive. Valas needs to get food under the TC. He's long distance taking the berries. He's had such a nice start with the Chinese, he doesn't want more idle time now. He'll need to be careful not to lose the Vil this time, like he lost one in the first game. Turk player this long in the Dark Age? Yeah, it could be a fast imp. As now we'll have a couple of boars lured in from Sitaux, or from Coolcat even, as Turs will block them. And the militia come forward, as Turs gets the wall up, and maybe a bit of a waste on the militia, if Valas now is walled. We'll have an X here, as we do have a sneak Vil from Sitaux. Not enough HP on the scout from Monos to kill it, and he's going to have to rely on Valas. While the scout just tries to block the walls and stop the Vil from walling himself in. And Sitaux, good at the quick walls, almost gets away. Can he get the walls up? And one more hit on the scout, and he'll kill Monos' scout, and he gets the walls. He'll be able to save the Vil. Oh, but a diagonal hit from the Vil. Kamiyuk Villager. 6 HP left, almost gets the kill. Well, that's true. Sitaux did sneak last game, too. But he's through. Double palisades from him. The pockets and the other side up to castle. Mono's up to castle himself, too. And blacksmith and market up for Von Dutch. And so a house there from Sitaux to prevent himself from being walled in. 2 pocket scouts will attack that. I know Sitaux wants the sneak Vil. Would it be too out of the question to delete a house and a palisade and try to kill the scouts really quickly? Hope the pockets aren't paying attention. 6 HP on a Vil, so it would be a risk. I guess you don't get Von Dutch's scout. You could get Monos' scout. Guess it's not worth it now. Scouts aren't too useful. And there will be some scouts from Coolcat in the stable. Stone walls from Fangita. And very, very far back walls from Margugu conceding the front territory. That's Turs and Margugu up to castle now, immediately adding TCs. And risk for Margugu to add TCs when he has palisade walls that are super far in the back. But maybe just relying on the fact Fangita hasn't really been aggressive in the set so far, and try to take advantage of the playstyle of simply walling and booming. But there are 3 Vils on stone. That could just be for a boom, recovering the stone for the stone walls. But he could be thinking of a castle. We'll move over here now. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a castle eco if it's only 3 Vils. How much is it cost repairing the house? Much less than it costs the time it takes one Vil actually gathering wood. The idle Vil is actually more impactful than repairing the house. One Vil in that time would gather more than enough wood to repair it. So Workshop will be forward for Cool Cat, but Monos will be ready to defend with his own Mangonel. And Feudal Age will be up now for Sitaux. Yeah, Feudal Age. He'll be the final player up to Feudal. Only 1630 Feudal. Town Watch for Valas as he's doing a market and a blacksmith. I'll give him more Watchtower line of sight. Let him see the Workshop and the Light Cav that want to charge through. That'll be 3 TCs for Vangita here as well. Here comes the fast imp. It is an option for the Turks. He does have 33 Vils, so if he wanted to, he could do a build for it. So Vondoch as the Saracens will simply boom. And having Mamluks against the Lithuanians will be great. Even against the Turks, if they were to end up going Sipahi Cav Archers, Mamluks still would slaughter them if they are able to close the distance. And otherwise, Saracens have great siege onagers, but that's a bit harder to use against the artillery cannon. Well, guess. Yeah, now it'll be a few camels too. So Persian and Saracen pockets both can do camels against the Lithuanians. There we have heavy plow for Monos. As the spears will come forward and poke a few Vils back. And Monos looks like he wants to go for a ram. And still the team trying to use those very forward walls. Some camels getting deleted to prevent conversions. As otherwise the monks go down to the scouts. And the ram will be taking down the Workshop. We'll have a house on the way for Valas. As the other Vils go to fight the Light Cav. Light Cav down. This Workshop will go down to the ram. We'll have a forward castle from Valas. Hits some Vils. They have to retreat. See if that castle goes up. Oh, nice Mangonel hit. Can he get another hit on the Vils? He can. 3 Vils left. Can he get one more hit? Gets all the Vils. All of the Vils with the Mangonel. Cool Cat with the clutch Mangonel micro. And the castle is denied. Valas lost all of the Vils. He only has 29 Vils left. And all of a sudden, Sitaux with 34 Vils in a position where he wants a forward castle. He could delete the walls and go even more forward. Risky with the Workshop there. Okay, that is amazing. Valas looking to push these walls. How many Vils did he just lose there? Losing probably 6 or 7 Vils. Sitaux now can drop his own castle forward. The castle for Valas has to be more in the back. There's a monk there already. This is only a palisade gate where the knights to try to attack that. Monks from Kolkat could go convert Vils and slow down the construction of the castle. On the other side, we'll have a Workshop war between Margugu and Vangita. Margugu has to be careful with that forward gold. But tons of momentum now for Sitau's team on the flank. You mentioned the fast imp. He's not going to have the gold for that. Then again, Turks do mine gold quickly. It might then be his play to get in for Trebs. Or Trebs were just cannon to take the castle. Wait, Sitaux has Light Cav. He has some Turk Light Cav. He's got a stable. Sitaux always sneaking. I think that Vil of his escaped. And he managed to get the stable down here. And use the free Light Cav upgrade now to disrupt Monos' boom. Monos will lose a couple of villagers. And in the chaos of the castle denial, Sitaux able to get his sneak forward. And he's gonna kill even more Vils. Weaken some more. Turk Light Cav, he doesn't have any upgrades on them other than the free Light Cav. But now Monos, can he wall this wood line off? His vills have to run to the TC, and this is so disruptive now, disrupting the Persian pocket. And wait, look at the vill count. 96 vills for Margugu, 80 for Fengita, 96 for Von Dutch, 91 for Turs. Turs is up to Imp. And as the Jurchens, Turs will probably have a quick access to gunpowder and rocket cart. Remember, the Jurchens, their bonus siege engineers available in the Castle Age, and siege and fortification upgrades, less wood and research faster, which means faster heavy rocket cart, and cheaper, earlier, and faster siege engineers. He has it already. The +1 range. Version to save the scout and the monk. Quick house wall there from Fengita. So try to keep the spear away from the Mangonel. But that Mangonel will go down. Mangonel goes down, and Margugu, top score, has an insane boom from the flank. He has the same number of vills as Von Dutch, who's the pocket. Chuka news coming out now for Valas. X over here between the two castles there from Von Dutch. You always enjoyed the Turkish free light cav? Yeah, right, that's an Age of Kings bonus from before Hussars were even in the game. X here from Monos, as the Sitaux with the Janissaries will now be pushing. Goes down to the camel. And he'll have a tower up from Valas there. He'll be keeping the Janissaries away. And the Chukanus will run forward through the space. As we'll have Turs trying to triple this side now. Adding in the castle, adding the workshop. And he's up to Imp. I'm sure we'll immediately see triple workshops from him. Probably some more workshops. He has 2 right now. And we'll look for rocket carts from him. 4 TCs, adding in more barracks. So Fire Lancer rocket cart. Meanwhile, Margugu, he's just holding. We'll have some more walls here from Fengita. Trying to keep everything secure in case he's cut. But the real war will happen on the other side. The shoe with traction trebs, not the best at cutting. Still would probably want onagers. As Margugu's Imp, but what can the shoe do other than Arbalests? Looks like it'll be traction trebs from him. Italians will be able to get bombard cannon. We'll probably see cannon versus traction trebs. But the trebs will outrange the cannon. The shoe, if I recall, don't have... Well, they do have siege engineers. That gives them, I think, 15 range for the traction trebs against 12 range on the cannon from Fengita. And yeah, they're cheaper. But he might actually struggle against the traction trebs, trying to pick them off. So this castle now will be hit by Turs' trebs. That'll be a handcart now for Cool Cat. So a bit behind on the boom if he doesn't have handcart yet. But he's been focusing on helping his flank a bit. And now it's Turs' time to treb. As that castle from Valas will fall. Turs already trading. Turs already trading. He's always early with the trade. We'll have markets on one side from Sitaux, and then from Turs and Margugu on the other side. Janissaries taking off some vills. Fortified walls are forward there. Valas trying to re-wall. Doing everything he can to wall out. Janissaries picking off some vills. As the cannon move forward for Turs. Cannon take out of Mangonel. And Imperial Age plus Bloodlines from Monos, who wants to go Savars. But that'll be against Fire Lancers. Question is, what is Von Dutch going to do? Plate Barding Armor and Blast Furnace. Castle's on the other side. Looks like they're going to try to push Margugu's side and get Mamluks for helping with the push. They should be able to kill Halbs and deal with traction trebs fairly well. Maybe they can have a sudden push and get into Margugu's base. But actually the Mamluk's going to be interesting passage, so the Mamluks can run to the west. They should be able to kill Fire Lancers from afar, but we're still running into the heavy rocket cart situation, where this is the siege onager equivalent for the Jurchens. And the Chuko News will have to fall back. The Chinese can do heavy rocket carts with rocketry, but not having siege engineers will limit them without the range. So the Thunderclap bombs from Turs. These fortified walls go down. And this will open up a pretty nice passage then for Turs and Sitaux to push through. Cool Cat now, he's going up to Imp, doing some castles. And if we look at the relic count, he has 3 right now. And should be able to grab a 4th somewhere. I mean, you could just cut there and grab that one. What are the relics for his team? Yeah, Margugu needs to give a relic then over to Cool Cat. They should have 4. And this push will continue. On the other side, Margugu trying to push through. He's honestly almost through some of the walls, but tons of defenses behind this. If he can push the castles, that would limit the Mamluk production. We'll have a castle from Sitaux trying to get it forward. Mamluk's there trying to dive some of the Janissaries where they won't be in a spot to kill the Vils, and the cannon will pick them off. So that's lots of Mamluks dead from Von Dutch. And aside from the Late Shine, not really anything the Mamluks excel at fighting. And what type of shots can these rocket carts do, as the Chuko News will be less effective as the game goes on. Bill's go down to a cannon shot. Bill's going down. Rocket carts missing a volley. If they land a volley, they can do a lot of damage to Mamluks or to Cavaliers. In this area, it's a bit awkward because the Mamluks then flank you from both sides. And you still really can't have the Late Chai fight the Mamluks. They can go for the cannon, though. And with their attack, they'll take the cannon down really quickly. The cannon do have a lot of armor, but that'll be ignored for a base of 2 armor. Like how it's impossible to build rocket carts without rocketry. Hey, the lumber camp has a wheelbarrow in it before wheelbarrow is researched. And the rocket carts still want to get hits on the Mamluks. Margugu trying to push, but oh, the Italians are here. Condottieri here, and they're gonna raid. A Kondo raid from Fangita. That'll push back against Margugu. He'll try to go for the White Feather Guards to fight them. If he gets enough of them and they're fully upgraded, they'll be good at fighting them. But he needs more castles to do so, and just getting his 3rd now. And he's gonna go full White Feather Guard there. So Fangita, the top scorer on his team, as Turbs continues the push. More units going down for Von Dutch. Bombard Cannon now, taking the mining camp. They're going to go for the workshop. Cannon will go for this castle. Yeah, the SO player for Von Dutch doesn't have any SO right now. Siege player doesn't have any cannon. Zavara's from Monos. He'd love to be able to run around and hit the Treb. Everyone now Imp as Valas just finishes going up, but he's going to lose his starting TC in just a moment. And Lechai, with all their upgrades, should be great against the Savars. Savars have less HP but more armor, so against the Lechai, that is strictly worse. And Von Dutch is running more TCs to the corners. He's feeling pretty dead in his initial base, and he's going to try to flee with his Vils before he dies fully. 93 Vils, and they're hoping that the Kondo spam is enough to overwhelm Margugu, but he has got White Feather Guards. He's repairing the castle, and the White Feather Guards should be stronger individually than the Condottiero, but they will also not have the numbers yet. Fangita with a great push as the Italians. His condo also have one more melee armor. And there's a castle down from Margugu, as he's actually lost a second castle now. 2 castles left, but that's going to eat into the White Feather Guard's production, as it looks like a third castle will likely go down. And that's the hard thing about the Italians. Forgetting about the condo, then getting overwhelmed by them. So, Mamluks over here from Von Dutch, still trying to out-micro the Siege Onagers. That is a lot of elite Janissaries. Those, they don't look like Janissaries to me anymore with the player color. They look totally different than the Castle Age ones, but they'll be used to push back the Mamluks. And the Mamluk numbers are just collapsing there. Von Dutch not able to micro them, and now the push is going to get into the pocket. Sitaux's going to go up 2-1 here. Yeah, they look like monks. They look like monks. And there goes the castle. So Margugu here, he's being pushed by Fengita. And he might need Turs as the Jurchens to help him out. The problem is the Kondo is a good unit to have against the Jurchens because it's anti-gunpowder. And maybe the Jurchens need Fire Lancers there? I guess they would take bonus damage. Yeah, they can't go Fire Lancer. So how do they stop the Kondo then? Maybe they just need to make a swap to Stables and go Cav. Or maybe they need Cruel Cat to help out. Von Dutch cannot stop this, but the team's continuing because of Fengita's push into Manos. Oh no, a defenseless SimCity? It's not defenseless, it has Mamluks, but the Mamluks have not been working out. The elite Janissaries have been super strong. Condos, the thing about condos is that they still take full damage from the Janissaries because they only do pierce attack and not anti-infantry bonus. So they kind of kill each other, assuming the Janissaries close the distance. So another forward castle from Fengita, as this push from him is not stopping. They'll have 7 cannon to destroy buildings, and it will be Cool Cat trying to help over here, but that'll be against Savars. Some arbs from Margugu, but perhaps too little too late, as the condos still move in. And now an opening in the gate. Turs leaving the gate open. Sitaux trying to do towers over here. It's a lot of Savars. And the Turks are the only camel civ on this team for fighting the Savars. Now the Jurchens do have Halb against the Savars, but I guess you'd prefer not adding them in for your stronger units. Turs trying to get some vills back from the castle. Running them away, but chased by a Savar. And now Monos is coming through as the teams are rotating around the map. They are rotating around the map, but now Sitaux's team is getting their push. They've cleaned Von Dutch, and they're getting into Monos' base. And I think Sitaux's team is pushing faster than Valas' team is. And the Bombard Tower able to deny some of the castle even. Bombard cannon go for the next castle. And there's a GG. GG's from Valas' team as Team Sitaux goes up 2-1. Looking to pull the upset in the first round. It's a best of 5, so one more game from them would win it. And as great as this push eventually was against Margugu, they couldn't hold the left. Even after that long wall-off war, the clutch Mangonel to deny the castle from Valas. And Sitaux's team will go on to win. Dang, and that is 302 kills for Cool Cat. Lithuanian pocket carrying. Most trade profit for Turs, most res collected from Margugu again. Getting lots of economy. 27-minute imp, 27.45 from Turs too. And Society, most fills for Cool Cat at 139. Oof, alright. So that puts Team Valas on the brink of elimination. Team Sitaux in the first round. So that was Italians. Didn't even see what all the civs were. Persians. Italians won there. Persians, Shu won. Lithuanians won. And I'm missing something. Oh, Jurchens. That's Jurchens, Lithuanians, Persians, Italians. Right against Shu, Chinese, Turks. Wait a minute. Oh, I was missing the Turks. That's what I was missing. Against Chinese, Saracens, Italians, and Persians. There we go. Man, getting the civs checked off is hard. There's so many. Alright, while they're in the lobby, I am going to take a very quick break myself and grab some more water. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. And we'll get into game number 4 with Sitaux looking to eliminate Valas in the first round of the quarterfinals. Or the first round of the playoffs, which is the quarterfinals, rather. Alright, so they are all in the lobby, just about ready to go. Ready for game number 4. Valas, now he's in the... Ooh. Look at those civs Sitaux still has. Mongols, Georgians. Also, Portuguese is a flank. Franks is a pocket. Mayor 2 is a pocket for him. So Celts and Teutons probably split up. 1 per each remaining game. Then the other pocket, clearly Burgundians. And then questions. Muisca could be a pocket for Valas. Figuring out how to use the civs is tricky. But here we go into the game. And let me get the colors set up. Turs always gets the color. And it'll be captains separate from each other. And pawns, 1 pond per team. Cool Cat has a back pond on the edge of the map. And Valas will have a pond near him. So Berber flank, and it will be a way pocket for Monos. I've casted a lot of Black Forest recently, and I really don't like the way as a Black Forest civ. An amazing eco, but Tiger Cav, they're really a Castle Age unit, not a late game unit. So Cool Cat picking up some sheep for his flank, and it'll be Margugu facing off against Valas this time. The Maya for Margugu, so he'll start with an extra Vil. Against the Berbers, whose Vils will move faster. Keep an eye on the idle times now. Margugu, 1 second of idle time, might have had to click Loom. And then, ooh, tiny bit of idle time for Cool Cat as the Franks. Not what you want as you're just going to your lumber camp. He lured the boar early, which could mean he might have needed to force drop food while he was scout fighting. So the other side will be Sitaux versus Fengita. And this will be Sitaux's team using the Mongols. So Mongol Frank pockets Maya Burmese flanks. And they'll have Georgians as a Halbaso pocket if it goes to the next game. So barracks forward for Sitaux. And Boar taken by the Vils. We'll have some walls going up for Fengita. And a wall here for Margugu. So he looks like he'll get a forward wall if his Vils split up. And what's that gate? Valas gonna pull back. Margugu will chase him. And I'm sure Margugu would love to be able to dock this pond. Not let GG out as the Celts get a fish boom here. And it will now be Cool Cat as the Franks taking the pond. In the super late game, the Mongols don't need food. Mangadai, Siege Onager, maybe Rams. That does not cost food. They can have that Cool Cat 12 Vil eco that we saw earlier. If Turs deletes all the Vils, won't need farms. So maybe in the long run, better for the Franks to take the pond, because they will need food for Paladins. But however, all the upgrades for the Mongols are expensive. So could maybe be better for Turs just to take the pond and the Franks to use their farming bonus, since they get the farm upgrades for free. And Sitaux here, not going to like being walled off this far forward by Fengita. He will go for an early barracks and a drush. And we've seen every game so far, Sitaux really likes to get that sneak Vil across. And Boars will be taken underneath the TC there for Monos. And oh, Cool Cat lost the scout, but lames a sheep, getting some value as he ran to the TC. Monos didn't garrison. And you'll lose a sheep. Yeah, Mongols don't want the fish after minute 35. Right, that's the trade-off, right? The Mongols want them early, perhaps more than the Franks do, but the Franks want them late. As the fish traps will be faster than farms. You can get more food from or you collect at a better rate. And it's population efficient then, that you need fewer villagers, or fewer eco units. You can get more trade carts. And yeah, there is GG out docking the pond. And I think Morgugu would love to be aggressive. One of the things you need to get used to on the flank is figuring out how to click feudal after Vil fighting. Because there's no set build. You're going to have different amounts of idle time or fighting time on the Vils every game. You need to figure out how to balance the ecos so you can still click up, especially if you want to be aggressive.
Okay.
So some walls up there from Fengita. And same thing for Fengita. He's had to do a lot of walling. He needs to figure out how to click up now. He has 3 boars he could take from far in the corner. He's actually going to grab 3, so he can grab 3 more later. And he'll get this deer in underneath the TC with a good push. And Sitaux still not breaking through. And as the Burmese, Sitaux can go Castle Chaparambai, he can go Monks. Late game, he can go Elephants, and the Burmese, I believe they have Bombard Cannon. Yes, they do, with Siege Engineers. And also Onager with Siege Engineers, too. No SO. Onager could be an option. His feudal from everyone on Valas' team other than Fengita. Alright, let's see if we can just restart this. If indeed. West. Right. Should be able to respectate the game though. Alright, hopefully that recovers quickly. Just a brief F and we're at the start of the game, not 10 minutes, 20 minutes in. So should be able to recover. See, I think my modem just needs to reconnect the upload speed. Alright, should be back in just a minute. We'll see. OBS can reconnect. See, I'm getting like 500 kbps upload. At least I'm in the game. Alright, hopefully back. I have an X over here from GG out. Yeah, do your press F5 to pay respects. Alright, so stone walls here on both sides there from Fengita and from Sitaux. As we'll have stone walls and a bit of a tower rush from Valas, but Morgugu will just wall that up. As we'll have stone walls on this side. So everyone will be up to the castle age, but everything will be walled. Kind of an Oasis-style map with only 2 passages. And it'll be a 3 TC boom for Turs as he lures in some of those extra boars as the Mongols. And we'll look to have a nice Mongolian boom. Oh, long range Veil killing the boar out on the farm. So Fish Boom going swimmingly still for Cool Cat, as well as the fishing for GG out. He's still on the shorefish, hasn't had to add any fish traps yet. 5 fish in that pond. 2 left here for Cool Cat, so he's investing into the fish traps already. And with Valas with some forward vills, well, if Mono's bringing the scout over here too. Xing in the back, I don't know what that X is for Mono's. Maybe he was looking for a sneak. Maybe they're still so afraid of Sitau's sneaks. So forward vills from Valas trying to get stone walls up. Despite the tower, he'll just zigzag the vills to build the wall. 1 HP vill, who needs to get back somehow. Far enough away that he's not hit. I'll see if he can repeat the magic getting this vill back. Or all of those vills. It looks like he gets the stone wall up forward. And that'll be workshops from GG out. Workshop from Margugu, so he's going to try to defend this himself while Cool Cat just booms as the pocket. That's a couple of TCs up. And we'll have a forward castle drop from Sitaux on the other side. So forward castle drop to get through the walls. As pastures start to come up for Fangita. So this is the Khitans, the very last Civ pick, along with Celts, their top remaining pick on the team here. Other than Celts, honestly, I think Terz's Civs are much better. Even than having Mangudai as the option against the Celts. And then we'll probably see some Arambai from Sitaux. We'll see how quickly Fangita can get a castle up. But his unique unit, the Liao Dao, won't be useful against the Arambai. That's just an infantry unit. We'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs here for GG out. Another castle up here for Fangita. Hello, Lily. How you doing? So that castle will stop any Arambai push. And wall did not go down fast enough to stop the castle. Khitans will also have normal trebs. So on a treb war, they could still use pastures to go imp faster and win. A fourth TC from Monos. 4 from Terz. So maybe the plan this side could be faster imp treb war and hope that Monos can push with Cav from the way before the Mongols get going, because the Mongols are kind of slow in terms of they need to wait for Siege Onager, wait for Elite Mangudai, do a lot of upgrades before they're at full strength. So as the first set of walls from Valas are being pushed, he will wall behind this. Have Heavy Plow and Wheelbarrow. So Heavy Plow from Valas, Wheelbarrow from Monos, adding in eco upgrades behind this. So eco upgrades means not committing as much to a push, committing to TCs. And also Cool Cat as the Franks will have Bombard Cannon with Siege Engineers. So this team will have good Bombard Cannon on both sides. We'll have Mangudai and Drill Siege Onagers. Maya are a bit tricky late game, but Plumes usually get the job done. Against Berbers, Plumes I guess can be used against Camel Archers fairly well. So these walls will go down. And we'll have GG out with defensive mangonels. Still getting a nice fish boom. But he still has the risk that this pond could be pushed.
TeMo.
That stone wall goes down. Margugu still can move in. More stone walls gonna go up for Valas. And oh, a nice shot of the scout. So that opens up room for Margugu to move forward with the Mangonel and start pressuring the tower. This is a Castle Age tower, so a bit more HP than the Feudal Age ones. And if Margugu keeps the Mangonel far enough back, then can't be hit by GG out. So he can just go for the tower in peace if he wants to. Maybe a Repairville comes in. Mangonel should be able just to do some damage. Castle for Terz, first one. End of game data. Okay, we'll speed up the game again. Alright, third time's the charm for the internet. Threaten to install fiber in my neighborhood? Please do. So far, my ISP has not done so. Okay, we'll see the tower rush on this side now. It's not a capture age issue. Oh, thank you, Bonkers, for the prime sub.
Attila, that boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
Forward stone walls there for Valas. Mangonel on its way out. So, he's looking to push here again. As we have the castle drop here. Again, we'll have the mirrored castles on this side. There's another castle up for Panchita. And he'll wall behind this. So, as his turret is still booming up, we'll have a nice fish boom. And we'll look at Panchita's economy. We're only 3 pastures. So if the thought for Panchita was to get Imp and then win a Trebor, that's not going to happen with those pastures. He's going to be really reliant on Monos as the pocket. But I still think the timing is important, as the militia are in the castle. The timing's got to be important then. For the, whether it's Huiguan Cav or Tiger Cav, or even Shinbei Raiders for Monos. I think Shinbei Raiders would just get wrecked by Mangudai. I guess it has to be Tiger Cav, because they'll need Pierce Armor. Now, the Mongols don't have halbs, they only have pikemen, so that's the one good thing about having a cav pocket this side. This side is that they can overwhelm pikemen. Again, I think we're almost back. So lots of walling still, as we'll have Imp coming in for Sitaux. And Treb's popping for him immediately. So Treb will hit the next castle. And that should go down, so Sitaux should be winning the Trebor on his side. As Valas will just be walling. Do the Berbers have fortified wall? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So they can get this walled up nicely. We'll have Margugu doing the same. Actually goes all the way to the edge. So can't just cut around his walls. He'll have everything walled up. Both players going for the full massive walls. And we'll have fortified wall everywhere here for Panchita, keeping everything walled up. As I have a few more castles up for Turs. And that'll be 3 castle Mangudai production. Have to be careful having the castle so far forward as the Mongols. But he'll be getting the Mangudai out. As the Onager pushes through. Maybe he can start going for the trees. I have traction trebs on the way out from Monos. Lots of so it's Cavalier, Monk, and Mangudai. Multiple cuts. Cuts on several sides from Turs. You have the Paladin upgrade coming in for Cool Cat. So for GG out, still as the Celts, has a good boom. But he would have to push into Margugu, into these fortified walls. I mean, Celts will wreck the Maya, but Turs, Cool Cat might then need to play both sides. Looks like the Celts are going to come this side. So it will be Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav should be good against the Mangudais, but I think they won't be that great against Paladins, particularly Frank Paladins. The HP difference there. I mean, they gain HP as they kill stuff, but 130 right now. They're not elite. Now they're elite. So 145 to 192. Paladins have much more HP, and GG out will have to get the speedy Celts Halbs out. As the Paladins are closing in, and I think the Onagers killed more of their own army. And the Mangudais really can't fight Onagers in the choke points. They want to pull back more in the open, so they have room to run around and use their bonus properly. Now they can snipe traction trebs easily. Onagers will be hitting the Halbs. Halbs going down. As Paladins are on the other side, still running into the back of the base here for GG out. Getting chased by some Tiger Cav. They'll have to turn and fight. As Mangudai move forward for Turs. And he'll be trying to fight the Halbs here. As now it's maybe time for some of those Ferrari Rams, so that these walls can be cleared. I need Turs to start adding in the Rams. He's doing Nomads, wonderful tech so we can delete the houses. As he's fighting with the Mangudai at the front. And he'll want a castle, but there's a traction trip there already. He's going to delete that foundation. I don't think he can get that up. He's going to chop some more of the forest to try to make a better path for his military. His military has nowhere to go. He needs to chop more trees. He still doesn't have Siege Onager. But we do have, what is this? 48 fish traps now for Cool Cat. So he's ready to stay on the fish trap economy. And all of a sudden, after that traffic jam, the Tiger Cav are pushing. And the Mangudai, in that passage was not good for them. There aren't many Mangudai left, and the Celt SO are pushing back. At the same time on the right, nothing's happening. Valas is just walled. He's waiting for Margugu to do something. Margugu isn't making a move. He's not pushing. Instead, now the Celts, the boomed Celts, are going to be far more ahead of Cool Cat and of Turs, both individually. And we'll even have Valas over here with the Camel Archers. So the full rainbow of Camel Archer, Heavy Cav Archer, Tiger Cav, Siege Onager, Halb, all the units on this side. Some Monks for Sitaux, but there are too many units out now for Monks to be effective. The 2 militia from early on finally died to the Siege Onagers. And Frank Paladins, will this be enough? It feels like Sitau's team is so far short on military, 79 to 160, that Valas' team is pushing. Are the Mongols simply too slow? Do they not have enough elite Mangudai? Siege Onager is just on the way now. Their Mangudai still need armor upgrades. That's a lot of Halbs dying. But now there's room for the Trebs to deploy and hit the castle. Lots of walls in front of them, so the Paladins won't be able to stop that. I'll need Mangudai to snipe them, but there are Camel Archers to counter the Mangudai. Camel Archers to counter the Mangudai, and if there was one game where Valas wanted Camel Archers, it would be this one. Is Drill, Siege Ram on the way, Siege Onager just about finished. And now we have Drill SO against the Celt SO. On the other side, we'll have a bit of a push from Valas getting into Margugu. Margugu getting slung some stones so we can keep walling. Markets are in this corner, so Margugu, if he gets pushed, would remove any chance for him to then get to trade. I'm sure Margugu would love to get plumes in the trade, but he has no military himself. He's only on 143 eco units. But Valas is right there in economy with tons of Camel Archers. Look how speedy those Onagers are. Running away from the Tiger Cav. Drill SO, I still think the Celt SO are better. more HP, and they fire faster, and they train faster. That's 3 bonuses compared to 1 bonus, even if drill is amazing. And Mangudai take a big hit there. Paladins want to pick off another SO. But I'm also kind of worried about Wargugu. I don't think that the Maya want to fight Berbers late game in this situation. And they really don't want to fight when they have no military. He's just full slinging Sitaux right now as the Burmese. Sitau's on only 93 vills. He needs more villagers. At 12 trade carts. He's just trying to go Monk Halb Cannon right now. I think if the other team had one good push, they could overwhelm this. But there would need to be a good push. The fact that Valas is over here using army does slow down the push on the other side. As the Paladins from Cool Cat are waiting to get in. But here is the raid, Cool Cat will lose a cannon or 2. Yeah, they go down. Onagers still are forward. And there is a 1-tile hole through which this army from Valas would be able to fight. Would be able to get through. That's also prime Siege Onager sniping territory as Turris goes over with SO and hides them behind the walls. That one monk will defend. Monks are the best unit in the game, but I don't know if one monk can carry Rage Forest games. The Tiger Cav still trying to die this siege, but in turn being picked off. It's 12 attack versus only 7 armor. So same as a normal Cav unit. Nothing bonus. The Sitau's team still wanting to close it out. I still feel like they should have the better civs. Just really need to get the Mongols going fully. Now Tur's 115 vills. He's got 28 on food. I think those slowly but surely get deleted as he wants more military space. The Paladins now able to help give something to tank a bit against the Camel Archers with all their Frank HP. 192 again. Cav Archers getting hit by the SO. Those are some good SO shots from Turs. All the SO go down. And maybe this is a bit of momentum. Bit of momentum for this side. The Mangudai numbers start to get amassed. Tur's only on 27 though, he needs more. He needs a lot more army. In fact, he lost one of the 4 castles, hurts. He now has, what, 6 castles for Mangudai production, but only 1 queued. It's not really a gold issue either. He's floating a bit of wood, maybe needs to sell a bit of that. Focus on getting trade added, or focus on getting more of a Mangudai mass. Because the Catan Cav Archers, they will miss Bloodlines. Where is Bloodlines stable? Cavalry. Yeah, no Bloodlines for them. So they'll have less HP. Castle from Sitaux, kind of far to the north. Another castle from Turs for more Mangudai production. Still trying to micro all 25 of them. Meanwhile, on the right, Cool Cat still trying to defend with the Paladins. 1 castle from Wargugu goes down. As the scores flip back and forth, and Valas wants to push with the Camel Archers. Wants to push all the Paladins back. Cav Archers still trying to camp the hill here for Fringita. Doing what they can to get the Celt Siege Onagers in position. Onagers go down. Halbs go down. Nice Onager shot. Will they get the cannon? Yes, the cannon do go down. Celt Onager's OP, and they're pushing back against the Mangudai. Turs still doesn't have Mangudai numbers. He still only has 24. He does not have a large group of Mangudai. And the Tiger Cav still being useful for pushing the Mangonels, pushing the Onagers too. Manos really needs to delete 30 bills. Manos is on 170 bills. Well, he's on 101 bills and 69 trade carts. Oh, he just deleted 5 of them. He needs to delete a few more than 5. Get his numbers up. He only has 30 Tiger Cav. Siege Onager from Turs goes down. Yeah, the Celts do eat cannon. With their onagers, oddly enough. And I think Margugu is slowly but surely getting pushed. He still is in full sling mode, and he's relying on his teammates to defend him. So no plumes for him. He has Cool Cat here. Here's trying to get hits with the onagers. More onagers go down. Yeah, this little hill is great for the Celts SO. And this is perhaps a situation they can hold the hill and wait for Valas to push. And the scores can't decide what to do. They're going back and forth. And she's doing coinage. He's going to start slinging. Maybe I don't know, maybe Catan's can do the same thing as Margugu's doing in sling. I guess they want the Cav archers. He's a lot of trade. Monk's still going for conversions on the onagers. The Celts do have heresy, and yeah, heresy, devotion, and faith all in for GG out. So he is having the most conversion resistance he could possibly have. Onager is still getting hits on the Mangudai. And what's that? Only 18 Mangudai for Turs. He doesn't have enough. He's not at 200 pop either. It's not like he's housed. It's just hard to produce them. I mean, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 castles. But only 19 Mangudai. It's not even 3 Mangudai per castle. And with the heavy camels now, that will deal with the paladins. And also can deal with Mangudais too, if they come over here. Margugu trying to make eagles to fight the camels and the camel archers. He doesn't really have castles for plumes. Maybe he could just go Arb. But on this side, the Mongols are getting pushed. And man, the Wei are being a great pocket this game. I thought looking at this game that Sitaux had much better civs. But honestly, having Valas be able to get the Berbers against Mongols is where you want camel archers, perhaps more than any other time. Shot on the SO. And that's a lot of Trebs. Oh, Trebuchet, 6 of them, taking down the castle. That'll be even less Mangudai production for Turs. And that first castle at the front now for the Mongols will crumble. There's some traction Trebs too. A lot of traction Trebs. But we're getting an elephant swap. Elephants now from Sitaux. Elephants from Sitaux. Does he have the eco for this? Can the other team stop this? The Siege Onagers are doing a decent job. But Margugu now is getting a castle in the middle of his base from Valas. And Valas' team starting to pull ahead in score. Will the elephants on the other side from Sitaux be enough? Will the elephants be enough? The camel archers here will be taking down paladins. This castle will be going up for Valas. Cannon take the stable. The camels are now raiding the vills. In the castle as the cannon go forward, and Margugu is having to run. He has 118 trade carts and 61 vills, so he won't need to reboom, but he is 0 TC gaming right now. And he wanted to be trading from this corner. Not going to happen anymore. The trade has had to have been moved. And at the same time, the elephants are not going to be enough in the south. The siege onager push continues. Treb's going for the castles. It's like he has too many trade. He's slinging his teammates. He's playing full sling mode. He was playing full sling. The Mongols, the Burmese, and the Franks. Who, I mean, if you go Elite Battle Elephant, Siege Onager, Mangudai, and Frank Paladins, I mean, what more of a strong combo could you want? But the Khitans, heavy cav archers, they aren't even great. As I said, they miss bloodlines. And then the Tiger Cav. Oh, nice hit on the Paladins. Tiger Cav doing the job enough against the Mangudais. And now maybe the elephants are a bit too late from Sitaux. As it looks like we're going to head to a game 5. This push is almost through. Margugu's base is now belonging to Valas. Valas' team has 5 of the 8 bases, leaving 3 for Team Sitaux. And Valas' team's trade will be so much better from one side of the map right to the other side of the map. No issue. Oh, the Onagers moving in to force the Mangudai back. Yidna calling the GG in the chat. Calling the GG already. So that castle goes down. Less Mangudai production for Turs. Turs, who's finally gotten to about 40 Mangudai. 74 trade carts, 77 vills. 57 on wood, but look at all the wood he's floating. That's where he needs to delete 20 vills, get maybe 10 more trade carts, and get the Mangudai numbers up. It just feels like he's never actually been with a sizable number of Mangudai onager. He's always been fighting when his army numbers were smaller. Which is the problem with the Mongols. They are, honestly, as strong as they are, rather difficult to play. You need to manage your eco so well. Cool Cat's stuff in the original base being rammed. And Cool Cat now doesn't have a way to deal with Camel Archer Camel. As the Franks were all he has his Paladins. Eagle Warriors. Now 8 Pierce Armor, but the Camel Archers will then do 12 damage. So they will push the Eagles back. And slowly but surely, this army in the south, with 3 players, makes progress into Sitau's base, destroys Cool Cat's stables, and honestly just shrugs off the elephants. Those are all 40 Mangudais. Turs has a few more reinforcements. Sitaux doing crop rotation in case it's a long game. Oh, but a Mangudai shot on the Mangudai. Or an Onager shot on the Mangudai. The hill is now covered in Mangudai corpses. The elephants are not getting the job done. Helps go down, and now they're very close to getting to the edge of the trade, and honestly close to the trade again on the other side. I could just cut through the forest here, then maybe hit the markets from that side. But the camels are in, and the camels are going to be raiding the trade now. The camels are going to raid the trade. 124 trade carts for Margugu, trying to sling his teammates, but if he's slinging the Franks for Paladins, it's just Frank Paladins into Berbers. Berbers should counter that. And now, Cool Cat's gonna die. Cool Cat's gonna die. The camels are in the trade. And I think we're gonna have a game number 5. I don't know if there's still anything to be sped up. So we did have to restart, but we're getting to game number 5. Sitau's TCs crumble, and now the trade is hit on this side. Tiger Cav will be in the trade. Tiger Cav in the trade on one side, Camels in the trade on the other. Eagles fighting the Camels, trying to clear this. What is this traffic jam from Turs? Turs will have no gold shortly. No more Mangudais. He has no gold right now. He's holding 7k wood. Unless they're fixing their trade. Yeah, Margugu lost so many trade cards, he still has 102. The least trade is 63. Elephants, oh my gosh, dying to the Celt SO. 28 Celt SO. And Team Sitaux doesn't want to call the GG. Felt like they even had the better pond with Cool Cat having the free fish boom. There were 310 trade cards. Well, that leads to a GG, as Valas will tie it up 2-2. And what an amazing set this has been. As we'll get to the final game, game number 5. We had 800. It felt like Turs had no military. He still had 813 kills, but GG out as the Celts, 885. He lost a lot of helbs that game. 687 sent into the meat grinder. But the units Turs was losing were Mangudai and SO. Not cheap helbs. Sitaux lost 800 units. Margugu killed 118. How much did he sling? That's relic gold. Receive sent. He sent 60,000 resources, most of them to Sitaux. Felt like Sitaux wasn't able to use them all that well. 2350 imp timing from Sitaux. Not enough in the early fight. Manos and GG out. And Fingita and Valas, all 4 of them, took that early fight and never looked back. You mean you needed more army. So, decider game. A reminder, we still have another set. We got Somero versus TeMo after this. Alright, and add out of the way between the games. So we will check off the civs. That was the Celts, the Berbers, the Khitans, and the Wei against Mongols, Franks, Maya, and Burmese. And there's one civ that I've missed already. Which of these have we seen? Or is there one extra civ? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's one extra civ. Okay. So I imagine this has to be a Teuton's pocket for Valas. Probably Teuton's Burgundians, and then Wu Bengali flanks? You prefer Wu or Muisca? Ooh. Wu are much earlier in the draft. Part of me thinks you go Muisca, though, for Siege Onager. They could even be a pocket? Now, Burgundians in the pocket. Well, if there's no Vikings for Team Sitaux, it's Georgians, Portuguese, Romans, Khmer. Alright, well, they're in the lobby. Won't have much decision-making here. They're down to their final civs. And a reminder that we will get the Rex of Somero versus TeMo right after this. So game number 5. Sitaux, I imagine it's Georgian, Khmer pockets, and Portuguese Roman flanks. I don't think they'll use Vikings. Maybe a question if they might want a Roman pocket instead of the Khmer. But definitely Georgian pocket for Portuguese flank. And definitely Teuton's pocket for Valas. I think definitely Teutons Burgundians. And the only question is then how do they prefer Muisca over Wu? I think Bengalis are definitely going to be there as a flank. They'll be able to do Elephant Archers later. And we could also do a Bengali pocket and then Wu Muisca flanks. But I think it'll be Burgundians. Probably going with the civs earlier from the draft. But this is a big game now. Valas, the highest seed, the favorite going in. Or I guess Valas and Barles, the two top seeds. Can't really compare them across the two groups, so they both did win their groups. And now, just like we saw Andy Barles go 5 games, this will go 5 games too. So 4 games and we're only 3 hours in. Only 3 hours into the stream. We got a ways to go still. And thank you, Ruma Piha Tontu, for the follow. Or Ruma Piha. There are many. I don't know how to put the syllables in your name, but thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So what civs do we like here more, Teutons or Georgians? I mean, Portuguese are still pretty sick to have as a flank. And here we go, game number 5. And into the game. Get the colors once more. Valas versus Sitaux. And we will have... Ooh, interesting map. So in the southeast, we have an 8-pond map. Let's go. Best way to end it, 8 ponds. We'll have Sitaux versus Fingita. And then to the northwest, Margugu versus Valas. 1 passage there. Awkward, kind of an awkward map. 4 passages, 8 ponds. 1 pond per player easily on Sitaux's team. 2 pawns per pocket, basically, for Valas' team. The flanks would have to go to the pockets to dock, which they very well can do. We did see a game that was 0 farms, as 8 players had a pond at one point. First set of walls will be pretty equidistant between Sitaux and Fingita. No one really getting too big of an advantage. And Monos will have to send some vills in the pocket to wall up this passage in the middle. And it looks like Cool Cat not going to send his own vills, he'll just rely on Sitaux. Alright, forward walls here from Turs. And he's going to lure those boars. He's going to take boars from the other side of the map. Alright, it's a long boar. Lure, but he's got it. And he'll try to get a 4th. Alright, let's go. Let's go, Turs. Collecting more boars. That's what I want to see. Don't skip out on boars. Collect all of them. Gotta catch them all. All 4 back to the TC. Let's go. So we have a scout war here. Bomanos will get the wall up in the middle. Cool Cat just scouting that. I'll have a lumber camp up for Monos. As the bear will be biting the Vil over here. The wall should go up nevertheless. Don't think that Vil, who's weak, would fight the scout.
Hola.
So Vil there from Sitaux will hunt the boar. Going back to the TC. I have another Vil heading out to that lumber camp for Sitaux.
Bonjour.
Some walls go up for him too.
Bonjour. Posaurus.
And now it'll be the double Borlor from Mono, so he should have no problem with that. So no extended Vil fights, and from as far as I can tell, there are no sneaks. So everyone just has their walls, and on this map, everyone on Sitaux's team is docking the pond. And I still might expect Vegeta and Valas to head to the back to dock. But then they might not want to. They might just play it as a flank and go aggressive and not do the fish. So another Vil here from Mono's going for the dock. As the boars here from will chase Vegeta's Vils. Everyone getting successful lures. And still a good job for Turris to go that lame. So mule cart for the Georgians will be useful. And let's watch the Vils chop the wood there. Hello, Daboos. How you doing? As up, we have... Oh, a bit of a delete. Sitaux going to fight with his Vils, be a bit more aggressive now. As on the other side, we'll have a fast feudal from Margugu, who might play this then with a trush on the wall. Getting more Vils over to wood, over to gold. And we'll add in a barracks. So a bit late for men-at-arms, but it could be towers plus an archery range. Just another dag ending in G. You mean a Tag? You're doing something German? Wednesday still wouldn't end in a G.
Vosotros. Pra. Si. Bonjour.
So feudal age on the way for everyone on Valas' team now. Everyone other than... who's not there? Monos.
Vosotros.
Swedish for day. Okay, Swedish. Is there a rule against players POV in the 3v3 league? I think they need to use a 2-minute spectator delay. Other than that, I think they're allowed to stream. A lot of it is they play as recorded games, and then they do them in fixed time slots. And that's the nice thing about Rage Forest. It's not a World's Edge event, so we don't gotta use their handbook. You just have players schedule whenever they want. They can stream their POV. We just cast them live. Or if they overlap, we'll do the Rex like we're gonna do for TeMo now. Personally, I much prefer that system over the time slots. So I like players streaming their POV. People like to watch it, and it helps promote the event when people see other POV streams. But we'll have over here Tower War from Margugu. He'll do the Vig-style Trush with the archers. And a bit of a pause. What's the pause for? Let's see, I don't see a chat message, I just see a pause. Well, I don't know if there's anyone streaming this. Maybe Sitaux might. But they also might just be tryharding and focusing and not streaming.
Yes.
Alright, so brief pause, right back at it. Mining camp up for Valas. Bear then will go down for Vegeta as he's docking. So everyone has docked. Will we see farms? We might have a zero farm game. Everyone has docked. Everyone is fish booming. There's not a single farm yet. This might be a zero farm game. Oh, look at that bear. He's going to have a nice little view of the fishing economy walled in. Alright. Everyone now continuing to age up. I'll see if this is followed up by Castle Age Aggression over here. Yeah, rip the Teuton's farm bonus. Fish booming is so strong, you still prefer fish booming. So fishing ships here from Argugu. Romans, an interesting civ. They can do Centurions late game if they want cav. They have great Scorpions. Scorpions can be useful against elephants. Remember, they have bonus damage against elephants. So maybe the civ you actually want against Bengalis in the flank matchup. Portuguese then against Wu. Portuguese can go Bombard Cannon to deal with Fire Archers. But Fire Archers still may be a bit scary against them. And Khmer team bonus? What's the Khmer team bonus again? Yeah, well, yeah, +1 range. Yeah, +1 range for the Roman Scorpions. So they were able to combo Romans and Khmer together. That's nice. So Khmer likely an elephant pocket themselves, along with the fish boom. Because the better traction trips? You think Wu good into Portuguese? Interesting. That range cannon and have more rocks. What's the weirdest attack bonus? Samurai against Thericidai. They're a unique unit, even though they're a ship. Although maybe that changed with the water rework. And re-walling from Valas, so stone walls from them. And Turs will be booming. He'll have his fish. He'll have a bear watching the fish boom too. And seems like everyone wants TCs on Valas' team, except perhaps Valas. We have Pangita adding in TCs. But it'll be Sitaux going for a workshop and looking to push. And thank you, Spud Boy, for the follow. Here's Monos up to the Castle Age. Tower Rush continues from Argugu, but he'll pull back slightly, seeing the defensive tower from Valas. He'll keep putting some archers in his towers, that way he doesn't need to idle the villas like Valas's. And Margugu's up to the Castle Age. Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Hadio.
Attila is king of the Huns. He will lead us to victory against our blood enemies.
So a bear takes a Vil. The Vil has 6 HP left. Almost takes the Vil. He'll survive. Scout will follow the Vil. That'll be a duck. Can the Vil build from this side? Yes he can. Yes he can. Okay. I was worried we might have a pathing issue there, but that's fine. Does he have a stable but no units? Where is his stable? Oh, there. He's just getting prepared. He'll do a couple of knights. Interesting that there's only one stone wall. He could think to try to break through there. I think he's maybe more prepared in case Sitaux's team is pushing. How does... Actually, let's see. So Georgians have SO. How does Valas' team deal with the elephants of the Khmer? I mean, Bengalis have their own elephants. They're probably not as good. Bengalis can go elephant archer. And another TC. Okay, TC from Margugu on the flank. So he'll add an eco. TC from Sitaux. So everyone gonna build TCs in Fishboom. And we're gonna have a late game battle here. Alright, we're gonna have one late game battle between all these players. Yeah, Teuton's SO clearly from GG out. They'll go Halb SO. And the Burgundians will be the Paladin Civ. You can also add in Bombard Cannon. Or gunpowder of their own. Maybe halves of their own. He's losing a mangonel. GG out. Khmer Pocket, probably Elephant. Could go Ballista Elephant. Honestly, Battle Elephant would do great against Elephant Archers from the Bengalis. I guess the Ballista Elephant would too. Maybe you could go Ballistas, but that maybe puts you at a bit more of a vulnerability to the Teuton SO and the Burgundian Paladins. Whereas normal Battle Elephants should clear both of that and only really care about Halbs. I genuinely don't know. I mean, both teams have some good civs. They have different ways of using them. I'll have to see what combination the civ advantages stack up towards. The outpost goes down, and just a big onager fight here. Vegeta does he have fortified wall? He does not have fortified wall. So downside for the Wu, no fortified wall from them. Does give Sitaux a nice mangonel push. And, ooh, just surviving, 2 HP. Calculated from Turs. Calculated to 5 HP. Just turns in time. The Valas will get a castle, but the forward castle in the passage will be risky. However, he is up to imp fast. Only 1 TC for the Bengalis, though, so he'll only get 2 vills when he reaches imp. Spending the stone on castles, though, so he can't just do some panic TCs to get more vills. Castle will go up. Turs not going to try to deny it. Not against that mangonel. As mangonel down from Sitaux. So now here, as imps start to come in, Valas' team will be ahead in the timing. Can they push that to anything? Burgundian's another civ who likes to have an early paladin timing. Here's a stable from Monos Xing the middle. As the bear will go for the knight. Some walls here open up. And Valas, once he's imp, will want to push. As Vegeta is still walling against the mangonels. We'll have an outpost in there that'll lose. He wants as many layers of walls as he can construct in a short time. Getting them repeatedly added in this passage. He's run out of passage to wall. Hard to beat Boomer, Bengalis, and Teutons? Well, hard to beat Boomer, Khmer, and Georgians, and Romans, and Portuguese, I think. And I think we got to the final game, and they both have decent civ combos. I just think the Wu are kind of maybe a bit weak. The Fire Archer push has not been successful on Rage Force from what I've seen. The monks will heal each other. There's block printing, and the first treble will be popping for Valas. No castles from Margugu. He's maybe close to imp himself, but doesn't have the food. And green paladins now. Paladins from Monos. He's gonna have 7 stables, getting ready to spam paladins. As the Burgundians, the cheap paladin upgrade. And somewhat early, too. We're at 28 minutes. Paladin will be in around 30. Some castles here from Cool Cat, reinforcing Sitaux' flank. And they, I think, want to push here. I think they want to push very much. They There is Elite Ballista Ellie for Cool Cat. Walls keep going up for Vegeta. The tower will go down to the Trebs. Be a base race, it might be. There's an X here in the middle as the Ballista Ellie cuts through. And we'll get through the trees. The trees are down. Mangonels will force the elephants back. And more walls keep going up for Vegeta. And the Ballista Ellies will cut through the trees. Margugu better save to hold fortified wall. That is true. Fortified wall. Might need to delete the TC to wall behind. Might need to get more walls up. Alright, so GG out and Monos, the pockets, both coming to one side. As Margugu now desperate to wall them out. Onager cuts. Monk's trying to convert all of the walling vills. They'll hop in the TC to break the conversions. Maybe Valas could take the TC down. Monk's still trying to convert the vills. And he's through. He's through. Monos is through. Margugu not able to wall him out. All the vills will die to paladins and onagers. We only have mangonels from Turs. He's not ready to defend this. This will be Margugu's pond. He's amassing a bunch of galleys on it at the same time. Ballista Ellie cuts on the other side as Vegeta will try to wall that up. The pocket's pond is vulnerable here. As is Vegeta's flank pond behind it. The Ellies are going to keep cutting and the Ellies will get right to the fish boom. Right into the fish boom. Some paladins here from Monos, but at the same time, Margugu's going to lose a lot of vills to the paladin raids. Valas doesn't have that many vills himself, though. So both pockets over here, Margugu, look at all the vills that have to run. Look at all the vills that have to run. Oh, and the paladin's going to start massacring him. Well, Valas will soon have more vills than Margugu, as Margugu's losing everything. He just lost 50 villagers in the blink of an eye. And he's losing the fishing ships, too. Losing the fishing ships. Down to 12. He's down to only 43 vills. He's got 20 queued. And Margugu has now been completely overrun by the pockets. Now, the elephants here will take out the fish boom. Some onagers pushing behind them. But they don't yet have any cav to run through and get into the eco. I would need maybe the Georgians for that. So it is Ballista Elephant instead of normal elephant for Cool Cat. And the Paladins. Getting to the onagers. This side, the cut is stalled at least. This side, Margugu, he's down to 18 vills. He's down to 18 vills. 14 of whom are fleeing over to the west. Margugu, does he have other vills? He has to have other vills that managed to run. Yeah, he did. He's getting another TC. He's got a 1 vill TC. But he is dead now. In the blink of an eye, he's overrun by paladins. Our Roman player might have dreamed of scorpions, but won't get them. As now the other side, they have to hope. Sitaux has to hope that Cool Cat with the Ballista Elephants will be able to carry. Mono's trying to come back to deal with this. Margugu is so close to being defeated. Treb goes down to the cannon. And maybe they can still push here. But they still are fish for Monos. Mono still hasn't added a single farm. The Burgundians now making way for Dromans on the pond. That'll hit the fortified walls of Turs in the pocket. Margugu might even need to run farther away. One of his vills still is trapped over here. He'll get that TC up. I think this is his only vill that hasn't been trapped. Once he gets that TC up, I think the next step is go build a TC over here. Try to get your eco running in a spot that can't be harassed again. As he will get the TC up. He still has 2 TCs. He got a TC over to the west. so he's not 0TC gaming just yet. And maybe Valas' team could regret not finishing off Margugu. But they still are pushing back the elephant archers. Or the ballista elephants. Lushuan's on the pond now. Yeah, no cannon gallons from Manos, but he's letting Finchita do the Lushuans. They're still getting pushed, but the castle now for Cool Cat will go down. Margugu on 34 Vils. He doesn't have any food either. And this push might just have done it. As the Halbs are now trying to stop the siege onagers, Trebs are going for the castle. This pond is gone. No more Lushuans as the docks are cleared. If the Ballista Ellie is grouped, the onager can hit them. Yeah, Terra's input minute 32 with the Georgians. Georgians supposed to have one of the best, if not the best, late game ecos, with fortified churches boosting their eco. But if you don't have enough fortified churches, you're not boosting everything. And if you have a lot of farmers that aren't boosted, you're slowing yourself. And yeah, he's got 105 vills, 41 trade carts. And I mean, he is boomed now, but booming for what? Keeps? Spawn tower keeps are nice, but they're not going to stop trebuchets. Paladins around both sides of the lake. They just can't fight the elephants now. And I still don't know what counter this side has to ballista elephants, other than if GG out can go siege onager. Oh, the ballistas. They're still killing halbs. This is a strong army. And the onagers need good shots on the ballista elephants now. I expect this game to drag out because whatever team loses is eliminated here. We're at the brutal single elimination playoff stage. And this, slowly but surely, they're pushing. They are pushing. And the paladins here just dancing. They can't engage. The pond is kind of awkward for the paladins, and it also lines the halbs up for the ballista elephants. The ram push here is slowed down. The Georgians one of the better civs to defend, with spawn tower keeps, better repairs for their castles, fortified churches. And now the trade route is pretty short, as it's 3 bases versus 5. But the Toes team still has the score lead. Margugu has 41 vills, but they can't stop the elephants. They might even just need to pull back from the pond so the siege onagers can work better. GG out. He's got capped rams. The Teutons, yeah, they get siege engineers, but no siege rams. Okay, so the rams need to get through the walls. The trade is here. Trade, this is not a good spot for trade to be. Margugu in the back has been discovered. He could lose some more vills there. Valas now going for the elephant archers since he is fully boomed. And trade pathing through the ballista elephants here as Valas' team retakes the score lead. And the ballista ele is getting some huge bolts shooting into the halbs and the light cav. Reaction Treb's taking down the light cav. Well, this is absolutely crazy. The trade carts are getting dragged into the fight. And if there's another cut, it won't go anywhere. But Margugu in the back has been cleaned up. So down to 26 vills, but he is rebooming. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, adding in an 8th TC. If his team can sling him food, he can reboom. That's a big if, though. And the Romans should be able to contribute with Scorpions once he gets up. Scorpions or Legionaries or Centurions or anything. They just need units from him. They need numbers. Oh, Ballista Ellie push slowing down a bit. Just doesn't want to go into all the siege. Ballista Ellie is hit now by the onagers coming forward. That could be a nice hit on the Ballista Elephants. Oh, 10 of them go down. No blast furnace for Monos. That's true. He's missing a blacksmith upgrade. The Paladins. They have Burgundian Paladins then. No blast furnace, no bloodlines. Do you need blast furnace? The Dravidian traction, or not, the Wu traction tribes, I mean. They are the ones with Sitting Tiger that fire additional projectiles. Well, the SO are here for GG out, and it feels like they're starting to push this back. There aren't that many Ballista Elephants now. And part of me thinks Cool Cat could use normal battle elephants rather than the ballistas. Need some type of siege here. We'll have stables from Valas, as he might think of cutting through this part. Treb's hitting the elephant archers. Margugu up to 82 vills. He's starting some trade. He'll be back in the game soon. But soon, will that be soon enough? His team's push in the south kind of stalling out. Bombard cannon going down to the traction trebs. And GG out still able to play SO both sides. As long as he has SO here, they have a way to deal with the elephants and stop the Ballista Elephants from making more progress. Also, traction trebs apparently wreck Bombard cannon when they have the extra projectiles. Paladins still not fully upgraded by monos. But I think they're more for tanking damage at this point. Has some trebs for Turs trying to defend his castles. They get into a treb war. We'll have some rams there from the Teuton pocket. Remember, no siege ram for them. But they could... See, they do have Ironclad, which is more melee armor for the rams. Stable there will go down to trebs. Traction trebs hitting the Ballista Elephants as they push in. That's a lot of Ballista Elephants. How are the ecos looking? Turris has a ton of extra eco. He should probably be slinging Margugu now. Margugu housed. He needs more housing. He gets some trade established. He is imp at least. So once he gets trade, he can start adding Scorpions. Scorpions might even be useful if he could go down here with them. So Turris has not been pushed for a while. It's army just biding its time. Waiting until it can push Turs.
Food, please.
That wall on 1 HP. I think the elephants are actually through. I don't know if they can chop felled trees. I think they can. Yeah, and wall's deleted there from Fengita, so models can get a better engagement with the paladins. Alps coming from the rear, but the paladins won't really be there as much. They're more in the front. Now the trade will be kicking in. Also, late game trade bonus for the Bengalis. They get food with their trade as a team bonus. That's that, yeah, they generate 10% food in addition to gold. So the team might need fewer vills. Okay, another onager shot on Ballista Elephants. Well, maybe see an onager shot on Halbs. And pretty nice onager shots. So the Ballista Elephants are ready to push forward, but low HP. Onager still clearing the passage. And there is Ellie switch. There we go, Battle Elephant. Battle Elephant has 137 vills, and Turs with the Georgians has managed to hold for Margugu to get back into the game. He will have a ton of light cav immediately to deal with the monks. He will be up against elephant archers. Last furnace for him. A few halves inside the rams from GG out. But if they now can force GG out to pay attention up here, that removes attention to the onagers in the micro in the south. There's Battle Elephants. Coolcat still needs elite. And he's clicking it right now. And he showed the elephant transition. Alb's getting forward. This pond still trying to be redocked by Fingita. He's trying to get some Huchuans on the pond again. As, let's see, Margugu has had a relic this whole time. We'll go with Lightcap to try to jump on top of those monks. And looks like he will be able to, trying to find a way to get to them instead of the elephant archers. Halb's protecting. At the same time, Turs comes forward with two-handed swordsman. I think the monks are down. And here comes some rams. Rams with two-handed swordsmen. Rams, I don't think do any damage to ballista elephants. Yeah, these things do not count as siege weapons. Treb's being split up from Valas. Trebs are going to come up here to try to hit the TC. Those will be chased by a ram? Maybe the ram goes down. Hello, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. How are you doing? And nice hit on some elephant archers with the siege onagers. Can we get another shot? The elephants will pull back, but one goes down. One goes down. Yep, and the elephant archers here. Still fighting. So ballista elephants now. They need to fight those paladins. And the paladins making a bit of progress now, along with the traction trebs pushing into those keeps. And they're going to need something from Margugu here. I mean, it's hard against the onagers. I think Margugu might need scorpions. Wants Roman scorpions with the Khmer bonus. And remember, scorpions do have an attack bonus against elephants, so that could be an option for him. But still just tricky with the siege onagers. I could hit them. Okay, 3 bases to 5, and there's Coolcat asking for gold because the trade is not going to be good. It'll be much longer for Valas' team than it will be. Than it will be for Sitaux' team. Okay, onagers moving forward. Ballista Ellies ready to hit the halbs. Siege onagers trying to get hits on the ballista Ellies. Halbs will just be melting. Nice onager shots. I need to get some shots on the ballistas. And normal battle elephants were not that big of a transition though from Coolcat. He's staying on the ballistas. I mean, the bombard tower is here now forward from Manos. His team doesn't really have a way to push this. And Margugu researching Cavalier, so he can go commit a Tensei's Cavalier. Needs to do the unique tech, so that they train faster and get a charge attack. He can go for them. Now that's interesting. I mean, could be useful against elephant archers. I think they still die to paladins. The onagers now have to pull back. No heresy in for Turs, but he does have devotion and faith. Onager converted, but gets picked off. Doesn't hit anything with that shot somehow. And the paladins now come forward. The elephants group up for the SO. Paladins trying to get to the SO. Trying to run around. They get one. They get a second. And a third. Now let's just get right back out. Meanwhile here, nothing really moving at all. We have 2 fights that are just stalemated now. Elephants have so much HP. These towers have so much HP. But with spawn towers, they'll be helping out, especially against the paladins. Yeah, Margugu's had more than enough time to reboom. We're now at an hour into the game. And he has 46 trade, so he needs to figure out how to get a gold unit. Not just the light cav. They're good for picking off the initial round of monks. And the paladins here will be torn apart by the keeps. There's now some light cav run forward into elephants. Onagers will be trying to take down the elephants. Siege Onager play from Turs. Siege Onagers from GG out. There's a gate, and the light cav from Margugu will get through the gate. They'll be able to destroy the Siege Onagers. Some monk conversions targeted there from Valas. I still think Turs, let's see, will want Heresy. He did it in a previous game. Or at least that was it, the Celts player did previously. And this is a big mass of paladins and trade carts, though. Trade carts. This is a push because it sits right on the trade line. The markets would have to be moved over to the side, and the trade would be shorter. Paladins breaking through just a bit. Sitaux trying to do halbs. What else does Sitaux do as the Portuguese? He needs maybe some more gunpowder units. Maybe something stronger than just halbs, but they don't really have that power unit like some other civs have. Halbs will be fighting the paladins, and he's constantly trying to fight paladins with halbs. Alright, man, what an amazing game this has been. Margugu now back. He has a new trick. Now, Onager is still getting shots. Turs needs good Siege Onager shots. Again, he's the highest scorer on the team. Couple of Dromans on the pond, hitting the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers are able to run through. And tower is up, but Turs has lost a lot of the forward spawn towers he had. As now the elephant archers, 39 of them. That is a hard mass to remove. That's almost 9,000 hit points. The Onagers need to do the job. If the Onagers can get some good hits, well, there's 2,000 hit points taken down already, but the Onagers are dead. Well, the elephant will spearhead the charge against the player who still has only trash units, Margugu. A few Cavaliers mixed in. Other than that, it's pure light cav. In the south, there is an X. They discovered a bit of a clearing cut into the base. And now, Trebs will go for the castle. Go for that castle. Bombard cannon out for Sitaux. Take the halbs, he'll take some of the army in the middle. And too long he stayed on light cav. Well, it's kind of hard to do that because you need the gold. Or rather, this side to this side. I'm still in the game though, it's just the stream that's dropping, so we're good. We're good. We will continue. F. Game is still going though. Just a mini F. We're back. We're back. Should be back. Alright. Didn't lose the game. We're good. So Siege Onagers take out some Hussars. Big Siege Onager shots now. Oh, that is suddenly some good Siege Onager shots from GG out. And Onagers now get a good hit on those elephant archers. That is a big hit for Onagers. Can they get another volley in? The elephant archers are so weak now. There's opportunities for the Onagers to clear them. That's also a lot of Onagers though in the back, because we also have a battle elephant swap. Valas. And this is slowly but surely getting pushed again. Elephants pushing forward. Valas has managed to afford Bengali elephants along with the elephant archers now. And they will keep pushing. Mangonel or Onager shots falling on the elephants. On the other side on the pond. Just past the pond are the Trebs. They still have not found a way to break through all of the ballista elephants. And as they move forward, they'll be farther from the bombard towers. The castle here in this clearing was taken down, but now retaking the clearing is Cool Cat. He's gonna force his way back to the Lushuans on that pond. Try to get them with the ballistas. And now on the other side, that market is in danger for Turs. And the trade route would be shorter. Wait, we have a cut. We have a cut in the south, and now all of a sudden there are paladins in the trade. There are paladins in the trade. Vegeta managed to cut in the south, open a path, go around another gate, and now Sitaux is in trouble as the trade is being raided by paladins. The trade cart numbers are dropping. And Margugu doesn't have much of an army composition. He's got a single column of units with lots of light cav. Now, how does this stop? They got paladins in on the trade. Sitaux trying to do halbs. He can't wall behind it. There's another group of paladins getting in. And meanwhile, this is now farther into the base of Turs. He's lost a lot of the stone defenses he had at the front. The actual battle elephants doing some damage, pushing through. Onagers go down to the elephants. Onagers hit the battle, or the elephant archers there. And this might be it if they can get to the trade. But the trade is not completely dead. And maybe, just maybe, Sitaux can wall this out again. Some battle elephants here from Cool Cat. And quick gate. The gate does go up. That'll stop another round of paladins from getting through. The Vil goes down, so just momentarily halts them as the traction Trebs take that out. But it lets more ballistas get into position to damage the paladins. Or we won't be killed fully, but they'll take a lot of damage. Maybe if they dive the bombard cannon, they can be killed. As in the middle here, now that the trade has been pushed and Sitaux has to react to that, they're able to push the middle. Cool Cat, not enough ballista elephants right now, only 12 of them. And then in the north, it feels like slowly but surely Turs is going down, getting pushed. He's losing his base, losing the market, and they've lost pretty much the area where they had been trading. And they're now down to maybe 1 and 2 halves of their original bases. As Valas pushes forward with the elephant archers, gets through the TC, pushes the scorpions back. Now Margugu getting heavy scorpion, and this is maybe the last chance of the unit swap composition, getting the heavy scorpions. There's still some paladins in the trade. The paladins have gotten into one of the fish booms. I mean, tons of farms added now. The market's against the corner of the map for Turs. Halbs are all lining up there for siege onagers, for ballista elephants to snipe. Battle elephants can't even fight. Paladins trying to pathfind around. Onagers will take the elephants. Also, try to push the ballistas back. And Sitaux, with paladins in the trade, he will call the GG, and Valas will hang on, and his team will win 3-2 to advance to the semifinals next Saturday. Oh man, what a set that was. It felt like all 5 games had points where one team was pushing and then things swung. What a crazy set, and a crazy game to end it on, with elephants everywhere. Archer elephants, ballista elephants, battle elephants. Maybe one day we'll see Persian war elephants again, but for now, paladins in the trade and in the fish boom will end things for Team Sitaux, whose team played so well this set and came so close to advancing, but Valas showing some resolve, holding on. GG out with the Teutons as the pocket, 1,000 47 kills. And Team Sitaux, I thought they had a great Civ combination in the previous game with Mongol and Frank Pockets. Maybe they could have done something differently there. Maybe gone both Mongol plus Georgian, tried to just put all their good Civs in one game. Sitaux angry? Why would he be angry? But, man, what a set. GG out. And Valas advances. So, there we have it. Valas holds on. And we'll check off the rest of the civs. That's Teutons, Bengalis, Wu, and Burgundians against Georgians, Portuguese, Khmer, and Romans. And even in that last game, Khmer... I still think opening with battle elephants might have been better than ballista elephants, as good as that cut was at the start. Man, that was a great set. And we are going to have one more set immediately coming up, because we have recorded games of TeMo versus Somero to cast. So I'm going to go try to figure out what's going on with those. And let me see. So we're gonna try to find Rex. For this. So, congratulations to Team Valas. They will advance. Let me update the title and everything. Get some ads out of the way. Do Somero versus TeMo next. Update this scoreboard. Team Somero versus Team TeMo. Let me find their draft. Valas's draft. I think they had posted this earlier. The other side on the scoreboard. Here we go. And we'll view their lovely draft. So, what do we have here? Ethiopians and Celts, the first two picks. Japanese, very high pick for Somero, along with Georgians. Then Teutons, Turks, Lithuanians, Spanish, rounding out the top four for each team. At the very ends, Khitans and Inca, Romans and Vikings again. Maya and Wei. The Khmer also not pay. I'm kind of surprised to see the Khmer so low. I would think they'd be maybe a bit higher. But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break myself, find the Rex, and then we'll cast the next set. So stay tuned, and we'll get the next semifinal started in a few moments. Alright, so let's get started. And we'll grab game number 1. Boosters team. So this will be TeMo versus Somero. Capture Age setup. And here we are for our second set of the day. It'll be TeMo versus Somero. TeMo to the southwest, Somero to the northeast. Let's start on the eco screen for the Vil fights. It'll be Abunzurhalt against Kasva, and then Rooster against Stone Please. So it'll be Somero, Stone Please, Chrissyboo, and Kasva against Rooster, Abunzurhalt, TeMo, and Zach. Very forward walls for Rooster. Scout from Stone Please blocking 2 palisades. He'll try to keep it open. And if the scout dies, the Vils maybe can wall. Ooh, Kamiyuk Villager killing Rooster's scout. Stone Please will lose the Vil fight and block the walls, as now Chrissyboo's scout will come forward. And that scout can help and also maybe pick a Vil. Scout can't get through. And the poor champion scout from Zach takes so long to get here. One of the reasons why the Muisca, even though they have siege onagers, is not a good pocket. Their champion takes forever to get to the Vil fight. Rooster wants that last tile. Ooh, I think he misclicked and clicked the wrong segment of wall. He might lose a Vil there. And Chrissyboo is going to try to hunt her down. And he'll probably lose another Vil there. So that could be 2 dead Vils soon for Rooster. There's one. As the champion is so much weaker than the scout. But there, the wall is up. And these 2 Vils from Stone Please now are trapped, but immediately break out. I was going to say, they could be trapped in a wall, but not enough HP on the walls for that. Vils going down, and wall goes up. So, forward-ish wall, kind of in the middle of the passage. But you're not immediately going to pressure Stone Please with that. You can wall behind it well enough. Another passage here that'll have to be walled. And on the other side, Vil's aggressive from Abunzurhalt. Pushing forward. Also, Vikings Byzantines on the flank. Neither save with a Dark Age eco bonus. Unless the Vikings are actually going to dock. So 2 pawns per team. Pocket, 1 on the pocket and 1 on the flank for each team. It'll be Somero with the Celts with a pond. Oh, what more could you ask for? But TeMo with the Cumans with a pond. Problem is, I think Celts should beat Cumans, going Halb Onager into the Paladins. And Muisca probably a much weaker Onager civ than the Celts. So Chrissyboo as the Huns is going to be the Paladin civ too. Maybe there's a world where... Oh, they do swap the docks. Chrissyboo will take Somero's pond, and Somero will take the pond on the flank. So he'll take Kasva's pond. And the Vils for Abunzurhalt still are forward. He's got a very forward wall. And he would absolutely love to get a dock here and disrupt the Celt player's boom. Nice gate to trap the scout. And he's got 3 Vils forward, along with a dock Vil, and he'll be able to dock this pond. And now as the flank, maybe he'll try to go fast feudal to get control of the pond early. Lots of hills being sent from Kasva, as a wolf will help out Kasva and attack the villager for Abunzurhalt. As Kasva gets his Vil forward, and that wolf... Oh, the Vils from Kasva stop running. That wolf might have just saved him. But looks like... Ooh, wait. Where is he? He's not doing a dock. He's not going to be greedy and try to go for the pocket for a dock, is he? Oh, I think he is. He's the Celts player's fish booing. He's gonna go straight to the pocket. He's gonna think maybe we can push this and disrupt the fish boom early. I'll just get to the pocket. Blame the boars? Dock this pond? TeMo's scouting there. He got some teamwork going on. So super forward Vils for Rooster to the point that he's going to try to lure in these boars. A bit risky as the Diagro houses are there for stone, please. Misses with the gate, but actually Diagro's it anyway. Rooster wanting to lure them, but Stone Please will lure him himself. We'll see if Rooster can do some Diagro houses. Or a gate. Yep, that gets one of them. Hope some Diagros everywhere. Weak Vill there with a weak Champion Scout. Wait, there are lots of weak Vills here. The Boar's gonna get a kill on a villager. The Boar kills a Vill. A Champion still with 11 HP. With a Hill could maybe get a hit on a Vill too. But Stone Please will get back. Rooster will stop chasing. Rooster is very far forward, and he should be able to lure those boars now. He'll get a dock up on his own pond. So it's not going to be Zach as the Muisca pocket going to take the dock from the flank. They'll simply be the flank docking their own pond. Ooh, and that was a lot of action, and a weak boar, too. You gotta make sure you don't accidentally shoot it too many times and kill it in the middle of nowhere. So that Vill will try to block. Probably need a palisade somewhere. Final wall goes up. And not too far to get back to the TC. But maybe a bit awkward. All the boars keep chasing. That Vill can block too. And there's everyone getting up. And Zach up to the feudal age. And alright, all the boars safely under the TC. So there's TeMo up as the pocket, second dock for him, and he has well underway for his Coom and Boom. Fishing lines and double bit axe both clicked for him. Nothing disrupting him. And, well, we did have Albu get in the dock on the pocket's pond, but that dock will be hunted down by Somero's Vills. And Somero is going to spend a lot of Vill time destroying the dock just to ensure that Chrissy Boo has a smooth boom. Well, this will slow down Somero. I mean, 6 Vills taking a minute or two to destroy a dock, that's a ton of idle time. Imagine having 6 Vills standing under your TC for this long, that would feel awful. And oh, the scout from TeMo picks off the Vill from Chrissy Boo. Chrissy Boo not able to get the second dock. And you'll need to send another Vill, no loom. No loom, no dock. And Abu just sent his Vill back, and now he's going to dock Somero's pond. Abu's sending so much chaos with these sneak docks. So Abu has been insane with all of the sneak docks, and he did this in his previous sets too. And he'll also be forward. That is a tower far outside the range of this one. He's adding in one tile of stone wall forward, because why not? Our Wu and Muisca on Black Forest, pretty bad, I'd say. As are Vikings. Team TeMo is, I think, putting 3 of their bottom civs all on one game. I think a much better Black Forest civs for Somero. Vikings have a good eco, and that's about it. Wu can try to push with fire archers, but nothing really good, not the best late game combination, and still traction trebs. And then Muisca can go SO, but no Halb. And also the Champion Scout is very weak early on. So this might force a tower on the pond from Kasva, just trying to defend, as we won't get the double dock from Abendzuerhalt. But will be a single dock anyway with Hulk timing to disrupt the fish. Remember, you can't garrison, so the fishing ships will be destroyed there. So stone walls from Rooster everywhere. White flashing here is a triple Borlor. TeMo will bring them all in under this TC. And hunt them successfully. He'll feast on those. Hills will be breaking through the palisade here for Kasva, but some stone walls behind that with 2 towers. Oh, there's a hole in the walls. They're holding the walls, but with 2 towers, Kasper will have to fall back. Abu, even with the house foundation, real quick to ensure the Vils couldn't get to the tower. Some X's on the other side as the Ram comes forward for Zach. And it'll be aggression from the pocket, monastery to train monks and temple guards, along with some rams from the workshop. And they go right through the palisade with a forward house. So second TC for Chrissy Boo, whose fish already were distracted. And Jeep, thank you very much for the sub.
Attila, that boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
And having the scout still alive is great, so the monk can heal up the scout. And Stone Please will need to stone wall himself off. Thank you very much, Jeep, for the support. Ram will now head over towards the wood line, try to get through the stone walls. You just got that one. I feel like Stream Elements does not randomize them all that well. I'll need to go maybe write my own server for reading the Twitch API for serving the alerts. Ooh, Vil down. And this tower just about up, but will be denied 84%. And now lots of archers for Kaspa. 7 archers and a tower is still taking that down. I'll have another TC for Stone Please, a forward TC, risky with those walls, but he'll go for a workshop too. And maybe look to pressure the walls with that workshop. But Zach, all in pushing the pocket. Somero will go for a third TC. And this is a third TC from Chrissy Boo. But behind all of this, we have a smooth boom from TeMo. He's sending Vils forward up to the Castle Age. It's true, random players, humans are very likely to think it's doing badly. That might be true too. But even then it needs to be like shuffled and playing through them all once to have more distance, or at least have a minimum distance between repeats. So stone walls from Abu. Still trying to take the tower fight in the passage, but double towers now from Kaspa. He'll garrison them with the archers too. This dock, Abu recovering a bit of wood. He'll destroy the last remnants of the dock from Abu. Maybe a galley could hit the Vils on that wood line. Oh, there's still a scout from TeMo over here. Remember, that had gotten healed. And now it's going to start picking off Vils on the stone. Gonna start picking off farms. That's 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 farms. That's 180 wood down the drain from Kaspa, who in the feudal age can't really afford to be losing wood like that. And a weak villager. 2 weak Vils. Ooh, can the scout get them? They can't quick wall on the farms. Nice pick from that scout. Bloodlines and forging on the way. Oh, there are weak Vils all around. Scout to find and snipe. So, ram push now on one of Chrissy Boo's TCs. He'll be doing a defensive or offensive mangonel, but his Vils go down. They didn't garrison in the ram. The ram gets destroyed. This TC, not enough HP to garrison anymore. Temple guards hop out to destroy the light cab. The temple guards need to charge the mangonel, and that TC just barely survives. Just barely had enough repairs, and maybe the same will hold true for the mangonel, as that's almost destroyed, but perfectly calculated for Chrissy Boo, saves the mangonel. Ram here for Zach will come down, and, well, that's walled by Zach. We try to ram in from this side. Mangonel's now from Stone Please to try to clear the towers here. As we'll have Abu up, Abu and Kaspa, the final 2 players to be up. Kaspa just a bit slower. Abu doesn't wall this more than a siege tower could get crossbowmen in. But I see Vils coming over here, so that'll likely be a castle with all the stone Abu has. Kind of a waste of a tower there from Kaspa. I don't think that'll deny the castle. I mean, it will be in range. So, might be able to kill a couple of Vils. The Vils are very weak.
什么？
And he'll try to get a weak Vil.
就绪。
何种命令？
什么？
准备就绪。
何种命令？
Won't get one. Okay, interesting. But he'll have to run his own Vils back from that tower now. And re-wall this to try to stay safe, as it will be fire archers with their attack bonus against buildings. Now we have the knights from TeMo as the Kuman pocket. He has boomed, and he will follow the ram push from Zac to this very open base, and he'll also try to get some knights into the other pocket, into Somero's base. Somero defending with a castle and some quick walls, but he is still open, and the Night Flood for the Kumans is beginning. Chain Barding Armor on the way. Handcart for them too. 112 Vils already for TeMo, and he is in a great spot to carry. He is raiding both enemy pockets, forcing panic stone walls, panic town centers. Everything is a panic now for Somero and for Chrissy Boo. Defensive castle. The castle's beautiful, but you don't want to do that in the middle of booming. Some Woad Raiders from Somero. Those probably lose to the Cavaliers. They don't have nearly the HP they need. They don't have an attack bonus against them like the pikemen or halblines would. Under the castle, maybe the knights will lose. I think they're more concerned about finishing off that TC and killing all the Vils that were inside of it. So Somero on 84 Vils. We'll have Stone Pleas on 72. 92 Vils from Rooster. I probably prefer Byzantines over Vikings. Well, Vikings could simply have a better eco, free wheelbarrow and handcart to get imp. And Byzantines have the cheaper imp, but Vikings with more Vils should overall have the better eco in the imp transition. So Woad Raiders will go down, and Dragon J, thank you for the follow. And we'll have another forward castle from Abu, trying to get more Fire Archer production, and trying to keep his Vils, dance them away from the Mangonel. Vils could garrison those two guard towers and try to deny that castle. Vils there are kind of low on HP. Yeah, you got the Mangonel. Maybe you could retreat now. Save the Vils. Save the Mangonel. Okay, castle can't quite hit the Mangonel. Not in DE. As these rams are not stopped. The rams and the knights continue. And the Imperial Age is on the way for TeMo. As soon as he gets up, he can do Cavalier and more Blacksmith upgrades. He's got Iron Casting just finishing. And Chrissy Boo is looking very dead at the moment. Temple Guards forward attacking the camels. Crossbows will take out some of those Temple Guards. Woad Raiders will attack the ram. Take down the ram. Love the aggression from TeMo's team with the Civ matchup. Need to get an early lead. Yeah, I think so too. It's Kumans and then Civs for being aggressive with them. Now we're going to have a bunch of Byzantine camels. That's maybe the one option for stopping the Kuman knights. But if they're Castle Age camels without bloodlines, and then we get Cavalier into Paladins, that should open up the push again. Especially with Temple Guards, which are anti-Cav. Yeah, +5 against camels, or +5 against Cav, +4 against camels. Oh no, Cavalier's in the stable, it's going to go down though, and Cavalier will be denied. Cavalier denied, and he needs to put it in a safer stable. Honestly, maybe this is crazy, but maybe a situation TeMo could consider just Steppe Husbandry and Elite Steppe Lancer when he sees he's fighting camels. I think that the Elite Steppe Lancers will be better than Knights. And he also needs to be careful how he spends his res. If he queues too many Knights before he clicks Paladin, then he won't have the resources for the Paladin upgrade. So for the moment, the stables at the front will be cleared, and he'll be waiting again on Cavalier until he clicks Paladin. And Abu's aggression continues. as Kasva defends with guard towers. But the fire archers will slowly but surely whittle down the HP of those guard towers, as will some knights at the base of them. Some Cavaliers getting healed up still, as the Temple Guards rush forward for Zac. And now that Cavalier's in, and the pretty purple pocket Paladin upgrade has been clicked for TeMo, he's going to charge in. He will ignore the camels. I'll spread out the Cavaliers, try to hit both pockets again. Somero did not wall himself off, and the Paladins once more will be charging forward. They'll get into all the farms under the castles, and Cavaliers even chasing the camels. Stone please, if he's investing into camels, yeah, they're cheap, but he's delaying his imp. He's not too far from imp as Byzantines, but now he'll have to chase the Cavaliers that are going to run in his base. Those Cavaliers will die, but now into the base of Somero, flood the Cavaliers. They have fully upgraded Cavaliers with Paladin 30 seconds away, and the Fire Archers taking down some guard towers, helping the push now into Kasva's base. So Paladin 15 seconds away. A lot of camels. Camels still can fight the Cavaliers, but probably not Paladins. A few crossbows from Kasva, they won't be doing too much. There is Paladin finished. Full 180 HP against the 100 HP camels. Remember, camels get +9 in this matchup, but the attacks are 8 + 9 versus just 16. So that's only one more attack and much less HP. And also less armor, so the Paladin should win this still. It's all about the numbers, though, and the cheapness for the Byzantines, but that might not happen much longer, as Rooster is up. Rooster's going for a ram push, and Stone Please is going for a mass migration. He's got 51 plus vills. He's got 82 vills that are leaving his base, at least. Everyone is running. He's leaving a couple of small enclaves collecting resources, but after that, everything runs. There's a GG's from Somero's team, and TeMo takes game 1. Oh, impressive aggression there. 133 kills for the Kuman Pocket. They timed the push well. And great docks from Abu to mess up the early boom. And great aggression from that team. So Team TeMo takes game 1. And so that's Vikings, Wu, Humans, and Muisca. Yeah, Muisca not that far down in the draft for them. That's against Celts, so the first pick Celts not used. But other than that, not the highest civs. Vietnamese, Huns, and Byzantines. Mostly decent civs, but I'm losing the Celts early on when TeMo still has his top 5 picks. That's rough. Let's get the ad right into game 2. That enter key really does pick it up. Right, and game number 2. Here we go. So, to the north we'll have TeMo's team, to the south, Somero's team. They swapped colors, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Good job, teams. So, we will have Abu as the gray Turks to the west, and Kasva as the Chinese in the red to the west. And then TeMo, blue Hindustanis against Stone Please as the orange Maya to the east. Our flank matchups. No pawns, so all farms, all booming. players swapping hats after each match.
什么？
I found him.
It's like if you went to a sports game and the teams just swapped jerseys halfway through. Scout there for Abu. Tanks some TC fire. And we'll head down now towards the pocket where Somero is located.
Azer.
And those walls will go up. Also then have a boar hunted down here by Rooster's TC. And we'll get a lumber camp up for Rooster 2. So a nice little masterpiece getting the vills on the inside. We'll have a lovely lumber camp. And honestly, pretty simple wall off for Abu. Got it forward enough. Kasva didn't want to fight.
何种命令？
Just wants to get the perfect dark age with the Chinese, but has 43 seconds of idle time. We saw, what, 21 seconds in another game earlier? So, definitely not a good opening then from Kasva. He still might be ahead in res because he's the Chinese. But, scouts down for Abu. And Rooster gonna try to chase the scout from Somero. Somero. Lumber camp and a house for stone, please. As the walls go up for Kasva on the other side, too. And Scout from Somero does go down, as well as triple boar lore from Rooster. And now he'll just block the Scout. Pretty simple for him at this point. He'll get it back to that town center without a problem. Also has a nice set of ibexes that are right by the berries, so we can mill both of them. And he'll put the mill on the right of the berries to access them. That warlord here, nice and clean from Somero. Warlord here with a bear, but should be easy for stone, please. And he is not going for walls, he's going for barracks. Same from TeMo. Alright, both players going for forward barracks. They're not going to wall. Are you going to see Malay elephant versus the real elephant? I don't think we're ever going to see Persian elephants. I'm sad, Hightower. I don't think we ever will. I think it'd be great, but I don't think we will. So, Maya, Malay, Chinese, Romans, and I'm noticing a disturbing lack of siege onager civs for Somero against Hindustanis, Turks, Georgians, and Persians. And I definitely like TeMo's civs more. So that barracks goes up for TeMo. He's going to start militia. Hindustani still cheaper vills in the Dark Age, so they have a bit more food to work with. Maya, just start the Maya. Insane Eco, longer lasting res. Extra vill at the start. 2 good Eco bonuses combined. The boar is taken underneath the TC for Zach. I'll have a triple boar lorry here for Abu. Chasing that Vil, trying to get some bites out of him. Ooh, there are lots of bears by the boars this game. Not too far away, though, for Chrissy Boo. Gotta be careful as Vils don't oversaturate that. Maybe we could send a couple to the deer, or to the berries, just so they keep working. They're standing around idle. Oh, that's the worst thing, idle Vils. Yeah, the boars are still chasing. That's a low HP Vil, 6 HP. The bear goes down to the TC. And the TC will get a hit on all the boars. And, oh, all stacked on one tile. Nicely done for Chrissy Boo. I think that's a boar collision thing. That is DE specific. They can stack on top of each other. So, Militia here for Stone Please versus Militia for TeMo. Only Stone Please did manage to wall himself fully. And TeMo did not. The Militia can get into his base. Looks like TeMo wants even more Militia. There's a 4th. He's up to the Feudal Age. As the Maya, he might just go 4, maybe even 5 men-at-arms. Alright, not as many Militia queued for TeMo. The Hindustanis, he might just have to do a range by his TC then. And there's the range. On the other side, it'll be a tower rush from Kasva. Tower is actually pretty sick because it hits not just the wall, but also the lumber camp. Always look for that opportunity if you're pushing the walls. And Abu will still be Dark Age for a bit longer, 70% to feudal. As the Boiler comes in for Zach. And Militia still hoovering around. We have 4 Militia, 6 total Militia. Not up yet. The double Scouts will make it risky, but triple Militia now. They'll kill a Scout, and then Zach won't want to engage. TeMo forward with some Vils. He might have to Vil fight. Where are the Men-at-Arms going? The Men-at-Arms thinking of going to the pocket. But there's that Man-at-Arms upgrade. As Stone Please doesn't want to fight until it's in. He's going to send some Vils. He knows he has an advantage. And he really wants to slaughter some Vils with Men-at-Arms. So, Tower from Stone Please as he adds an archery range. Okay, interesting. Stone Please versus TeMo kind of becoming a 1v1 match now. Krisibu will do a barracks, so he might do a stable and knights to help. Zach, with the Georgians, would have the healing calves, so could go scouts, maybe into knights. The Men-at-Arms will kill a scout, and some good aggression here from Stone Please.
Shot it.
X on the side from Somero. He's thinking of something here. Looking at the walls. I think Somero is a big Xer. I think someone collected some stats. Somero X's the most out of everyone. Storakuma up there too. But I can understand that because it's more of a communication thing. Somero, I think, just likes Xing. There's a tower going up. And I wonder if he's just gonna boom for elephants as the pocket. Unfortunate for the Malay, no fish boom, but there's Feudal Age. Okay, he doesn't have a sneak or anything. TeMo manages to wall his side up, gets a gate up. Still a bit of an awkward passage in the early, somewhat far back walls for Stone Please gave him a long area to push. But if he does push, that's 2 golds and a stone that are forward for TeMo. But he does have a secondary gold and his main stone in the back. And oh, we have another tower rush. Lots of dead Vils here. As the tower does go up for Kasva. He's going to chase Vils all the way to the TC. He should do that with a weak Vil. The Vil can't blend in with the other ones by the boar. But this tower will go up, and looks like it's going to stay up, at least for the moment. This tower can't hit the other side of it. Nabu doesn't want that tower up. He's going to grab his entire village and send it to rush. Kasva just small-walled the one spot where he could defend it. Oh, he's going to do another tower from the back of his wood line, and I can barely tell what these circles are, but I think this tower will have a circle that hits the other side of the tower. So if he repairs enough, he'll be able to keep this one standing. And with that, it'll be easy to push through, but there's a Mangonel on the way from Rooster, and that could ruin everything if the Mangonel can take down this tower, which I think it will be able to. And oh, that would have been clutch for Kasva to have saved his tower, but he still might get some Vil kills with it, and he gets one. Okay, he gets Abu's Vil with it, and will cause more idle time as Abu's pulling more Vils to chase, trying to quick wall. But trap and kill one of them. One more Vil. Needs to be a hero villager. Oh, nice wall again. Alright, Vil down. Some Palisades go down. And some Light Cav from Zach are going to move and find some Vils on the wood line. They're going to start picking off villagers, but they'll get back to the TC. One Vil down here should be a goner. They are Light Cav, but no upgrades on them. That's a lot of idle time, though, for Kasva, as he has to flee back to his TC. And the forward vills from Somero, maybe at risk of getting picked off. Kasper going to do a barracks under the TC, just maybe to add in spears, but his vills look kind of doomed at this point. There's another vill down. And Mangonel will hit the archers. Go for the gate. Zach will attack this gate with his Mangonel. And have some Xing over here from Somero. Some more gates are going up for Rooster. And this tower looks like it'll go down to the Mangonels.
何种命令？
And indeed it does go down. So this repairer from Stone, please, will fix up Chrissy Boo's Mangonel. Zach will have to micro Mangonels a bit. So both pockets coming forward from Mangonels to help the flanks. And Mangonel will hit the vills by the tower. Ooh, nice hit on the men-at-arms. Oh, nice shot from Rooster. And some return shots from Somero. As it's elephant time from Somero, he's going to go for a Castle Age elephant push? Or is that just one elephant for the fun of it? Where's his stable's back here? It's not forward. And the elephant won't get in. I mean, that could be fun. We have seen Castle Age elephants work before. Mangonel going for the gate now. Still hoping that Rooster would give us the Persian elephants, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe one day. Maybe we need a Michi tournament for Persian elephants. The gate here going down to those Mangonels. And we'll have a 4th TC there for Somero. So he's just booming up. Adding the 4th TC, not going to do some type of faster imp. He's Xing this passage. Saying maybe, wait, I need to stonewall. Maybe Xing to tell himself to stonewall. But that's still mostly open. Even on both sides, it's only one layer of walls. 4th TC also from Brewster is the Persians. 4th TC for TeMo too. If everyone going to lots of TCs, other than Kasfa versus Abu. So many boars at that wall. Well, a boar and a bear.
准备就绪。
So that tower will go down. And Kasfa just continuing to wall up.
Is it?
Here, Vils die. Oh, died to a Mangonel shot across the wood line. That is crazy. A very thin wood line here. Maybe potential to cut later. The beautiful autumn trees. I think these are the prettiest forest in the map. Or in the game right now. I have to try not to overuse them when I make maps. So there's Abu up to the Castle Age. Maybe some outposts on that thin wood cop. Some outpost over here. Wood copse? I'm trying to figure out what that means. Obviously you mean that like the thin wood line. What is a copse? Well, gathering of trees, really. So not like the Ent March, that'd be bigger than a copse then.
什么？
Alright, so castle all the way up for Abu. Mangonel thinking of maybe getting one more shop. That'll fall back. Everyone playing with the small trees. I think that's the only mod I use when casting, small trees. one day we'll need to find a way to remove all the Civ emblems from Capture Age, so I can put unique units there and actually know what the Civs are. We'll have a couple of stables from Somero, and this passage, he's still Xing this passage. He really wants to X this passage. I love watching Somero's games, because we can tell what he's thinking. He X's everywhere. Onagers in Castle Age? That would be pretty breaking. Who knows what they do, though. There is Imperial Age for both pockets for Somero's team, and also then for the Persians. Zach's still working on his boom in the Castle Age. He's been doing a lot of Mangonel Micro himself, but no one's really breaking in. And we're going to have an outpost here from Somero, as both teams are thinking of, or both pockets are thinking of pushing the same spot. There are two vills here who could be hero walling vills. Here come the workshops for Chrissyboo, who once he gets Imp as the Romans could be the Onager player. A quick Onager click and then a quick cut, and Malay Elephants might be able to be spammed in. Somero has really liked Elephants plus Infantry in this tournament, so Chrissyboo might be able to follow up with some Legionaries as the Romans. Okay, we also have a castle to the side there. That could help produce Trebs. Chrissyboo going for 2 passages now. While you ban Burmese on the map, the castle would cut from the Ballista Elephants. You mean the Khmer? Or Feudal Knights? Didn't they do that in AoE 4? Like the French and another Civ? I think it was the Rus. They had Feudal Age Knights, which was a Castle Age unit. At least on release, I don't know if maybe they've balanced it more. I haven't played that in a long time. So there is Onager. Is he training? Yeah, he's doing the Onager upgrade. Not training in Onager, he's researching the Onager upgrade. Castle now will take down the gate, as the Vill will fight a bear in the middle passage. And that bear goes down. Another Vill fighting a bear down here. The Vills will take down that bear. And Zach will add a gate moving up the middle. I'll have a couple of barracks there. And it'll be both players over here. But here come the elephants, and here comes the Onager cut. Maybe they should have cut this side so that's closer to the stables. But they'll just cut over here. Delete the walls, and they are through. They are through, so if the Malay Elephants are gonna work, they gotta work now. We have Hand Cannoneers from Rooster. They should do a lot of damage to the elephants. Will this kill the elephants? Okay, the elephants keep pushing forward. First stables up, Monk converting elephants. Elephants keep going forward. It's a lot of stables there for Rooster. Yeah, so forward elephant stables. Onager push into the base. Somero with a good push. On the other side, we'll have the castle there with conscription for Chrissyboo. Backing up Stone Please. Stone Please versus TeMo. But Zach so far behind in the boom compared to everyone else. And how well will Hand Cannoneers fare against the Malay Battle Elephants? Getting some good Onager shots in here. Pushing the Hand Cannoneers back. Some Bombard Cannon will hit the Oh, we're seeing it! We're seeing it! Yes, chat! Persian War Elephant against the Malay Battle Elephant. Let's go, Rooster, making the War Elephants. They're gonna be so much better. 150 more HP, more attack. I think they're slower, maybe. Yeah, they're slower. They got more Pierce armor. Well, they won't be as numerous. He's gonna need more than one. Oh, he's gonna need more than 2. Looks like they had a pause. But we're finally getting Persian War Elephants. This is finally the answer. to fight the melee. Let's see, how well will they do? I think they also have more splash damage. We need to get elite elephant though. We need to get elite war elephant. A few bombard cannon in the back, they should do some good damage to the battle elephants. And the Persian war elephants seem to be winning. There are 3 of them there with the castle fire assisting them. And that's a lot of smaller elephants they just killed, but they don't have enough. They don't have enough. I mean, TeMo's team still has a score lead. I guess TeMo is ahead of Stone Please, and TeMo's starting to break through on the right. So Somero might be pushing the middle, but here now comes some halbs from Zach. As the Georgians, he can spam halbs. And maybe then they can fight the elephants properly. Still has some war elephants around. He's still training more of them. Oh, I'm so happy to see this, but he doesn't have enough. This is why we don't see them. It's not really the cost comparison, it's the production comparison, which I mean cost is a factor there. But he's got 1 castle against how many stables is this? 7 at least? Pumping the elephants. Forward castles now. Stone Please, Somero, Chrissy Boo. Where's Kaspa? We need 1 more castle to get the full rainbow of castles. But at the same time, Stone Please is dying. He is getting pushed heavily by TeMo, who has a lot of bombard cannon. He'll take down the TC and the castle no problem. As the Maya, he wanted elite plumes, but he needs time to amass them. Finish the armor upgrades before he decides to fight this. He's gonna run with the plumes. He has a few more castles over here. And maybe that's just what he needs. Get like 20 plumes, and then try to fight this. You have to dodge the cannon shots. But he has ballistics, he has armor. Does he have chemistry? He has chemistry. So he's just about fully upgraded. He would need, see, he has thumb ring, so that will fully upgrade them. And a few elephants from Somero being spared for this side too. That'll be a forward castle, and all the res forward for Stone Please can now be taken by TeMo. So the plumes will start to pick off the cannon. Okay, elephant down. And more forward castles from TeMo. As the Hindustanis, he can make gulams, but they probably won't fare well against fully upgraded elite plumes. At Castle Age, they're usable. But this is a good push from Team Somero. Abu only 73 vills, so Somero's team somehow still down in vill numbers. But Stone Please, importantly, 124 vills he managed to run. He didn't lose everything. I mean, he still is running. And Chrissy Boo now has to be careful. He maybe needs to get some scorpions at home. As there still aren't quite enough plumes, maybe? Some skirms being added from TeMo to deal with the plumes. That's a lot of siege rams. This push continues. Here come the legionaries. Legionaries plus elephants. Elephants chase down a cannon. The rams continue pushing. I am kind of worried, though, about TeMo's push. He's getting more towers up, and he seems to have completely dislodged Stone Please from his base. We might just be rotating around the map, though, as Abu has had to run too. And now we're going to have several back TCs for Abu to reboom. We forced those Feudal Knights for the French and Dark Age Men-at-Arms for the English. Did they get rid of the Feudal Age ship for the French? I forget what it was, but they had a Castle Age ship in Feudal, so they just won every single water map. They probably got rid of that very early on. So the Rams here will push into the barracks. That TC will be hit by the Rams. All the halbs come forward to fight the elephants. Treb attacks the castle. As the TCs go down. So a few barracks still being rammed here. On the other side, the cannon there. 16 cannons gonna get a shot on the cav archers. That's a lot of bombard cannon, but plumes and cav archers, they should counter the bombard cannon, but they're going to be under 5 guard towers. This is such an awkward fight. Kalspa trying to go Chinese cav archers, and I think the guard towers win this fight. Do the Hindustanis have keep? No, they only have guard tower, no arrow slits, so they don't have great towers. But this push from TeMo, if he keeps getting more towers, that's not getting stopped by Kalspa anytime soon. Maybe Kalspa could go Cavaliers. That might help out a bit. Because that would force camels from TeMo. Defending here with keeps. Zach with the Georgians, Svan Tower keeps. So they'll hold for a while. We'll have fortified walls even from Abu to try to keep this safe. Onager is cutting everything they can to make the pathing easier. Onagering his own siege ramps. And they're very, very cautious and careful about those towers. So they've traded one flank for the other. Scores are still only 1k different. And with all those bombard cannon, the towers here from Kasva, yeah, he can even do Great Wall for more tower HP, but they'll still collapse. What else do the Chinese have for the towers? They will not have treadmill crane, but once they're built, they'll be fine. No rocketry either. Treb is going to take down the keep. That's a lot of elite battle elephants. But they're not pushing. I know Svan Tower is scary, but I think Somero needs to push. I don't think he can stall out with all those elephants. I mean, they're cheap if he needs to replace them. Meanwhile, his team is dying down here. Like they're getting pushed. Chrissy-Boo is now on the verge of having his base destroyed. As TeMo, there's nothing special about these guard towers. They're just guard towers. It's not like the Svan towers. Might be so afraid of Svan towers, they're going to be killed by guard towers. The elephants, if they got 300 HP, they can tank some tower fire. Go there, let the rams do their job. Make some space for them to destroy the towers. Instead, they're holding back. Ooh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I think they need to be going. Maybe they need more forward stables also from Somero? Yeah, because it's stable. Where's his stables? They're still back here, right? This is where you gotta have forward stables and hotkey groups. And you're using your hotkeys instead of go to stable. Yeah, so the halbs here should just melt. Especially under the tower fire. That's for trying to do more towers. These more cuts, there are some spots for the elephants to get in. And then legionaries and the rams. They just take out those walls a bit more, but they're ready to push forward. Onagers and cannon make that a bit scary. But they need to go. They just can't sit here under tower fire forever. They need to go. They're gonna go. That tower went down. How's this push doing? It's still now getting pushed back, maybe by rams from Stone Please. Stone Please is getting full number of plumes here. And a lot of cav archers. As there we go. Now everything's moving forward. Elephants and rams all together. Towers going down. Some cannon in the back to hit towers too. But TeMo's team takes the score lead thanks to their push down here. That is so many onagers that TeMo's managed to amass to deal with the rams from Stone Please. And Stone Please is having trouble fighting with all the towers. Maybe the team needs some eagles here. Pick off onagers. Those Eldorado eagles, the Hulkins renamed from Eldorado to Hulkins. At the same time, the elephant push is kind of stalled out. And I'm just looking at Somero. Where are his stables? He's just now building 4 stables here. His elephants have to walk so far to reinforce the army. If the stables had been here continually pumping elephants, they would have continued that fight instead of getting pushed back. Now they have to fall back to their towers. They made a bit of progress. But I think they're losing progress over here. Actually still getting pushed, as there are siege onagers there from Zach. And wow, that push started off so good for Somero. But Stone Please also collapsed to TeMo's push. And now it's looking like TeMo's team taking a healthier score lead, pulling ahead. And they might go up 2-0 here. Cav archers go down. Keeps will start killing the halbs. Stone Police is like out on 8 TCs. I still have 100 bills. Well, he's been 0 TC gaming for a while, right? Less idle time. Here come the cannons from Rooster. Onager from Chrissy, only one Onager. And again, the lack of siege Onager civs. Closest they can get is Chinese with heavy rocket carts, maybe? Malay and Romans with siege engineers Onagers? The Maya have siege engineers? No, they don't. And then no heavy with heavy rocket cart, no siege engineers for the Chinese. So lots of cav archers here from Abu now. He's reboomed and he's going Sipahi cav archers. They'll be decent enough against Malay elephants with the low pierce armor they have. And now with siege onagers from Zach and Abu getting back into the game, I feel like this side is stabilized. The other side may be stabilizing a bit too. Right? If the Rams can take out towers, that'll be great. Stone cost must be off the charts at this point. What is it? Actually, it's not expensive at all. It's only 209. So stone is still cheap. Architecture for Kasva. You're clicking all the random text you have to add in right now. Skyrim's taking down the light cav. Guard tower going to be rammed. Cannon is pushing back against the skirms. And all of these light cav from Kasva running to their deaths at the hands of TeMo's skirms. The skirms clearing off everything. Cav archers might need to push forward. Yeah, imagine that. Towers getting pushed through skirms. There are some keeps here, so keeps to try to hold. But as the castles go down, there'll be fewer plumes for Stone Please and more skirms. And look at the trade numbers. There is practically no trade for Somero's team. And looks like we have decently healthy trade, at least for Abu. And a trade line, I can see trade being added in for this team. Where is the trade going? It's going to be short trade. And honestly, that trade is kind of pushed soon here by TeMo. All those skirms dying as the onagers keep pushing. The towers go down. Cannon here taking down the keep. And yeah, I think Team TeMo's gonna do this. I think they're gonna do it. Onagers, siege onagers still destroying rams. And X up here. Somero is still Xing. He's looking at this imposing army in front of the field. And even with a full rainbow of Scorpion, Plume, Elephant, and Cav Archers, Kasva gonna get killed by the Siege Onager shots. Oh no. Siege Onagers go for the keep. Is this live? These were played earlier at the same time as the other set, so we're doing the Rex. The Halbs are pushing. I don't think the plumes add much anymore, especially against the full Sipahi Cav archers. And now as the siege hunters come forward, I think we're looking at the end of Team Somero this game. A couple elite Gulams. These Cav archers are not as good as the Turk ones. They'll have a bear, as we've chopped through TeMo has to the stone on the side. But Somero will call the GG. Double GG in the chat for the Rex. All the chat will be doubled. Thanks, DE. And Team TeMo does it. And man, we did see it. We saw the Persian elephants against the Malay elephants. Did not have enough of them. But man, TeMo pushing stone, please. So quickly. And Somero, his push got stalled out. Abu was able to reboom. And there we go. Dang. And TeMo goes up 2-0. So let me update this too. So that is 2-0. Alright, so let me take a quick break after this game. I'm gonna grab some more water. I need a lot of water for this. So that's Turks, Georgians, Persians, lots of high civs, and Hindustanis. And that was against Chinese, the Malay, the Maya, and what was their final civ? Chinese, Malay, Maya, and I'm blanking on the final one. Chinese and Romans, right? Romans. All right, I'll be back in just a minute, so stay tuned. And we have, well, this is potentially the end for Team Somero if they lose, but now they have the option for a reverse sweep. So we'll start the next game in just a minute. Stay tuned. I'm just gonna grab some water and I'll be right back. Right, game number 3. Here we are. Let's make sure TeMo has his color. There. So, in the north, TeMo versus Stone Please. In the south, Abu versus Kasva. It'll be 2 pawns per team. It'll be Inca, Teutons, Goths, and Berbers for Team TeMo. As Somero's already Xing. And Tupi, Jurchens, Lithuanians, and Bengalis for Team Somero. So their backs are against the wall here. Somero's team needing a reverse sweep to pull this off. I have an X in the middle as the champion scout from the Tupi will run forward. I'll keep an eye on the idle times and the Vilkds now. And in the north already we have a very conservative wall from Stone Please as the Bengalis. And doesn't quite get the tile up, but we'll finish the wall. Make sure it's fully finished. And we'll have Rooster getting attacked by a bear. At least he had the insta-loom as the Goss, so we'll try to wall on the bear. And he'll come forward. We'll have a bear on the other side. It'd be awkward then for Stone Please to wall, but Chrissy B will have a scout forward. The Goths here as the pocket do not have stone walls, so he'll have to rely on TeMo for stone walls later. Bit of a roadway between them. And okay, this pond, it's not a restart, it's accessible. So Somero can go there, wall it off, and have the safest fish boom ever.
何种命令？
He'll be forward, his woodlines are kind of far away. As the walls will go up for Rooster. And the lumber camp will go up for Zach too. As wall deleted there for Stone Please. Loom versus no loom. And TeMo has lost some HP on the scout. So TeMo greedily sees the conservative walls. Doesn't go for loom. And now will send his vills forward. There is a hole. And maybe Stone Please a bit overzealous in deleting that. As now he could be walled by TeMo. Might need to delete more walls if Chrissy Brood lets his scout forward, but he'll get it walled. And deletes again because the scout is here. And with those scouts he'll push forward. And boldly venturing onto the other side. He will try to get some Vill kills. Still no loom from TeMo. He sent 3 Vills forward, perhaps sending them to their deaths without loom. At the very least he should lose something here. And still no loom. Can he lose 2 Vills? Loom is in. That might save the Vills. The scout there could save them too. But there is 1 down. They get to the TC fire. They'll lose both. Did he lose a Vill? He did actually lose a Vill. No, that Vill didn't go down. 4 HP. And both scouts are killed. Oh, they are so close to killing a Vill. How did TeMo keep them alive? I think there was a mistake that they should have attacked the scout at some point. Because the scout did a lot of blocking and running interference and lowering their HP. And yeah, the Vills get back, but then he doesn't have a wall. Well, now he's going to be able to wall up.
Hey.
And forward lumber camp from Stone Please, so that'll be risky if he gets tower pushed. And he's going to lure 2 boars in the presence of a bear in the middle. He did wall up the middle. We'll have some more peaceful walls between Kasva and Abu in the south, but less peaceful walls in the northern passage there. So this is one of those maps with 4 passages. And the champion there goes down from Abu. So Inca versus Tupi, a champion mirror. And more walls will go up for Kasva. The champion goes down. And dang. That is some aggressive walling. So we'll have another dock here for Rooster. As we'll have an X here for Somero in the middle. And Somero will simply wall off his pond. He'll build a gate. He'll build a gate, and oh, that's actually amazing. Because Abu did manage to get a sneak Vill. Abu in the gray color snuck a Vill on the minimap and still has the passage open. Still has it open. And Boar's Lord in here from Chrissy Boo as the pocket. So Chrissy Boo is Lithuanians, he'll take the pond. So both pockets taking the pond for both teams. So that'll be Goths and Teutons against Jurchens and Lithuanians. So Lithuanians, ignoring melee armor, could be good for Lechai against Teutonic Knights. So we probably just won't see Teutonic Knights. Goth halb spam can be scary, but the Jurchen should be able to deal with Goths with gunpowder. Or Grenadiers, even.
Azul.
Teutons, though, a very tricky pocket to deal with. Conversion resistance for the whole team.
Where's yours?
Speedy Vills. Oh, that's how TeMo survived. He's the Berbers. He had Speedy Vills earlier.
Azul.
Boars will chase the Vill back to the TC. And the Boars will neatly go underneath there. There's a whole bunch of X's here from Somero, saying they need to wall as Abu has a Vill there. And now Chrissy Boo needs the fishing ships to block the dock. As the shorefish help block it too. So he needs his other fishing ship to be involved, I think. As, ooh, a dock spot was found. Yeah, I think you really need 3 ships working together to do that properly. But the dock spot was deleted. He's trying to wall the Vill. Fishing ship now to block the walls along the coastline. And Chrissy Boo there, but actually Rooster has his scout. Wait, Rooster has his scout here. Abu will wall that scout away. And the fishing ships block the dock just in time. Abu managing to wall his Vill. He's just trying to get the foundation placed, and there he goes. Finally gets it. Oh, some sick micro there. We'll now wall the Vill against the forest. And he'll have the dock. Another Vill coming around for Chrissy Boo. One dock on the pocket, that's exactly what you want. And Abu always finds ways to get the Vills and get the docks up. He's an expert at that. So literally everyone in the game up to the feudal age at the same time. Other than Abu's Vill, I think everything is walled. And Somero, honestly, very wisely with that gate, protects his fishing pond. Has a very safe fishing community. And that boar will be hunted under the TC. Nicely done for Chrissy Boo. Chrissy Boo with a dock right next to Abu's dock. And he has walled in the dock Vill. So that's what you want to do. Wall the dock Vill in. And this dock will slightly block this one. And diagonal gates from Abu to try to stop and give himself more room, but the Vill will be there for Chrissy. Or taken under the TC. Dock being finished there for Chrissy Boo. Some stone walls up for TeMo. So Hulk's trying to get the Vill. Can they reach the Vill? They can't. And there will be a tower. This is where one galley would have denied the tower. But with triple docks now, Chrissy Boo still needs to counter tower just to deal with the tower. And oh, this is so disruptive to the boom. And the Hulks will be taking down the fishing ships. And the Hulks do go down. Our Hulks forward here for Chrissy Boo, and he will, finally, with the Hulks, take the lake. But that was a hard-fought lake. You can hear Chrissy raging. Of all the Hulks. Anyway, everywhere else is stone-walled. There's still a Rooster's Scout on the one side, but it's booming time now. I think that I like Somero's team's civs more. Bengalis, Lithuanians, Jurchens, all good late game civ. I mean, Goths do kind of fall off. Inca are okay. 2P of the Blackwood Archers. I think I slightly prefer Somero civs. Let's see, it looks like a boom game now as everyone's adding in some TCs. We'll have some more walls here from Zach. Is Zach doing the wall for his flank? That's interesting. These Teutons. The Inca do a fortified wall, though. But I guess he's just still feudal, so Pocket might as well do it. Get the HP sooner. TC here for Zach. Stock looks like it'll go down. And indeed, down it goes. These are my fave civ, but I don't think they'd react well to poison. That's true. They have lots of armor, so the poison might not be all that resisted by them. So it should avoid the armor and do poison damage. I guess it is melee armor they mostly have, so that doesn't really matter since it's a ranged attack anyway. Oh yeah, this is a good point. Lots of palisades there for Abu. And then 1, 2, 3 TCs there for Chrissy Boo. He over-invested into the pond. Well, I mean, it's kind of a forced investment from Abu, because he can't not have the pond. He needs the fish boom. He needs the fish boom. And he still hasn't built a single farm. But it's more Abu's forcing the required investment, I think, more so than an over-investment. And he did such a good job for so long of blocking the dock location. And I think, honestly, it's worth it early to just like use all your fishing ships. You're not fishing. You're focusing on blocking the dock spot. You can't let the dock go up. But he did a good job of that for a while. And he'll, I guess, just delete ships for pop space now. But Somero has a good boom. Look at that. 12 fish traps for Somero. Zach walling all, but still matching Somero boom. Amazing. Well, he has Teutons, right? Teutons have a pretty... I guess they're not going to even have an eco bonus because they're just doing no farming. He's just fish booming. The Jurchens are the ones who should have the eco bonus with the hunt that doesn't decay. Mangonel fight on the walls now. So if someone can break this, it could lead to some aggression. Can the Mangonel block the scout from the monk? No, there's a conversion. Okay, the Mangonel blocked just enough. Just enough. Can we go to the res panel now? Bengalis could do redemption, sanctity and redemption, but then Teuton's team bonus prevents or reduces the chances of conversion. Eco bonus is free mortal holes, free herbal medicine. It does not stack. I'm not sure how it works. I think it just like continues until it all wears off. Like it doesn't make it last longer, but I think each like individually contributes to what the like maximum is, and it'll like continue at the maximum until the most recent like every time you're hit you basically reset it. I think it has like a value, then it tapers off towards the end, or it just disappears. I'll have to actually like look into how it works. It was only the Predators who really had it before, but now the Yao Dao have the bleed damage. And the 2P Blackwood Archers have the poison.
Hey.
Herbal medicine counts as the poison. I wonder if it still applies if you're garrisoned in a building. Because you could heal while garrisoned. There was the old bug where you could garrison units while they were through their death animation. And then if you got them inside of a building, they'd heal. And you could ungarrison them after they healed. And they'd be back alive. So lots of walls here from Zach. He's just going to get 5 layers of wall here. And maybe do fortified wall later. Teutons should have good fortifications. Instead of doing new effects, they should integrate them to old units. I wish they just wouldn't make effects. I feel like the DLCs were stronger back in African Kingdoms and Rajas when they had less ability to change the game and were more forced to do stuff within the existing game engine.
Azul.
I think the civs they designed there were much stronger. Fit into the gameplay of AoE2 a lot better. So Mangonel push on this wall. That's a lot of Mangonels for Stone, please. And these 4 TC booming behind this. The TeMo on 3 TCs, they're both booming. Bengali, I guess Camel Archers should counter Rathas and be usable against Elephant Archers with their attack bonus. So I'm not actually sure what Bengalis do. Maybe Elephant Archers are just strong enough they'll beat Camel Archers anyway. And I'll have a castle up for TeMo. As Stoneplease will delete his walls. And he'll try to Mangonel fight to get in range of the Castle of Ills. Alright, big castle for TeMo here. And the Mangonels will have Stoneplease clearing 1. And I don't think he can really get close enough to deny it fully. He's almost there. Can the Mangonel get some Vills? It can. So TeMo now, lots of idle Vills. This Mangonel's not going to get through the walls, though. And the wall's even deleted to let the scout through. Mangonels might hit the scout. I'll have to dodge. What are they contributing besides infantry spam? They're contributing infantry spam. It'll be imp here. I mean, they could go bombard cannon and hand cannoneers. Okay, lots of walling here from Abu. So this side will be walled and walled and walled. 2 layers breached, 3 more layers to go. And potentially more added from Abu after that. The other side, I think, is where any push would have to happen. We'll have a castle here from Chrissy-Boo. You can see how the Fishboom timings have delayed his score compared to Rooster. But Lithuanians has 1 relic. And nope, that's not a relic. Could easily get a second. Where are the other relics for him? And could easily get a 3rd. That's within the walls. Does he have a teammate with a relic? Oh, Stoneplease has 2 relics. He needs to give them to Chrissy-Boo. Maybe the Lithuanian player of the relics. Xing down there, he probably wants some markets. There's a market nearby. And the rocket cart cut commences. So rocket cart cut from Somero. Hoping that Chrissy-Boo with the Lithuanians would be there in time to take advantage of it, but his boom feels a bit slower. And you can definitely feel the effects of that pond now. Not being able to cut when his opponent's ready for it. The Jurchens with the cheap upgrades would specialize in cutting. But here come the Goths. Here come the Goths. And the big question about the Goths' pocket, will they be able to contribute? Or will the Civ matchup be horrible for their infantry? So far, so good for the walling. And the heavy rocket carts. Taking down the onagers. No bombard cannon. And no siege onager just yet. And the walls are up behind the push. There are a few towers to keep the push out. And the onagers here are still getting barraged by rockets. And destroyed. Huskarls hung up on the houses. And there's some Xing here of Stoneplease saying, hey, you need to wall this. Casper there already with some Blackwood archers. Somero's team with a good score lead, and they're getting a Treb push. So Somero may be recognizing, hey, Chrissy-Boo is delayed, I'll just go Trebs. But even with that delay, Somero is fine, and great coordination with Stoneplease. All the Xing to wall paid off. 180 Vil Boom? 160, 180? Oh, the Goths got 10 more pop space, right? It's only like he went 167, not 177. But yeah, he does not have much space left over for military. He is floating a bit of wood. I mean, he didn't get in anyway. Guess you don't need the military if you're not in. Rocket cart push continues. Only rocket carts, but here come the Lithuanians, the Lechai. And now 2 relics for Chrissy Boo. Stone Please really needs to give him 2 relics. Rocket carts don't quite hit the Huskarls. Maybe they'll hit them now? Yes, they will. You can probably try to hit Repairvilles. Yeah, you can spam those 30 infantry. You can stockpile some resources, then spam. There is Siege Onager now from Zach. Trebs go for the castle. Oh. Just attack around your allies' lumber camp if you don't want it there. Easier than telling them to delete. So elite Huskarls now. I don't know, they're all golden. They don't look like Huskarls to me, but they're elite. Oh, the hell's just running into the rocket carts. And that castle will fall, despite the repairs. That's 4, 5 trebuchets, and some very quick walls from TeMo as the elephant archers march forward. I don't think there's much of here to stop this. The Lechai are there, they are pushing. And the Halbs are hit by the rocket carts. The Blackwood archer is going to get through. They're weird. I think he has the unique tech. So it's the additional explosions. Well, Kaspa has some more resources now from those Blackwood archers. And also, is there anything happening here? It's kind of cool how the walls zigzag. Looks like they don't quite line up. Maybe that's just the hill. But, yeah, nothing happening there. That's why the Blackwood archers are up here. That's way too walled up. Oh, there's another cut. Another attempted cut, but there are already walls there. Stone Please. Stone walling, fortified walling the whole map. Keeps there from the Inca. Those look pretty cool. Oh, there's one sliver where the Huskarls can get in, but there are already Lechai down there. And 3 relics now. 3 relics now. Still needs 1 more from Stone Please. But I think TeMo is dead, and I think Somero's gonna get a point on the scoreboard here. As this push cannot be stopped. They walled out the Goths in time. They pushed. They destroyed some castles. This is looking close to a victory for Team Somero. As long as they can stop this push up the middle, and the Onagers don't hit the Lechai there. Still a decent cut, but they hit a lot of their own Halbs. Siege Onagers hitting the Teuton Halbs. And we'll simply have some keeps here from Somero. As they'll stop up the end of the passage. Some more overchops over here they gotta be careful of, but Somero just adding more keeps. He's just baiting Zach into destroying his own Halbs. The Elephant Archers here, unstoppable. Zach, the only SO Civ on his team. That's the only real chance they have of fighting them. That and Huskarls. That's 10 pierce armor, so they'll take 1 damage. But also I guess the Goths are the ones that won't like fighting the poison damage. I mean, individually Huskarls can fight Elephant Archers, but not with this whole combination of units. Now we got Heavy Rocket Cart, Elite Lechai, and Elephant Archer and Blackwood Archer all together. Like the delayed explosions. And maybe if the Goth had 100 army, it'd be different. They got 53 now. The point was still the early walling. There's a quick wall. Why is there a trade cart there? Abu trying to wall up the cut. As these towers will just be taken down by the Lechai, as this has been stopped. It's now 5 bases to 3. And, well, Kaspa's still mangonelling down here. I don't think there's much really going on. Cannon will hit this castle. As the Blackwood Archers keep pushing, there'll be a Siege Onager on the way for Zack. Nice hit on the Blackwood Archers. Castle crumbles, and the elephants keep pushing. The elephants will decimate the halbs. Oh, but the Onager will destroy the Blackwood Archers, and Caspar suddenly has pop space and resources at his disposal. Won't be as effective against the elephant archers. They're a bit tankier. Still kind of needed to kill them. Now, TeMo, 34 vills, 14 population. Those camel archers are all the army he has. And he still has 3 castles for pumping them out, so if he's slung, he could make 3 castle camel archers. But then you're relying on your teammates to sling you, when the team really doesn't have a trade line. And let's see, Huskarl's effective against the elephant archers there. Rocket cards. Lucky they didn't friendly fire with those trees. Here come the Lechai. They will attack the Onagers. Halbs all go down there. Lechai keep pushing forward. Rocket Crest go down to the other Onagers. All the elephants will now push the camel archers. Are the Onagers without chemistry still? I think they changed that. It wasn't they shot faster, it was the projectiles moved at a different speed. I think that was changed. Oh, nice hit on the camel archers. TeMo doesn't have much population to lose. Oh, sometimes I think Thunderclap Bombs is just bad because you lose your own units more, especially in the mass of a team of units. But it does some splash damage. Fixed a long time ago. Right. Now there's another set of Xing here, as there's one tile of wall. Well, sometimes that's all the Goths need. But there will be Lechai right there. And they won't get through. They should get cleaned again. And I think TeMo's team, without TeMo really able to contribute much, doesn't have much life left in them. That is a ton of elephant archers. I mean, 30 camel archers is still nice at this point, but it's just slinging TeMo for camel archers. 67 vills. $170 vills for Abu. 40 of them are trade carts, so those cannot be effective for trade carts. Or even are they trading? From here up to here. Yeah, that's not going to be an effective trade line. Oh man, that's a lot of elephants. And look at this push. Look at this. That is impressive. All those elephants. Some low HP vills there on the stone. And oh, there's a bit of a cut. But all of a sudden Blackwood Archers are here to deal with it. I don't know what the Anchor would do against Blackwood Archers, honestly. It's Champions and Halbs, that should die. My best hope would be Onagers and Towers. So one last hope would be Abu's cut. Abu's cut. It's Blackwood Archer's turn to fight this and push it back. Onagers will try to splatter some of the Ibirapima warriors. A unit that I still don't even know what it really looks like. It's like a large pole. I don't know what type of weapon that actually is. So is Gray breaking through? I think he's stopped. He just has a larger cut now. He's trying to do more towers. Cheaper towers for the Inca help out when stone has to be this expensive. Yeah, 233. I mean, they have the ink tech for the pierce, the unique tech for the pierce armor, but then the poison damage kind of negates that. Because what do they have? 9 pierce armor? So they'll be doing 1 damage, but then poison damage. Minus 152 HP per minute, and the HP will just trickle down. And TeMo, 99 vills now, but now with 5 castles, 7 castles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, they will soon be trebbed, and then he won't have much camel archer production. Just zoom out and sit right here. Watch as the elephant archers push. So down here, yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a push, but some late child help clean it up too. They can even sit under the keeps for a bit to snipe the siege. But this, look at those elephant archers, 74 elephant archers. Lots of towers here from Abu, but that's just slowing down the push. As the Trebs move forward, they'll get the castles. We have 3 players of Trebs here. Yellow, purple, and orange. Slowly but surely they're pushing, still giving themselves some life in this set. And they're the GGs, as Somero's team will take the win and stay alive. So, that's 440 kills for Chrissy Boo, 432 for Somero, 392 for Stone Please, and 350 for Kasva. Everyone contributing there. Their units never died. Those elephant archers were tanky. And despite the excellent play on the pond, wasn't enough for Abu. And the Goth's boom didn't quite work out. Jurchen's probably still a good pocket for dealing with that. So that will be another win for Team Somero. And let's check off the civs. I'll do an ad for Twitch. And let's see the civs. So that was Teutons, Goths, Inca, and Berbers. Where are the Berbers? Berbers. Against Lithuanians, Jurchens, Tupi, and what was the final one? Bengalis for the elephant archers. Right. GG. I'll just take a minute and run to the bathroom, then we'll get game number 4. Game 4. Capture age going. How's that paused? Capture age, hello? Okay, let me reload this. Capture age is bugging out. Game's bugging out. Okay, one more time. The DE needs a moment to load sometimes, right? Game number 4. Hello, Red Cliffy, how you doing? Alright, game number 4. And it'll be Somero's team to the south, TeMo's team to the north. And Casa versus TeMo will be the flank matchup on the east. Stone Please versus Abu again on the west. This will be a 4-pond map. Each pocket has a pond. And they were deciding whether or not to and decided not to, as there are 2 ponds here, but just both spawned by Zach, and they joined together. A weird shape, but Rooster can go dock that all the same. So they think Somero asking if it's a re because he sees their pawns. Somero asking for re's for the other team. We admin because we ask admin because we think it's not a re. Ask Ojiden. All right, and then they 14. So okay, I mean it's TeMo's team. They don't want the re, so fair enough. And passage here will be walled by Stone Please. So Stone Please going for the middle passage. Prioritizing walling in front of Chrissy Boo's pond. He knows how Abu likes to get vills into those ponds. And whenever he wants to now, he can delete the walls and unleash the bear if Abu gets a vill through.
Rozkazania.
Namaste. Tayyar.
Witajcie.
Namaste. Agya.
So vill now killed by Zach's scout.
Gotów jestem.
And quick walls there for the camel scout, but
Tayyar.
the camel scout might die. As the scout loops around then. No, the camel scout gets back. So the scout loops around for Zach.
Rozkazania.
And it'll be Chrissy Brew's scout with good HP to take out the other scouts in this fight. Has to be careful about fighting the other vills. And now at 4 HP left, that camel scout can go be retired to push deer.
Rozkazania.
And Abu will get a very forward set of walls.
Namaste.
Stone Please will wall right behind them. And there's actually Rooster still as a scout, and since Rooster's scout is over here, came through on the other side, he has a stolen goose there. He'll loop around and join up, and that'll let Abu get forward, and Abu is once again going to get on a pond. Man, how does he do it every game?
Agya.
Or not. Okay, he has to get back. Has to get back. Because he'd be losing a lot of scout HP to the vills. Oh, Abu's taking a great vill fight. Rooster stops that scout.
Rozkazania.
Have more vills going for the wall there. So I'll have a dock there for Chrissy Boo. And forward wall. So now the question for Abu will be, will he push the walls and still try to get the pond in feudal? Your tower rush. There is a good area to wall behind this, so I don't know if that's going to work. So Stone Please trying to lure these 3 boars. We'll get the house foundations there pretty successfully. Wait, but Zach has a scout here. Zach has a Magura scout, and he's thinking of blocking the vill. So Stone Please will house and try to reset the boars. Not enough HP left, I think, to get the vill. And you would love to block the vill so that the boars get the hits. But you'll make it annoying for Stone Please. However, Stone Please will get the house foundations and still bring the boars in. And yeah, house foundations to reset. He's done that perfectly.
Namaste.
TC guards against the scout. And you could not have asked for much more. Nicely done. Up those boars. They got stuck somehow. That boar is stuck on the berries. This boar is stuck on the other boar. So that Vil cannot garrison, because then the boars all stop, and he'll need to shoot them again. He can get one. Oh, that was some pathing there. X up the middle for Somero. Internet connection is worse than mine. Ooh, you must be really high up in those mountains. That is hard.
Ow.
Now he's gonna lure the final one. That bear is still walled in, but he'll take the final lure. Triple lure here, much easier for Zach. So, yeah, Zach and Rooster are both docking the pond. They have a lot of fish in it. So they're fine just to fish. They got 7 shorefish among the 2 of them. And it will be a tower rush then from Kasva. Tower rush up against TeMo, trying to break through. So Armenians pulls Ethiopians Magyars against Spanish, Sicilians, Kasva, and Gajurs. Spanish are an insane civ. I mean, it's kind of crazy that they're even better RF civs than Spanish. Like Celts and Mongols in the drafts, but Spanish are really good. They'll have Spanish trade for the late game. Then Khmer, Sicilians, Gajurs all should be useful late game too. We've seen Poles fall off a few times, especially when coupled with Magyars, when Magyars already are doing the better Cav archers. And even would have the better Cav with the Paladins. Might need Abu's just slinging Zach or even slinging Rooster. Armenians, I think, fall off too. Composite Bowmen usually are their best unit. Also Civ is Khmer. Also said Kasva, which if he's playing as Kasva, that's true. Sicilians, a low tactical tea time. Sicilians are pretty high pick usually for pocket positions. And we're seeing a Donjon rush, yeah. So the Donjon anticipating Abu pushing this passage, so he'll be there to fight. Won't have anything garrisoned in it, just a couple Vils from Stone Please. Well, Stone Please will help. Up to Feudal, he'll do maybe some stone walls. Long farms. Alright, so more Vils here. It'll be double towers from Abu. Abu just really wants to push the pond. Abu likes pushing ponds. That's all he does every single game, goes for the ponds. I'll have more walls up there for Abu. I'll try to keep himself safe. Safe so he can focus on the pond. Hero continuing to X right there. Saying something to the team in the voice chat. That's the captain. Telling the players what to do. We'll have some archers there for Kasva so we can put them in the towers. Engage in a tower fight over here. Oh, man, so many X's. He's still Xing. He's saying need to repair? I mean, this is Chrissy Brew and Stone Please. We gotta be coordinating now. Now Somero should himself have a good fish boom. That fish boom is working out. This tower looks like it will probably lose in the tower fight. There'll be 3 boars chasing that Vil from Abu. And Abu should get it back to his TC, no problem. He's on stone too, so he's ready to tower fight. But the donjon goes down. The donjon has a massive foundation for a 2x2 building. Looks like a 3x3 foundation. Doesn't make sense why it would be, because there are 2x2 foundations in the game. But Castle Age there from Stone Please. He's just about up, and we'll be doing another defensive tower. I have an X this time from Chrissy Boo. Maybe saying that there needs to be some stone walls there. Now that's interesting. You can have your teammates' herdables inside your mill and they don't convert to your own. Alright, yeah, so we got Chrissy Boo's geese and Stone Please's mill. The 6 Cillians. They're so good, they're so sick. Now, the Archer Rush from Kaspa will force a defensive workshop from TeMo and a fortified church. So he'll grab a relic from that fortified church as the Armenians. And then we'll have some more walls in the back for Kaspa. That church will go up, and the battering rams for TeMo will start production. They're attacking some bills over here. Archers are just sightseeing at the wall. They're just sightseeing for now. Ours could be right-clicked on that segment too. But here comes not a mangonel but a ram, and a warrior priest to heal the scout. Again, I think Kaspa will think about bringing the archers back. So, Valas #1 seed. And we'll wait for it to come back. I think we're good. I think we're back. Alright, now we're back. Press your F5s to pay respects. And we will continue in just a moment. Alright, here we go. We are back. So, warrior priests attacking the outpost. And this passageway will have a push up from Kaspa. Mangonel hits the scout. Scout goes down. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. This is optimum internet quality. Do not listen to me when I tell them it's broken. They're all like, oh, just restart the modem. And that's all they do. It's not the problem. So, stone walls from Kaspa. Other side is just a boom. And now he's doubling the stone walls because he's getting pushed. So, more walls up there for Kaspa. But the warrior priests clear the archers, even under the tower. And now he's still feudal, though. 45 seconds from the next stage. And Somero is not forward to do a mangonel for him. We have another set of walls going up. And we'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs here for Abu. Am I streaming from the closet? I mean, it's an Ethernet cable. It doesn't matter. There's no Wi-Fi involved. This is just my internet signal coming into the house. Let's see, it might be dropping again. They cannot convert, but they can fight. They can do melee fights. Monk wants some conversions. As we'll have a push from the mangonel too. But yeah, warrior priests, they can fight, they can't convert. So on the other side, there's lots of walls from Abu. Doesn't want anyone breaking in. And he'll 4 TC boom behind this. 3 TC boom with the pond then for every single pocket. And importantly, for Chrissyboo, his pond is safe. Now, TeMo pushing into Kaspa. Somero's team still with the score lead. Light Cav can probably pick off the monks. They can also have an attack bonus against the warrior priests. And I'll get the mangonel. Fiber yesterday. You're lucky. Successful. I will see if I can just pull directly my modem logs. See if I can force some information out of them to give my ISP. Feels very cozy. And that was a very cozy set of architecture to have, I think. That's a cozy tower. Also these gray ones. I think they go well with the orange stuff. So Somero is already planning a cut. He's 24 minutes in the game, everyone's castle. He's Xing and thinking, we cut there easily. Another castle, or first castle from Kasva. That outpost will go down, but so will this outpost. So both players losing an outpost. And Kasva continuing with the third TC. 53 fills to 62, so he is a bit behind. Overall, the teams are pretty close. Imps coming in for both pockets on TeMo's team. And Somero again wants to go cut there. Look at the sea of trees. That was a big oasis of trees in the middle. So, bare walled in the corner from TeMo. TeMo doing outposts and mule carts. Thinking of maybe cutting over there eventually. We'll have the castle up for Abu. So as the polls, Schlachta privileges, usually what he wants to do. Schlachta privilege Cavaliers. Probably the best composition they can get. Could also go heavy Cav Archer, could also go Ubuk. You can also add winged hussars as you run out of gold. But Magyars kind of do Cav and Cav Archers better. So it's a bit redundant for you to add them in as the polls. You can have Magyars go HCA and you go Cavalier like we'd seen earlier today. So there's Rooster up to Imp, Somero up to Imp. And Market in the corner from Somero. Castle forward for Zach. So that'll be fairly forward. Maybe getting ready for a cut then? I guess they're thinking it's safe because they still have walls up in all this area in front of them. But the Ballista Elephant, okay. Ballista Elephant cut from Khmer, from Kasva. Playing as the Khmer. And that will get through for Light Cav. What is Somero doing? He's going on the other side for Knights. Crazy that they're cutting and he's not following this up. There's an outpost that will spot it, but can they wall it in time? There's a defensive castle from Rooster. I think they both have decent trade lines. Maybe a bit wibbly for Somero's, but they can chop the trees. Alright, they are on their way through. TeMo with the mule cart and some vills. Can they get through by the time the mule cart gets there? And not quite. The vills are there to wall. I think the elephants have to focus on the vills now. They're not quite able to get in. Could still keep trying though. Aren't too many vills there. Need each elephant individually to target different trees. And almost through, but that market up. Yes, just in time. And then Halb's getting in from the rear, but the light cav will get free. Yes, they will, and they are in. The gate not up in time. And they are through, although this could easily be walled up by that Vil. So a lot of work for just a little bit of gain, as meanwhile, there is a more effective cut on the left, as now we have just a passage there, but Rooster able to stream army directly into Stoneplease's base. So Stoneplease kind of dying, but Somero is there with some Cavaliers. He has the Paladin upgrade clicked, and Chrissy Boo has Siege Onager on the way. So it's about to be Sicilian and Spanish pockets, and remember, this team will have Spanish trade. Will have Spanish trade. And bill counts are still the same, but TeMo has far more military. This from Rooster needs to be walled. And he does wall. Alright, nicely done to wall in time. The, like, cap. I think there might have been a hole in the back of the university. But they'll path through the halbs. Still getting in, though. All of them low HP. Vils might be able to fight. There's some slinging going on. Zach sending wood to TeMo. Important to keep your resources balanced. Cav archers keep pushing through, take down the elephant archers, take down the knights. Knights are just about ready to pour through. Full knights, but I worry they're just going to die to the paladins. And even to all the donjon fire. Again with orange elephant archers. This time Gujar elephant archers. I don't think they're as good as the Bengali ones, but they're still a good unit in their own right. This is being stopped, but there's a ram push on the other side. TeMo putting some warrior priests and halbs inside the rams. And what can the Khmer do against this push? Scorpions are nice against all the halbs. The rams make that a bit trickier. Armenians, they have siege ram. Yes, they do have siege ram, but no siege engineers. Imp almost there for Kasva. There's quite a few scorpions out to fight infantry. And there is Imp for Kasva. Meanwhile, the other side holding against the push. That was a nice early cut, but that's a ton of elephant archers, siege onagers, and paladins now. All backed by the beginnings of Spanish trade. So we do have Zach starting, or wait, the other side, where are we? There we go. We have Chrissy Boo starting to trade. We have a few trade cards from Stone, please, too. So that trade will start to pay off really quickly. They recently-ish got Siege Ram. Yeah, that's why I thought they might have not had it. They probably didn't in the past. I don't see this army getting stopped. Yeah, those are weaker Beaussier, but what is Abu going to contribute as the Poles? He's contributing Schlachta Privileged Knights. And Paladins here are going to trap the Cav Archers. And 3 players worth of army here. Those Cav Archers will go down. As on the other side, we'll even have a counter push. No, that forward from TeMo cleaned up. The Paladins will take some rams down. Full boom and die game. One of those. You do see those in Rage Forest sometimes. I am thinking maybe. I am still thinking that maybe Somero is the better civs. Poles and Armenians. Not a big fan of. And Magyars are still kind of limited. No real siege option. Everything here being cleaned, and once that castle goes down, that'll open up room to push farther. 7 siege rams from TeMo. As the light cav get through, they will attack the rams. And the heavy scorpions will go for the fortified church. 3 relics within. And those will be ejected. It goes down. They are closely lined up for Trebs, maybe to do some damage. Okay, a couple Scorps getting hit by the Trebs. Won't get the conversion on that light cav. He'll get back for now as the ram push goes right through the gate. It's his own gate. And chases down the Scorpions, but there are some Paladins behind that. Meanwhile, Paladins on the other side chasing Siege back. This castle is very weak. Siege Onagers might even be able to finish it off. Cannon here from Rooster still going down. Castle losing some HP, almost down. The Elephant Archers will drive back the Cav Archers. Cavalier and spam. That's the thing, it takes gold. They end up going Winged Hussars because they have so much food. That's in my experience, weaker unit than Cavalier, and Cavalier still dies to Paladins. A lot of rams from TeMo, but with the Onager behind the walls, doesn't feel like he'll be able to use them. He swap back and forth between the sides. I feel like these Winged Hussars are just being sent to their death from Stone, please. And these rams still not deployed because of those scary Onagers, and the fact there are Paladins behind the wall. And the big fight here with the Elephants and the Siege Onagers. Ooh, okay. We've gotten a bit of a better hit there. We'll have Rooster with the Ethiopian SO. He does indeed have torsion engines. That's a nice shot on the halbs. Somero's team now trying to hold on. Trying to hold on as there's another cut. They have another cut, and they are getting into the trade now with Paladins. Panic Castle from TeMo. Panic Castle from TeMo. And the Paladins are there if they want to stop it. They're not going to turn, but potentially some Trebs could come forward and take that down. And trade carts now being caught up among the mule carts near the castle. This castle will be on the markets. And Team TeMo is losing their trade. And even up in the rest of his base, Paladins from Somero are raiding TeMo. Over here, things starting to break too as the workshop goes down. Not all that many siege onagers for Rooster. Onager has to get back. Elephant archers with donjons. We've seen just how scary donjons can be. As over here, the paladins mostly cleaned, but still present in the back, attacking a TC for now. This donjon about to go down. So maybe a bit of stalling on this side. As they did move the trade. They will be against Spanish trade, though. And that castle goes down. Treb's hitting the other Treb. That one taking some damage. Ooh, all the scorpions hitting halbs. Paladins take down rams. And the Paladins will go for the Trebs. That castle being repaired enough. I think it stands. The Trebs are very weak. The Paladins are actually destroying them. One Treb down, a second Treb down, and just in the nick of time, all three Trebs down. And now the Scorpions are here to slaughter the halbs. And the halbs will all just fall to the ground as the Scorpion bolts push. And now it's time for more Paladin raids so the Paladins can once again get into TeMo's eco. TeMo on 87 vills. The lowest on the other team is Kasva with 117. This is a raid I don't think that TeMo can stop. What units does he have as the Armenians to fight this? He can do castles and try to hold. That's about all he can do. He would need maybe Rooster here with Halb Siege, but a lot of Halbs still to clean. Manager shot still on this side, killing some of the Hussars. Landing on them, nice shot. Oh, more Hussars getting Onagered. Siege Onager, the hard counter to melee units. Confirmed. And more Siege Onagers from Rooster. But now with this push, more Scorpions in the eco. 50 vills for TeMo. TeMo is completely dead. He would need to run and reboom. He's got some trade carts running. He's gotten a couple of castles up to stall the push. But if his team is just fighting equally on the west, here in the east, things have gone very poorly for him. Trebs now go for the castle. Cav archers come over, that as these stone defenses go down, this push will speed up and take down the castle reliably. Oh, they're dropping again. Now this game's almost over. Oh, well, We're gonna drop during an ad break, I guess. Twitch will play an ad. Let's see, okay. Just a brief flip there. Let's see, the Treb will hit this castle. The Scorpions keep pushing forward. They will hit the Cav Archers. And to the west, the Elephant Archers continue pushing. As the Hussars go down. When Hussar is hit by the Elephant Archers too. Azure is pushing the Elephant Archers as more SO come forward for Chrissy Boo. And that is 14 keeps, a lot of keeps for Abu. Paladins keep pushing forward. They'll get the cannon and run into some halbs. Let's see if they get to the next round of onagers. That's a lot of towers to push. But here, a lot of towers there, and there are the GGs. And Team Somero, perhaps able to pull a reverse sweep. They're on the brink of death, but have found themselves now in a tie series. And we will indeed have 10 games of Rage Forest today. As oh wait, my internet's dropping again? Alright, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through one more game. I hope I will. Download connection's fine. RIP. F. Well, at least my modem logs might be useful. Did we see the end of the game at least before that happened? Yeah, there you go. 569 kills for Stone, please. More eco for Somero. And did lead his team all the way to victory, as at the end of the game, we just had some siege rams taking down some towers. Everything here collapsing. Margu needs to sneak. I think someone's watching the stream at the beginning on YouTube. That maybe the chat like needs to give you an indication that you're not live if you're chatting. Is they'll see this. We were talking about towers. That's the last thing we talked about, is the towers got rammed. Alright, so. Got one more rec. Update this. And we'll get right to it. We put it in must save game folder. Check off those saves they used. So that was for them. For Team Somero. That was Gajurs. Sicilian, Spanish, and Khmer. And that was against the Armenians, Ethiopians, Magyars, and Poles. Okay, one more game. Pray that the internet will make it. This will be, at the very least, this is every quarterfinals has gone to 5 games so far. That is amazing. And here we are. Wait, let's get this set to TeMo's color. All right, pray for stable internet, as we will have Stone Please here in the orange against TeMo here in the blue in the north, and then in the south, Tasfa as the Malians against Abu as the Burmese. So Somero to the west, TeMo to the east. See how this goes. Ornu, hello Ornu. How you doing, Ornu?
Hey, okay.
Ornu can experience the full United States internet experience with us. The sets have been closed. Every single quarterfinals has gone 5 games so far. I got one more tomorrow. Oh, did you play your league sets, Ornu? Still down. What, leak sets? You never heard of it? You're 0-8 so far? Oh boy. Ren Lu having the success that my ISP is having.
Hey.
Hills here from Abu, pushing back against Kasva.
Na bene. Chica.
Kasva trying to get the wall. Oh, nice trap on that Vil, though. And Abu could get the low HP Vil. And yeah, that Vil's trapped. She's gonna die. Nice work from Abu there. I mean, Abu is so good at these Vil fights. Another trap to get the scout. Somero losing his scout. So not a good start for Somero and Kasva. And it will be Abu who gets a forward wall. And may be able to get this wall here too. On the other side, it looks like more successful Vil fighting from TeMo, as he will kill a pocket scout and kill one of Stone Please's Vils. So Stone Please 2 into Kasva 1 and 1. Booster with a kill. And I think this is a good set of walls from TeMo. Or in the carrying the team.
Okay.
Is he carrying because he's carrying, or carrying because he boomed and let everyone else die?
Okay.
Kasva still can't get this walled. Yeah, asking the real questions. I know what it's like to be Ornlu's flank.
Inchi. Na bene.
Some walls trying to be forward for Kasva. Kasva will do everything he can to knock them down with the Vils, and we'll have some walls up for him too. And a quick palisade gate up for Abu. More walls going up for Kasva too. As the Vils try to break through this wall.
Chica.
And Kasva will be repairing it. Vils will back up and now finish a palisade wall. So Abu won't get to the pond. He really wanted that wall so he'd be able to get to the pond. But that's been his plan every single game. Get to the pond, do a disruptive dock. Not able to get it. Kasva eventually, finally, gets the wall up. Now, dock there from Somero. This is a 4-pond map, 2 per pocket, and tons of passages everywhere. Flanks kind of had easy wall-offs. It's more the pockets who have awkwardness. And also, Somero is super far away from Kasva. If there's like a tiny little road passage he can walk through. Down here, it's blocked off. That'll make trade awkward later on. The X is everywhere now, as we'll have Zach going forward for some more palisades. Call this a spider web generation. I think Somero called it Swiss cheese. There are holes everywhere. So palisades in that passage from Somero, but that's about as far as Abu could have gotten without getting through. Same idea.
Na bene.
So double boars, wolf already walled in by Somero. So Kasva will take those boars for his TC. And Japanese fish boom for Somero. So Japanese Tatars, Shu, and Malians. Malians the only SO civ, and they don't have siege engineers. On the other side, Burgundians, Portuguese, Aztecs, and Burmese. Aztecs pocket. We've seen Somero himself do that before. We've seen Jaguar warriors be very scary these days. And that'll probably be siege onagers from the Aztecs. An actual siege engineer, siege onager civ. Portuguese flank, Burgundians the other pocket. And Burmese on the final flank. They can go elephants late game if need be. Why are these civs so sad? What's sad about the civ, Ornlu? This is the final game. They've used all the other civs. All the DLC civs they've added have been bad at Rage Forest. That's why, Ornlu. That's why. The Shu? Traction Trebs? What do those do on Rage Forest? They don't do anything. They take your pop space while they don't destroy building. You need like 20 of them before you can even think about looking at a castle. Yeah, the only Three Kingdoms DLC civ that's good is actually the Jurchens. Gitans are pretty much at the bottom of drafts too. I mean, traction trebs are, I guess the only thing they do is kind of shoot against bombard cannon these days. So we'll have the tower from Stone Please. He wants to trush and he sees how close he is to that pond. Doesn't want Zach to have the free fish boom. So Tatars, Japanese, Aztecs, and Burgundians all will fish boom. Burgundians can do the early fishing lines and gill nets. And yeah, fishing lines in the Dark Age, gill nets and feudal on your way up to castle gives you a smooth fish boom. Have some vills from Stone Please pushing through the walls. TeMo has more bombard cannon civs, so you would say they have advantage. I mean, they also have the better SO civ, right? I mean, so who's gonna have cannon? Tatars and Malians. Malians, again, no siege engineers. Tatars will have the long-range trebs. Here's Rooster up to feudal, as we'll have a wall for TeMo. A bit more forward. Are hitting the Vill. Vill has to fall back. And it'll be it. Watchtower for TeMo. Japanese with fish boom are crazy good. And Yasama towers are crazy good too. We've seen infantry pockets actually work out quite a bit. And I mean, if Japanese are going Halb's towers, maybe they go Cav archers and they have room for the Malians to do the siege onagers. And then the Malians can go Farimba Cavalier, Farimba Camels, depending on what they're against. It's kind of a weird composition. You need Malians to do a bunch of things that they don't do well, even though they do them okay. So on this tower fight, Stone Please will come forward. TeMo's pushed back. So Captain there might lose his passageway, and it's now his job to re-wall and make sure that Zach gets an actual fish boom in this pond. Because if Stone Please is able to get a dock there, that might be the death of Zach. Aztecs are good farming civs, so they won't really mind farming, but they still want a fish boom. So blacksmith there. Vills will fight that. All the walling vills are very weak. There's not enough stone. Oh, there is a stone for another tower. Stone Please. He'll keep pushing forward. And the next tower can be in range of the gold. This tower will be walled off fully. And TeMo can delete the wall to fight with vills. He will have a lot of vills, but they're all very weak. He needs to get that tower up ASAP so he can garrison. If Somero's tower, or Somero, if Stone Please's tower goes up first. Okay, it doesn't. But the vills are still weak. Can they get in? Can they get in? Can they run away? Can DE hit things running in straight lines? No, it can't. Tower doesn't hit anything. The vills get away. Now it'll just be a tower war. 4 vills is all you need for the max arrows. Fletching never decreases that anymore. So an X here from Somero. You know he likes to X everything. Probably noting the palace, the tree in the wall that needs to be walled behind. Or just chopped and walled over. And some fresh full HP vills being pulled. We'll need to relieve the weak ones from the tower. Or just tank some tower fire. And stone walls, maybe in the way of that house. But lots of stone walls for TeMo. Once more recognizing that pond is important. And we do have Castle Age faster for Stone Please than for TeMo. So Castle drop from Abu. Abu also saying, I want to punish the Japanese player's pond. I will Castle drop and push that pond. And it will be Chrissy Boo here with the forward workshop, a couple of mangonels. And he will push. He'll push along with Stone Please. And once you get 2 mangonels, I think you just go and you get the tower. Feudal Tower will be weaker, and it's still another 30 seconds until TeMo gets up. More HP now for Stone, please. And another set of walls up with another tower for Kasva. That tower will collapse. These walls go down to the mangonels. Vills will come forward. Lots of Vills in the TC going over to the gold. And he'll have a university up for Kasva, as he's doing a few towers to protect the pond. Does not want to be castle pushed anymore. We'll have Imp for Rooster, 1 TC Imp as a Burgundian's pocket. 1 TC Imp. Relic pulled back from Abu. Okay, so he's going to be a 1 TC Imp. Maybe give Abu time to boom, and then maybe you could go elephants later. Then you're still against Japanese. What does Rooster do? I mean, he can do chemistry. That's a long tech. And the mangonel push is in. The mangonel push is in from Chrissy Boo. Getting onto the pond. Getting onto the pond. And now this game might come down to the fast imp. It might just come down to the success of the fast imp. As the fish boom is disrupted, that should put Zach behind. But then again, it is Chrissy Boo who's going to try to do the pushing, so he's disrupting himself with the push. A demo ship that's useful gets a mangonel. Okay, a demo that was useful. What age are we in? Well, what is it? Still 2026? Has the night been ended? Have they buffed the water yet? Okay, Kasva, Wallen, Somero out from the dock spot he wanted. He'll X and get the wall deleted. Never doubt Somero and his Xing. That tower there up for Stone, please. A few mangonels still hoover around for TeMo. There's a Hulk and a demo. Can the demo get mangonels? Can it get me? No, it can't. No, it can't. They'll go down to the tower. Sad demo. Very, very sad demo. And Somero still wanting to fish. We'll have guard towers up that should prevent a more forward castle. But there is chemistry finished for Rooster, and he'll be going bombard cannons, hand cannoneers. So fast imp from the Burgundians. 24 minutes and production is commencing. No surprise what's going to happen here. Somero, if he just goes Cav Archers, should be able to stop that. Can he stop it with a castle in the way, though? This is going to be cannon pushing the towers. On the other side, there's still Mangonel fighting. Aztec Monk from Zac trying to protect the fish boom. Demo going for the Vills, but not useful there. The Mangonels do the job. Arambai, good they can be. Very situational. You need to be fighting the right composition of units. And stopping walling Vills is what they're going to try to do here. As one guard tower will go down. We'll have to tank some tower fighters to do that, though, and that's not what they like doing. And these towers now going down. The Arambai to stop the walling. Over here are still more guard towers for Stone, please, as he's getting a good push. Team Somero also up in Vills. Insanely good Vill lead now. 70 Vills. As the cannon now can hit the fish boom. But this is what they wanted. They wanted to hit Somero's fish boom. But he's clicked up to Imp. As long as he can afford heavy Cav Archer, he could just go Cav Archer against this. That should be good against the Arambai and the cannon. And the hand cannoneers. So he's Xing. He probably wants some fleeing vills. Okay, Kasva going to flee. Somero doing a castle. He's adding in the ranges. And he needs to be careful of his food. He's really going to want conscription, heavy cav archer, bracer, and chemistry. So you're thinking like 1,400 food thereabouts. Also other upgrades. So he's stockpiling that. But he also needs to do the castle upgrades like fletching and bodkin. So he's behind on techs even if he's up. And might have just needed a few more farms added in before going to the next stage. There is the castle. It's up. And they must have had a pause. And light cav raids here. So TeMo's struggling, Kasva's struggling. And this now comes down to how good are the booms of Somero and Chrissy Boo compared to Zach and TeMo. Because Chrissy Boo has been going mangonels, but otherwise has been undisrupted. And as the Tatars, Kashyyyks are a bit slow. We'll have Imperial Age there for Chrissy Boo.
See, what's up?
Rambai will push back some of the fishing ships. X over on the side as the mangonel push continues. And we'll hit the gate. There's Zach up to Imp. And what will Zach be able to do? He's getting a castle. So Jaguar Warrior Monk SO. That's what the Aztecs do. Will that be useful against Shu and Tatars? Jaguar Warrior's not really fighting infantry. Oh gosh, we'll have Kasva fat slobbing the passageway. And what is Somero doing? Amassing cav archers. He's trying to triple the north. Is that the right decision? I feel that he himself could probably kill everything here. And Kasva, when he escaped, he didn't have that many vills. He only has 32 vills. I mean, TeMo has 52. That's better. And 5 of these are completely trapped. More walls for Kasva. He's trying to sneak houses down in the south. Couple of stables now for Abu. Looking for an outpost, remember, this is not open. What a tricky game this is. The scores are similar. Chrissy Boo up to Imp. He has the highest score of everyone. He has Elite Step Lancer clicked. More walls coming up for TeMo. If the Steppies get in, they could do some damage. And TeMo not really fit in the Castle Age to keep walling or engage in a Trebor. There's Imp from Stone Please. He's ready to go up too. Yeah, so Abu here helping the push. Zach here even with an Onager to cut. So 3 players cutting this side with the fast Imp. I'll need to open a passage for the hand cannoneers that get a cut here. Bard cannon pushing through the wall. We need one more shot to open this. Oh, the Iran are through. The hand cannoneers are not. Oh, Book L almost open. Zach, you can do it, Zach. One more hit. And there you go. Now it's open. But this is walled up. This won't be. This will be open. So Somero has to wall behind it. And lots of walls from Kasva. Walling everything he can. Trying to get more TCs in the back. He'll need a lot of TCs to reboom. 25 vills. That's a number you struggle even to keep walling with. TeMo 164 is so far more successful at walling this out. Getting more fortified walls up. There's a Tribs now attacking the castle. That castle should go down pretty quickly. And on the pond, Stone Please can now add in some Lushuans as the shoe. We'll have more TCs now for Kasva as he tries to reboom. And the Onager cut is progressing. The walls are breached. And where are the Cav Archers? Only 19 Cav Archers from Somero. And 35 minutes in, it's taking him a long time, especially with a fish boom, to get to Cav Archers. Racer just now. Guard tower for him. He'd love Yasama towers. I think the Cav Archers are more important for him, though. Let's see, he's missing Bloodlines and Husbandry still. He's missing the armor upgrades, missing Thumbring and Parthian and Chemistry. And they are expensive to upgrade. He's doing arrow slits. And now that Onager is here, the Cav Archers are less effective. You've seen the Japanese pocket be so strong, but losing the fish, moving to farms while your flank runs. That is rough. And now we have 1, 2, 3 TCs for this. But Rooster behind this, and Rooster has 124 pop. He has the fish boom and has the Burgundians. The 1 TC, fast imp with the fish boom seems to be working out. Controns will take the Treb, take the TC. So there's still a good push up here. There's crossbow for Stone, please. And that TC for Kasva down. He can ill afford to lose more TCs with his boom. Yeah, he went over boom to compensate for losing fish. Maybe that's it. 156 Vils? He needs 30 fewer Vils and 30 more Cav Archers, and they need to be upgraded. This is looking very rough. We'll have Siege Onager for Zach. Onager's now cutting through the trees. Treb's trying to hit the Luchuans. Traction Treb's pushing. But what a great wall from TeMo. What a good job he's done slowing down this push. When there was 3 players coming here, Somero trying to come here early on. And he's up to Imp. The Imp TC is back here. That is safe. That's another TC down there. And genuinely amazed that this worked. And the pocket could go 1 TC fast imp with the fish boom and compete with a Japanese fish boom with 3 TCs. I guess that just shows how much cheaper it is to go chemistry and then your units are upgraded versus Japanese going for the Cav Archers. Going for Yasama. Everything they need a lot of upgrades for. So Cannon will go for the castle. Elephants push in. Lead battle elephant pushing the Trebs. As this castle will go down and the Onagers slaughter the Cav Archers. And there's TeMo up to Imp. Now that TeMo's Imp, still with 70 Vils. And you know what Civ he is? He's the Portuguese. If he wants to reboom quickly, he can just add Fetorias. He can add 3 Fetorias in the back. Suddenly have population. And then go for a cheap unit such as Bombard Cannon Arbalest. And against Steppies, Arbs would be nice. Especially behind walls. So Somero, I know he doesn't want to call it and get eliminated. But this is looking like the end for him. His back's against the wall. And he's staring down 13 Siege Onagers. They've pushed through the keeps. This game is just about over as TeMo wants to punch his team's ticket to the semifinals. One last-ditch push against all these fortified walls. Look at all the walling TeMo has done. 162 tiles of fortified wall, 164 tiles, and that's all that's left. Somero can't hold the push as elephants are here. Abu has boomed enough to get elephants. Siege Onagers push them back. Steppe Lancers trying to raid the siege onagers, but they're just getting slaughtered by the hand cannoneers in the back. They can't fight the elephants properly. Everything here will die. Rooster sending food to Abu for more elephants, and he now has those Burmese elephants. What do they have? The extra armor? Yep, +1 melee, +1 pierce armor. And then they also can get an additional +1 melee, +1 pierce armor from the unique tech. So that's +2/+2. And then Manipur cavalry. That will apply to the elephants for extra attack against ranged soldiers, such as the cav archers. These buildings now getting exploded, as this is the last-ditch push in the north. How slowly can Somero die compared to how quickly can his team push? And how much can TeMo wall? Extra long-range Trebs, 19 range for Chrissy Boo, but Trebs themselves don't really like getting through walls. They don't hit the walls all that accurately, and it takes quite a few shots. It's not like pushing castles. Trebs great against castles, not so much against walls. Honestly, the only thing that really works against walls is Siege Ram. Do the Shu have Siege Ram? They do. That would be the worst addition there. From Stone, please. Siege Ram to get through the fortified wall. There are no onagers in the back. Steppies can try to lance through the walls. Slowly but surely, Somero's base being destroyed by those bombard cannon. And now pushing through the ranges, pushing through all the barracks. As Trebs keep pushing down all of the rest of Somero's base. And this push, as many layers of walls it gets through, TeMo just walls more. He just walls more and more and more. Oh, this is so great. Look at this. The entire screen is walls. I can zoom out and it's just more walls. 218 tiles a wall now, 219. He's adding more. And Somero, he's dying still. Well, Imp almost in for Kasva. I'm gonna hope maybe the Malian player can do something, but then Malian's kind of the worst civ there is in BF at the end of the drafts. There's nothing that they do particularly well. They don't fight elephants. That's something they really struggle against. And Wall of Empire is another wall edition. All the steppies go down to the hand cannon. Oh, don't! Onager your own hand cannoneers. I was a bit scared there. There's a bit of a breakthrough. Chrissy Boo, they have gotten through. They have cut. They have finally gotten through all of the walls. As TeMo still has only 53 vills. I mean, his team has basically the same number of vills. And if TeMo isn't contributing anything, I really think he needs Fetorias. I think he's missed them for a while. There he goes, 2 Fetorias. I think he needed them a while ago. His vills are just housing, or building houses and building Fetorias now. As this is through. Stone Please is through. He's got 77 military. 77 military, and I don't think he's been able to use a lot of it due to all the walls. That's still so many Aztec siege onagers from Zach. And I mean, Kasva can maybe get siege onagers to deal with the hand cannoneers. He's starting to do chain barding armor. I don't think Firimba Cavaliers will cut it against the elephants. Maybe if the elephant numbers start to go down. Or maybe if Abu doesn't have enough forward stables. We saw that happen to Somero earlier, not enough forward stables. I think that game 2 is probably the game that they'd like to have back. As you're down. The hand cannoneers keep pushing. And lots of keeps here. So Yasama keeps to try to keep this away. But that's enough siege onagers. Honestly, the siege onagers can push the keeps at that point. As the step lancers begin to evaporate, rams go forward. And the brilliantly executed fast imp from the Burgundians has worked. Somero did not have the timing to stop it. I think if he somehow had gotten cav archers faster, it would have worked. But he invested a lot into the fish boom, quickly had to swap to farms on the way to imp. Was very disrupted, and Cosmo did everything he could to wall. Now you can only wall for so long. Here's Somero's vills. Over here, they're in TeMo's base. There's some eco there. Now with this push though, looks like TeMo has gotten back. He's got 55 vills, but he's also got 3 Pretorias, so add another 30 to that, and that is eco enough to spam arbs as the Portuguese. He's got 29 arbs and some scurbs now, and he can contribute to the fight. And with him contributing, well, it'll be Malian light cav, no Farimba yet, against Portuguese arbs. I think the Portuguese arbs will be a bit better there. More cutting, and now Somero's team, they don't have trade, they're stuck against the edge of the map. And there could be trade for... Let's see, where are the trade? 20 trade there. We have markets in the north, and then in the south, kind of along a diagonal on the edge of the map. There's a bit of trade there for Team TeMo. No real option to trade anywhere. But I feel like Team TeMo has just kept their units alive and not lost them to the point where they don't need to keep it. A Rooster, 3,700 stone. Sling that to TeMo, give him another Pretoria. He's nowhere near pop capped. Give him 2 more Pretorias. With some TCs even. Some TCs would be good. I mean, the fact TeMo is so dead for so long. All he's been doing is walling. I think that his team could have slung him. I mean, now he's got, like, all the resources in the world. Now they're slinging him. Is he just stockpiling that forever? I mean, at this point you add 7 TCs and 2 more Pretorias. And then boom, and eventually delete the Pretorias. So now it is down to Kasva. Wait, no, this is Chrissybu's base. Kasva just kind of went here after he died. Kasva will have to migrate again. There were some trade cards there from Chrissybu. Kasva with Light Cav trying to snipe the siege, but here comes some Aztec pikemen with Garland Wars to fight Malian Light Cav that could get Farimba. So lots of extra attack. Stables going down. The push keeps getting into the eco. TC will be hit. We'll have Light Cav from Kasva. A few vills, or a lot of vills, still fleeing. There is Kasva's... Wait, Kasva has Light Cav raids everywhere. He's getting Light Cav raids into Rooster's eco, but there are the GGs from Somero, as they will die once again. And they came close to pulling off the reverse sweep. But at the end of the day, nice series from Zach. That was a hard one, but Team TeMo emerges victorious. He doesn't have gold. He has vills and Light Cav. There's no more gold on the map. There's no trade. And there are the GGs. Chrissybu, the last one to resign. He'll have one good, hard last look at the map, as he hasn't resigned yet. Let's see, wait, is he AFK? Is he waiting for Somero to X that he needs to resign? There he goes. And GG's, 529 kills for Rooster. I thought the Japanese would be a good pocket to counter that, but I guess I thought wrong. The eco setup for getting to cav archers in time wasn't there. The push was so fast, they disrupted the fish boom, and Somero couldn't get to the transition he needed, and maybe a mistake for Somero to try to triple the northern side instead of fighting the fast imp, back when the cav archers might have been able to deal with the smaller numbers of Arambai and hand cannoneers, and before Zach could arrive with the Aztecs for the siege. A final game, Kalspa, the only siege onager civ, and a sad SO civ at that without siege engineers. So, whew, that was 7 hours of casting today. And thanks for everyone who stuck with us despite the horrendous internet issues I had. That was Portuguese, Burmese, Burgundians, and Aztecs against Japanese, Shu, Tatars, and Malians. The random Tatars. Still better than Khitans. Oof. My DE broke. Well, let me see the menu. Alright, that's it for us. I am gonna go and eat some dinner. 7 hours is a long time. We will be back tomorrow, and this will be, let me double check, 11 GMT. 11 GMT tomorrow will be ACCM versus TAT. Not 11 GMT. 11 AM for me. 15 GMT. 15 GMT. It'll be ACCM versus Tato in our final quarterfinals. Hopefully that one goes 5 games too. So, thank you all very much for watching. Oh, little F returns? Well, that's why my DE dropped. So, thank you all very much for watching. We'll raid someone on Twitch.